Hopefully everyone can hear me. Hands up if you can at the back. No, good. So good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Smart and I am the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you all to Cambridge City Council's Planning Committee meeting taking place at 10 a.m. on the 5th of October. Other members of this committee, I'll let them introduce themselves from Councillor Bajent onwards.
Dave Bajent from Romsey.
Katie Thornborough from Petersfield.
Jenny Gawthrop Wood, King's Hedges.
Councillor Amy Bennett, Abbey Ward.
Councillor Katie Porra, Market Ward.
Councillor Alex Collis, King's Hedges Ward.
Councillor Robert Dryden, Sherry Hinton Ward.
Thank you, councillors. And officers permanently at the table for this meeting are the interim delivery manager in S106, Phil McIntosh. Is that correct? Is Phil here? Not at the table, is he? Maybe he's online, perhaps that's probably it. Area Development Manager Toby Williams, Legal Advisor Keith Barber, Committee Manager Sarah Steed, and Producer Chris Connor. Other officers and public speakers will join us throughout the course of the meeting, and I will introduce them at the start of relevant agenda items. Housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under Committee Meetings, Minutes and Agendas. Excuse me. Please try and refer to specific page numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific paragraph or plan. It's also useful to refer to the item number as well for those of us online. Can I remind all of those present of the importance of using microphones at all times when speaking? Please speak close to and clearly into the microphone. Please ensure that you're switched off or silenced any other devices that you have so that they do not interrupt the proceedings. When you are invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on. When you finish addressing the meeting, please turn off your microphone immediately. Speak slowly and clearly, and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. If anyone has any problems hearing me throughout the meeting, please alert me by waving their hands or advising a council officer. We aim to take a 30-minute lunch break between noon and 2 p.m. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, is likely to be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. Please can those participating in the meeting via the live stream indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI/DPA request. FOI is Freedom of Information and DPA is Data Protection Act, sorry. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you are invited to speak. Please use a headset if available when speaking and hold the microphone close to your mouth. Could public speakers turn their cameras off until we come to the application we have registered you to speak about? If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over the presentation report and respond to questions. The process for each planning application will be the case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support and 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I've advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when you have 30 seconds remaining. Once public speakers have addressed the committee, their speaking time is over. Public speakers are unable to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss and debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberation, I will ask members to vote, excuse me, vote on the officer recommendation by a show of hands. The council has a convention for major planning applications known as the Adjourned decision protocol. Where there is a majority resolution that is minded to make a decision that is contrary to the officer recommendation, the decision to determine the application will then be adjourned and the officers will prepare a further report which will come back to a future meeting of this committee. Only those present in the chamber can vote or propose or second recommendations. For the comfort of councillors, officers and the public, I may choose to call short breaks during the proceedings. If councillors or officers require a break at any point, please indicate to me and I will halt proceedings at the next convenient opportunity. Apologies. We don't have any apologies as such, but I know that Councillor Page-Croft is en route and hopefully she might be here for the start of the first item. Item 3. Any declarations of interest, councillors? Councillor Agent.
Member of the Cambridge Cycling Campaign, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collis.
This is in reference to item 6. I am a resident of Aragon Close, but have had no discussions with other residents, so discretion unfettered.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Yeah, Councillor Porrer.
Just to note, items 5 and 6, obviously I do sit on Housing Committee, but my discretion is unfettered. And for item 11, the Varsity, that is a business in my ward, so I am aware of the owner, but have had no discussions about this particular application. I've also had 3 emails recently from, well, at least 2 of whom were students at ARU where I work, who are also employees, but I forwarded them to the planning officer and haven't made any decisions, so my discretion is unfettered. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Gorthrope-Wood.
On item 5, I'm a resident of Arbury, but unfettered discretion. Aragon and Sackville Close, obviously I'm a ward councillor like Councillor Collis. Again, unfettered. Yeah, and for various reasons, I don't know whether I have to say this, I'll be stepping out from the Shah Jalan Mosque, item 10.
Yeah, good point, Councillor. So I'll be doing the same on that item and someone else will chair the meeting, probably the Vice Chair, Councillor Bates. Done. Good. Okay, so moving on to the minutes. So can I sign those as a true record? Yes. So just before we start the first item, several people this morning have said to me it's a very long agenda. So it probably is a very long agenda. It seems to suit me. So let's give every item due consideration, but let's not necessarily do it in a business-like way. We don't need to repeat things that other councillors say, etc., etc. That's want to be here until very, very late, do we? Also have to carry things over if we can help it. So the first item is item 5, Ellsborough Close. The officer, case officers, Ganesh on this. Hi Ganesh, good morning. So, and speakers, we have Helen Simmons, objector. So Helen, we look forward to hearing what you've got to say later. But we'll hear the presentation first, obviously. And we have the agent, Jake Smith, as well. We may... Oh, hello. Good morning. Well done. You've just made it in time. Oh, I do. Well done for getting here on time anyway. Thanks, Councillor Pagecroft. I'll let you get that. So, what I was just saying was the speakers are Helen Simmons, objector, Jake Smith, agent. I don't know if there's a speaker from the agent would be it, I suppose, wouldn't it? If there was anyone from housing or anything, but I think that's probably it with the agent. Okay, so Councillor Pagecroft, you've done it before, so I presume you're good to go. Yeah, good, okay. Expect to do the presentation on the first item, item 5, which is Ellsborough Close in Arbury Ward, and Ganesh is the case officer. So Ganesh, if you're ready to present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just start by sharing my screen. And can I just confirm that you can see my presentation and also hear me clearly?
See your presentation. We can't quite hear you clearly. You're a little bit echoey, to be honest, but I can hear you well enough. What about everyone else? Any problems? Anyone? Hands up. Speak into the microphone, please, Councillor Thornborough.
Maybe Ganesh could say a few more words and then we could see whether we can hear him properly.
Yeah.
Thanks.
What's your favourite colour, Ganesh?
My favourite colour is blue.
Blue. Ah, interesting. It is a little bit echoey. I don't know if you can do anything with the microphone at all. But we definitely got...
Is that any better?
It's a bit, yeah, louder anyway. That'll do. I'll pull you up if it goes bad again, all right?
Okay, perfect. So for those who don't know me, my name is Ganesh Nanamorthy. I'm a principal planner with the Greater Cambridge Shared Planning Service. The first application today is for Aylesbury Close, application reference 22019995 FUL, and it's for the demolition of existing buildings and hard standing and erection of 70 new homes, car parking, landscaping, bin and bike stores, substation and associated works. The applicant for this scheme is the Cambridge Investment Partnership. The Cambridge Investment Partnership is a joint venture between Cambridge City Council and Hill Investment Partnerships. The partnership was formed in 2017, and one of the main aims of the partnership was to increase council housing supply within the city. The application site is shown here outlined in red. So you've got Aylesbury Close here, where my pointer is shown to the northwest of the site, and the red line site is shown outlined on this plan. So on an aerial view, again, here's the site in red, and we've got Aylesbury Close northwest, Verulam Way runs north to south down the east of the site, and then we have Jermyn Close and Fordwich Close running either side of the site, of the south of the site. So you'll notice that on the existing arrangement from Fordwich Close, where my pointer is, that provides the access to the site. There's no direct link at the moment to Jermyn Close, which is where my pointer now is, to the west of the site. And as part of the proposal, that will be amended, but we'll look at that in a bit more detail on a later slide. So this is the proposed block and ground floor plan. So if I just point out that road layout change that I discussed a moment ago, so from Fordwich Close, where the cursor, where my laser pointer is now, that will still serve as access into the site. So there's a car parking area just in this part of the site. But there will be a change to the road which allows limited access for bin lorries. There are 2 bollards in this area here which will be controlled by the council's waste team. So they will be the only people who will have access to that in terms of motor vehicles, but it would also be able to be used by cyclists and pedestrians as a footpath and cycle path. 3 main buildings on this site. So you've got Block A, which is northwest of the site, which will be 4 stories. Block B, 3 stories, which is to the eastern part of the site, and then Block C, which is also 4 stories. Blocks C and A are joined by a linking element, which will be 3 stories in height. And there will be an open space that will separate blocks A and B, and some landscaping improvements to the north, running east to west across the site, including some play equipment and some soft and hard landscaping. Bins for the refuse and recycling are proposed as iceberg bins. They'll be underground bins, and they are located conveniently to the fronts of each block. So the fronts of the blocks are denoted by my laser pointer for Block B here, with their bins out at the front here. Block A, main access here with bins to the front here, and Block C, main access to the very south of the site with recycling bins at this junction here. This is just the proposed roof plan. So the 3 buildings will all have flat roofs, which will be green, and there'll be some solar panels on Block B. Proposed elevations. So this is blocks A and C, which you can see from the west. So the 4-story element of Block A, 4-story element of Block C, and the 3-story linking element in the middle. Exact materials are to be secured by way of condition. The form of the building has been dictated by the desire of the applicant to meet Passive House standards with the design. So it's fairly simple in its form, fairly rectangular, 90-degree angles to the buildings, window forms have been dictated by the desire to meet passive house principle, so that dictates the size. And you'll notice that on the right-hand side of the majority of the windows, there are these louvered panels, which also helps them achieve passive house principles, which we'll discuss a bit more later. And Block B, so this is the front elevation of Block B, very similar in design, as you will see, similar sorts of window styles and designs. Again, the exact materials will be secured by conditions. Neighbour and amenity, just wanted to touch very briefly on this, and looking at the distances between existing buildings surrounding the site and the proposed buildings. So Block A in this northwestern corner sits just over 21 metres away to the properties in the north. Looking at that terrace again to the north, Block B sits 18 metres from those. Looking at Block A again, so to the properties to the west, there's a 15-metre distance in this location, and you'll note there's also a belt of trees that runs north to south along there, which provides further screening. Block C sits 18.2 metres to the properties on Germain Close and 22.2 metres roughly to the properties to the south. The closest relationship is from Block B to the properties to the south on Verulam Way. At the closest point, it's 5.2 metres to the flank wall of that property. The building has been designed to have a step in it, as you can see here, so that the bulk of the building ends up moving further away from this property. So views from it from outside of the windows of these properties are less obscured and less visually oppressive than they would be had the building line continued at the closest point. Looking at that Block B second floor plan, this is typical of the first and second floor plan. So this elevation with the kink in it here is the one that faces is closest to the property to the south on Verulam Way. You'll notice that window positions have been carefully considered. So there's one which sits aligned with the house next to it on the south, and then one further one here which sits down the end of the garden. So if I just get that previous slide back up, you'll see window location here, same on the upper floor. So that's aligned with the actual house itself, so it doesn't provide any overlooking. And then the one down here is just towards the end of the garden, so views back to the house are fairly oblique. With regards to amenity for future occupiers, all properties meet or exceed the nationally prescribed space standards. Passive house standards, as I briefly mentioned, would result in reduced bills for occupiers, and all properties will have private external amenity spaces. 3 of the proposed units will also be M4 compliant, which means they are suitable for wheelchair users. Single aspect dwellings. So 22 of the 70 dwellings are single aspect, but none of those are north facing. One of the big concerns that normally arises with single aspect dwellings is around overheating and natural ventilation of the properties. With regards to the design of these, the use of passive house principles has considered overheating and cooling quite significantly. Overheating has been minimised through efficient construction materials, deep window reveals, horizontal overhangs, external balconies, and MVHR, which is mechanical ventilation and heat recovery. And just to be clear, this image on the left isn't actually part of the proposal, it's just an image for illustrative purposes, but isn't the proposal as we're looking at. Heat wave conditions have been further accounted for, so looking at more than your normal weather conditions. And as you would have seen from those elevations that we looked at, there were internal blind systems on the windows, brise-soleils, which are external louvers on the southern elevations, and also reversible air source heat pumps, which allows for natural ventilation above what would be a normal condition. As part of the application, a thermal comfort assessment was provided. All dwellings passed the mandatory requirements, which have been carried out using the industry recognised TM59 methodology. Next thing I wanted to talk about briefly was cycle parking. So the requirement for the dwellings is 107 spaces, 110 are provided. An additional 12 visitor spaces are provided, with spaces for cargo bikes also available. Car parking, 27 parking spaces are provided for the 70 dwellings at a ratio of 0.39 per dwelling. It's worth noting that the local plan has a maximum standard and not a minimum. as officers, we still have a duty to make sure that the level of parking provision is sufficient so that we're not then creating an additional burden on nearby roads. Given the location of the property, of the site, sorry, and its proximity to bus stops, local facilities, and also train stations, it's considered that this level of provision is acceptable. The applicant provided a car parking survey as part of their application, which demonstrated that on-street parking is available as well, and so the level of provision is considered to be acceptable. 14 of the 27 spaces will have active EV chargers, with the remainders having passive, so that's just over 50% of those spaces will be active EV. Trees and biodiversity. So on site, a number of trees are to be lost, so a total of 14. 4 of those are category B, 8 category C, and 2 category U trees to facilitate the development. In terms of new tree planting, 54 trees and shrubs are proposed. Conditions have been recommended with regards to hard and soft landscaping, which will allow us to ensure that the most suitable species of trees and shrubs are secured. Biodiversity, so we seek a net gain of a minimum of 20% net gain biodiversity on site where possible. Overall, the scheme is providing a net gain of 26.40. It hasn't been achieved completely on site. 18.06 is on site, with the remainder off site but very nearby. So this plan here shows outlined in red the application site, which will have 18.06% of the uplift of net gain, and then an area just on Ellsborough Close here will receive the rest of the increase. So you'll notice from looking at this, there are various ways in which the net gain is achieved. So we're looking at bias wales, extensive green roofs, grasslands, new trees, which are indicated by the lighter green dots, all go towards increasing that biodiversity and meeting that net gain target of 20%. In terms of affordable housing, all of the 70 dwellings are proposed for council rent. Here are just a couple of views of the blocks in question. So this is within the site looking at block B. This elevation here is the sort of kinked elevation that we talked about next to the dwelling just to the south along Grudem Way. You'll notice that the brickwork will have some features in it so that rather than appearing blank where there are no windows, it will still have some animation to them. You'll notice looking at some of these images that you can see that the windows are recessed, which will help with preventing overheating. You also get a better idea of what the louvered panels looks like, which can be, the windows are still openable and the louvers can be opened and shut internally. These are blocks A and C, so the 4-storey blocks with the 3-storey element in the middle. This is a view looking from block B, so block B is kind of right here over on the left-hand side with the open space in the middle, which will have some play equipment. Again, very similar in form and structure. Use of balconies, which are external to the building envelope, is also helpful in terms of things like overheating. So, for example, these openings on this elevation will all benefit from the fact that they've got an overhang of the balcony from the floor above. So these are all parts of the considerations of the passive house standards that the applicant has sought to achieve. Highways. So there was an objection from Highways at the point of me writing my report, and I mentioned in that report that I would provide an update as to where we've got to. The objection from Highways was not regarding the proposal itself, but it was more regarding adoption of land and what should or shouldn't be Highways land. The applicant has been liaising with Highways, and this plan shows in green the extent of land that will now be non-highway adopted land, and so will be council responsibility. So that will take in the area of Fordwich Close and some of Jermyn Close. There is a separate process for that being taken over, and it's recommended that a condition should be added to ensure that that process has taken place prior to commencement of development. One other area that the Highways officer had some concerns about was on the original plans, there was no area of footpath where my cursor is shown at the moment. So you'd walk along the cursor, along the pavement on Germain Close, and then you'd get to what would be just an area of shared surface. As a result of those conversations, the applicant has incorporated an extra element of pavement so that a pedestrian can walk quite clearly without needing to step into a potential dangerous situation, unharmed and on a continuous piece of pavement. Again, a condition is recommended to secure those details. In terms of additional highways conditions, officers request delegated authority to draft those conditions in conjunction with conversations with the county highways team. With regards to sustainability, the National Planning Policy Framework says that sustainable development should have 3 benefits: environmental, economic and social. With regards to this development in particular, environmental benefits include passive house standard dwellings, electric vehicle charging points, green roofs, biodiversity net gain of more than 20% and bioswales. Economic benefits include job creation during construction process, and social benefits includes the provision of new council homes and provision of new communities. Planning balance. So it's acknowledged that there will be some single aspect units. However, the kind of normal concerns around overheating and ventilation that you would associate with as being issues with single aspect units have been designed out of these schemes, and documentation provided with the application demonstrates that they will be adequately ventilated and not overheating. The proposal on the benefit side provides 70 council dwellings, provides a sustainable form of development, and will provide significant biodiversity net gain on and close to the site. And it would see significant increase in tree planting. Development would not have an adverse impact on neighbouring properties, and the proposal will encourage sustainable forms of transport. With all of this in mind, the officer's recommendation is a slight update to the one in the officer's report that you've got, and it's to grant permission in accordance with the conditions in Section 106 agreement as set out in the officer's report, and the delegated authority to draft additional conditions related to highways matters as discussed. That's the end of the presentation, Chair.
The first speaker is Helen. I presume you're here, Helen Simmons. Do you want to come onto screen, or are you not in the room, or are you? No. Hello, Helen. Hi. Ganesh, if you want to stay there or turn your camera off a minute. So, Helen, you've got 3 minutes to speak, and towards the end of that time, a bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end, 30 seconds before the end, and when you're ready to start. Thank you.
Okay. I'm a resident in Aylesbury Close, close to Brewland Way. So I just want my concern regarding Block B, which faces my property. It's quite a dominant building that you're proposing to put there, an increased footprint, and also my biggest concern is the window space in the property overlooking it. And also regarding parking, there have been issues even without the increased residents in the area. My neighbour, for example, has already put an application in for a disabled bay. So it's just concerning, really, the changes that you're going to make on here. It's really just they want to take the tree down that's opposite property. It's actually on the land that I own, but it's maintained by the council and my neighbours. And also, it's much closer to the property. It's not as if there's another road in between or anything like that, so that's my biggest concern. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Helen. Thanks for that. Thanks for coming to speak. So you're welcome to continue to listen, obviously, to the item be debated and so on. But if you want to turn your camera off now, and we'll listen to the next speaker, that's all right. So Jake Smith, you're the next speaker. You're the Housing Development Agency representative.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Hello, Jake. Morning.
Hello, just to clarify, earlier you referred to me as the agent, and yeah, I am from the Housing Development Agency at the City Council. If that helps at all.
Yeah, sorry, Jake, just I've got scribbled notes in my paper here and wasn't quite clear. So you've got 3 minutes to speak, Jake, and I'm sure you're familiar with all of this, so when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Jake Smith. I work for the City Council Housing Development team as part of Cambridge Investment Partnership. I'm proud to support this application for 70 much needed new council homes in the city. Cambridge City Council has committed to building 1,000 new affordable homes to address the shortfall that we currently face. According to the council's latest figures, there are over 2,000 applicants in need of a home in the city. There is therefore a significant need to build more council homes, and the 70 proposed here will directly address the needs of those on the housing register. The existing site has its challenges with the standard of accommodation and the efficiency of homes being poor. There are also regular problems with antisocial behaviour and issues such as fly tipping. All presented the opportunity to address a number of social issues whilst also delivering much needed new homes. This is the largest passive house scheme we've prepared today, and this has led to a very detailed design development process that has carefully considered every aspect of the proposal, from the position, orientation, form and design of the buildings right through to the size of the windows and the placement of louvers to maximise natural ventilation. This design-led approach means that future residents will be kept comfortable and their energy bills will be low. Given the well-documented cost of living crisis with energy bills soaring, there has never been a greater need for this. The types of homes proposed here also reflect the needs of the housing register, with a range of 1 to 3 bed homes to meet housing needs. All homes are M42 accessible homes, and 3 are also designed to be adaptable M43 homes. The height of each of the blocks has been carefully reviewed throughout the design process. While the height of the buildings is increasing in different locations across the site, the siting of the 3 and 4-storey buildings has been informed by careful review of the context and separation distances to neighbouring dwellings. The overlooking and shading impact of each new home has also been assessed to ensure suitable relationships are maintained. We've worked hard to strike an appropriate balance between catering for the needs of the car and promoting the use of sustainable modes of transport. Census data shows that the car use is low within the local area. This is reflected by the fact that the existing homes on the site are served by a parking ratio of just 0.33 spaces per home. The proposed development achieves a slightly higher ratio of 0.39 spaces per home, which is considered to strike an appropriate balance. We have also undertaken a parking survey in the local area, which has shown significant availability on nearby streets should any additional parking demand arise in the future. Over 100 new cycle parking spaces are also being delivered, and given the site's well-connected location, alternatives and sustainable modes of transport will be promoted. In addition, the proposed development retains the majority of the existing trees that are present on the site, including the one that the objector referenced. We also are going to deliver a range of new open spaces, new planting areas and 54 new trees and shrubs, and will deliver a minimum of 20% biodiversity net gain. As I said at the start, I'm proud of this submission, which has successfully upscaled our earlier pilot passive house projects and will deliver the type of homes urgently needed in a highly sustainable
Draw to a conclusion now then, please, Jake.
Yeah, this is it. And buildings that are highly efficient, comfortable to live in, economic to run, and which relate well to their surroundings. We therefore hope that planning permission is granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have debate. I just want to draw attention to the objectors' points before we get going with debate with councillors and any points I might like to make. So I'm sure you made some notes anyway, Ganesh, but just to point out, Helen drew attention to Block B being dominant, and especially with regard to the windows facing, I think, her property, the parking issues also, and finally the tree that was going to be taken down, which the last speaker just referred to as well. Hopefully you know which one that is. So you don't need to reply to that now, Ganesh, because I think some of the councillors might also talk about those points, but if you include those in your responses to questions, thanks, Ganesh, and I'll ask a few questions later for myself. So debate, councillors. Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think any of us are going to dispute the need for new council rented homes. which this project delivers. My main concern about this development and others across the city is how they fit into the existing area and how they sit alongside existing homes, such as that of the objector. On page 23, it's point 10.17, I think. It talks about the sort of discord between existing 4-storey blocks in the area and 2-storey homes, and that is something that we're proposing, that is being proposed in this development. Can you say a bit more about how that's going to be addressed in this scheme? If it's a known issue and it's clearly concerning to local residents, I'd like to understand a bit more about how that will be addressed, and also how any disturbance from the build and from this project to existing residents will be addressed as well in terms of noise or traffic. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Thank you, Chair. Quite a minor thing, actually. Just wondering, if I haven't seen it here, in Cherry Hinton, where we've had similar developments and schemes, we had a contribution for public art. Is there anything here?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. So it's a bit of feedback on this one today. So there's obviously lots of good things: communal garden, private amenity, passive house is really good to see. The queries I had were only 3 cycle spaces over the requirement. I appreciate it's not a material consideration, but I'm just interested in terms of sustainability. I'd also just be grateful if Ganesh could confirm the number of 3 beds, because for me, it says we have made allowance for cargo bikes, but if we've got quite a few family flats and homes, I would rather we had capacity to allow more cargo bikes, because again, that's so critical for people. If you can't or don't want to have a car, you know, particularly now the second-hand market is coming on stream for sort of the cargo bikes, put your kids in and take them to school, it's really important we do allow space for that. So I'd be grateful for a comment on that. Similarly, car club, I couldn't find reference to it here. I know, or at least I assume, that the council would manage the parking spaces, but I'd very much like us to put a marker down that a car club space, whilst we can't condition it, I suppose, would be something that's very desirable. And I know in the past we've at least put an informative to encourage developers to think about how they could manage that and integrate that in the future. So as I keep saying, if you put it there originally, it will save people having to buy a car if they can already share in it. And finally, picking up on what the Chair mentioned, I'd be grateful to know if the tree that is being taken away, and I think Helen, the objector's garden, is going back at all in that site or nearby. And I'd also be grateful for a comment on, obviously we're putting in 54 new trees and taking out 14, but I'd be grateful for Ganesh to just let us know a little more about the size and sort of visual amenity, because obviously 14 old trees will take a long time to recover, so it'd be good to know what the plans are to put in terms of whether they're mature trees and how long it might take for them to kind of achieve maturity and add back to that amenity, which I think, picking up on Councillor Collis's point, is really important in terms of screening some of these larger areas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bennett.
I'd like to thank Ganesh for a very clear presentation, and it's very clear that a lot of work has been done on the pre-application. I'd also like to thank my fellow councillors for asking most of the questions I wanted to ask, which means that I've just got 2 very short points. One is there any possibility of obscured windows in Block B, or are there actually even plans for such windows, so that people in the existing properties facing it don't feel so overlooked? Secondly, I very much welcome the iceberg bin stalls and the internal bike stores, and minimise antisocial behaviour. But could I just ask again, internal cargo bike spaces are particularly useful for some of the cycle-like vehicles that disabled people use, ranging from e-trikes, e-cargo bikes, to mobility scooters, and I would also welcome more cargo bike spaces for that reason, and also whether there could be an informatory about running an electric spur so that a suitable charging point can be made available for those various vehicles with access from the cargo cycle bays. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wood.
Questions. On condition 5, there's a note about a gas substation. Now, this is a gas-free development, so I wondered if there was a gas substation somewhere on site. So that's the first query. Secondly, Block B, you mentioned PV panels on Block B. Are they going to be on Block A and C? So it's where are the PV panels and where is the green roofs? Passive charging, passive EV charging. So that just means you've got the wiring there. I wonder what the point of that was really. I mean, why not put the chargers in now? And it's whether the charging is going to be free or who runs it. I don't know whether that may not be a planning matter, however. And then, I mean, I do have worries about single aspect. However, you've got the mitigations in there. So that's more of a comment. And I did have some questions about the off-site biodiversity, but I think you probably answered those. But if you could say a bit more about that. And the last thing, it's page 34 on the section 106 payments. I note that there is an amount going to the Huntington Road surgery. Now, I don't know how this is organised with section 106, whether it's the NHS who just decides where the money will go, but I would think most of the residents here will use Arbury Road or surgery, which is much closer. Okay, thank you.
Good point, Councillor. Thank you. I'm aware we're getting a long list of questions. Ganesh, are you okay if I just go on a little bit longer before we get back to you? Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you, Ganesh, for a really clear presentation. I think there's some really excellent things here, and I'm particularly pleased about the biodiversity and the passive house design. One thing about passive house design is the condition regarding passive houses, condition 17. I think it's very important that the passive house is commissioned rather than just designed to passive house standards. I think the condition needs to include commissioning, which is checking that it is in use, it responds in use as it is designed, and that means that the cooling aspect needs to be taken as seriously as the warming aspect. There are examples in Cambridge where buildings have been designed to passive house standards but not commissioned, and they've failed on the cooling aspect of the design. So that's one point. The other thing is it's very good that it's we're up down to 100 litres per person for water, but again, there are many flats built now where there is only one water meter for the whole block, and I think it's important that this great standard is measurable. So I don't think we can ask for individual meters, but I do think we can ensure that the use can be individually measured. I also think we do need to I would like to see a condition added about accessible post boxes. We have a policy, I don't think you've mentioned it, I don't think the case officers mentioned it, or has it actually been incorporated within the design? It's a small thing, but it makes a big difference to quite a lot of people. And I'm very pleased about the number of parking spaces, which is well above policy, rather than designing to the number of rooms, they're being supplied to the number of residents who are living there. I'm very pleased about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bacon.
Chair, just a small point about external vision on the buildings, about the television aerials and satellite dish. Can we condition them that they can't be on the external faces of the building?
Much. So I'll just say a couple of things and then we'll go back to Ganesh. So you mentioned TM 5G methodology. So it may not be terribly important for us to know what that is, but since you mentioned that, I think you need to tell us what it is. Car parking could certainly be an issue, as was mentioned by the objector. So that, and maybe talk about how that car parking area is going to be used. Could it be used by people that don't live in the flats, for example? Is there anything to stop people using it? The highways objections, it wasn't quite clear, but I got the impression that they hadn't actually gone away. They were still there, but they were going to be conditioned. Is that the case, or are the objections now no longer objections? And this almost final thing, when I looked at the Meadows Community Centre recently, especially even high up on the building, the brickwork was excellent. And I would hope that would be the case here, because this is a very good looking scheme. I like it. But it is going to rely a lot on the quality of the brickwork, because that's basically what it is. It's a lot of brick walls with windows in, which is not a bad thing necessarily, although for climate change it might be better not to use brick, but that's to be good quality. So I'd just like to say that to the agent, who's hopefully still listening in, and make that point. And finally, on Councillor Thornborough's point about water meters, I would have thought it would be possible to have individual water meters for each flat, and I would have thought that would be preferable. Or persons that live in each dwelling to have their own water meter, if that is possible. If indeed that, unless I misunderstood what Councillor Thornborough was saying. That's the end. So hopefully, Ganesh, you can go through those points and especially make sure that you pay attention to the points that I highlighted that our objector, Helen, had raised. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I've got quite a long list of questions there, so please bear with me while I try and cover them all. And excuse me if I don't, please do remind me if I miss any out. I'm just going to reshare my presentation, which I think will be helpful in terms of answering some of the queries that have been raised. And I think some of my explanations might answer multiple questions at the same time. I'm just sharing. Are you able to see my screen, including the laser pointer?
Yes, we can see it, yeah.
Perfect. So just on neighbouring amenity and the point that was raised by Councillor Collins about the kind of existing relationship between 4- and 2-storey buildings, there is a slightly unusual arrangement in this area, and you'll see from my point of there's a 4-storey building on the site with this kind of white coloured roof, which sits directly parallel to some 2-storey homes. And there's a sort of arrangement that you see repeated around here. So where my cursor is now is another 4-storey block with openings facing these 2-storey homes and their gardens. Similarly here, further south east, another 4-storey block sitting slightly uncomfortably. So there is this arrangement that you see kind of dotted around this area. There's some more down the very south here that have a very similar arrangement with these 2-storey properties. Now, the fact that we are re-providing 4-storey properties doesn't mean that relationship is still as uncomfortable. And I think looking at this proposed site plan, what you'll notice is that the 4-storey elements have been pulled further into the site. So their proximity to these properties on Verudon Way, and I'll just flick back to this. So properties on Verudon Way at the moment, outside of the site, and then the 4-storey block is fairly close. It's quite close to the red line of the site. As you'll see here, the 4-storey elements are being pulled away from the site, so there's greater relief here. And that distance between those properties is now 28.7 metres, whereas at the moment it's significantly smaller than that. It's been concentrated against the blocks A and C of the 4-storey ones, so significant distance from the properties to the north, and again more than 18 metres to the properties to the west, and there's also some trees in between those as well, which further helps mitigate that. So although there is a re-provision of 4 storeys proposed, the siting of them is more considered to be more sensitive to the surrounding properties. On the very specific point raised about Block B, this has been through a very careful design process, and during pre-apps we kind of looked at this block in quite a lot of detail to change its shape and to make it respond as well to the surrounding properties as we can, and in an acceptable way. So what you'll notice is at the closest point, it's 5.2 metres to the flank of the house, and then it steps further away. So that 5.2 metre wall extends just slightly behind the rear wall of the property to the south before it then kinks in, and at that point it's 8.1 metres to the boundary, and then plus another metre to, in effect, where that continued line of the flank wall would be. So it would be about 9 metres away at that point. So it's been designed sensitively, and in terms of windows on that property, I'll just forward to this slide. So what you get on the upper floors is a window that sits aligned with the flank of the house, no windows along the closest bit beyond that, so the part that extends beyond the rear of that house to the south on Verulam Way. There's no windows to that bedroom. The only window faces down into the site. Then you've got a stair core, so no windows are required on that part. And then you have a open plan living dining area where you have a window, but in that location you'll notice that the window is quite a long way away from providing any views back into the house. There are views towards the very end of the garden, but it's considered that a distance of more than 8 metres at that point is acceptable. So they're the points on neighbour and amenity that I just wanted to raise. With regards to parking, so it's always a bit of a hot topic, parking, and whether or not there's too much or too little. It's with the application, a parking survey was submitted, which demonstrates the level of parking that exists overnight in accordance with the Lambeth Parking Survey methodology, which is nationally used. What that demonstrated was that there is on-site parking available, and in addition to that, the housing team have provided data about the occupancy and part of the ownership of cars of residents who currently live on the site, and that data has also been taken into account. So officers consider that provision is therefore acceptable. In addition to that, I know Councillor Pollard was a little bit disappointed that there's only 3 more than the minimum needed in terms of cycle parking spaces. It is a minimum standard and it is exceeded, but in addition to that, there is also additional parking for visitors around the site as well, which could also be used, by residents as well as visitors. So there is further additional spaces as well as the exceeding of the minimum target that exists anyway. In terms of the number of 3-bed units, there are a small number, so there's only 4 3-bed units proposed. There aren't many of them on the site, which I think helps in terms of the over provision being relatively small rather than significantly more. I think if we were looking at a scheme where you had 20 or 30 3-bed dwellings, you'd probably expect to see a bigger over provision, although the standard would take into account the additional bedrooms, and the standard would then, the minimum requirement would therefore be greater. So in this instance, officers think that the minimum requirement is exceeded with regards to cycle parking, and with regards to car parking, an acceptable level is provided. And I think it strikes the right balance between not providing a not on-street problem elsewhere, but also encouraging people to use sustainable methods of transport. On the point of a tree is being removed. Officers, again, the tree officer was involved in pre-app discussions on this and has considered that the loss of that tree, in addition to others, as outlined on one of my slides, is acceptable. Councillor Pollard asked a question about the number of trees and what they might look like and sizes and maturity that are going to be planted. At this point, we don't know. So a condition has been attached to secure details of hard and soft landscaping, and that will include tree planting. So at that point, our landscape officers and tree officers will be able to interrogate what's proposed more in terms of exact species and exact age, and it will give us the chance to make sure that we strike the right balance between what is provided at day one and making sure that it has some meaningful value as soon as possible. Questions about construction disturbance. So it's unfortunately one of those things that's guaranteed to happen with almost any construction project of this sort of scale. Is there will be noise and there will be disturbance, most definitely. As part of the consultation process, our environmental health team have been consulted on the proposals, and they've recommended a number of conditions to help manage what that looks, sounds and feels like. And there's conditions around dust management, there's conditions around hours of operation, there's conditions around noise and vibrations. So those things would all help to make sure that the construction is taking place in a considerate way. But I think it would be foolish of me to suggest that there wouldn't be any noise or disturbance in any way, because I think that's one of the kind of side effects that unfortunately will always be evident with a construction project of this nature. Public art, Councillor Dryden asked about, and there is no provision, nothing's been put forward from the applicant for public art. The policy around public art says where appropriate and practical and viable that it should be provided. Lots of the Cambridge Investment Partnership schemes have provided public art. On this one, it's not been deemed viable to do so, so there is no offer of that on this one. With regards to car club spaces, none are proposed on this site. The parking on the site is all going to be managed by the City Council. As the gentleman from the HDA had discussed, the provision of parking here, car parking here, is actually greater than the existing demand from residents on the site as it is, although a greater quantum has been provided to reflect there might be more demand given that there are more dwellings. Given that it's in council management, if it's considered that actually there is too much parking, the council will then be able to decide whether they either A, make those available for local residents nearby outside of the development, or whether they try and use them for car club spaces, but that will be separate to what happens in this application. I'm just going through my list of questions, so please excuse me. Green roofs and solar panels. The question was asked about what we've got and where. So blocks A and C are green roofs. Block B is a green roof with some solar panels on them. And these kind of two rows of east to west running, sort of like little rectangles. They're the solar panels on there. With regards to the question about what's the point of passive EV charging provision, it's a good question. It's one I think that lots of people ask. The reason for passive provision is that the pace at which the technology for electric vehicle charging points is moving and developing and changing is happening really rapidly. And there is a real danger that what we could do is we can make everything active as of today. And what that will mean is that in effect, the little end bit that you stick into your car will look a very particular way. But as technology changes and develops, that end unit might look different, might need to be different. And by having passive provision, what it does is it provides all the infrastructure that's needed to at any point in time allow for a different end bit to be applied so that you can then be more adaptable to the changes as they happen. In terms of required provision, our sustainable construction SPD seeks 50% active, which is what this proposal just over. But there's no requirement for any more than that. But I think given the level of electric vehicle car ownership at this point in time, generally, it probably wouldn't be appropriate to try and have more than that at this point in time. On the questions around so this is a gas redevelopment. I couldn't find the condition that you referred to that talked about a gas substation. I don't know if I'm missing it, but if I have, please do let me know what condition number it is, and I'll have another check on that. The point about Section 106 contribution for Huntington Road surgery. So this is a request that's come from the NHS. When we consult the NHS, what they do is they have quite detailed information about where there is capacity for improvements, be that additional built forms so they can house more doctors, or where there is just generally capacity for more to happen in a given surgery. The NHS have decided that that is the most viable local surgery where that money could be used. It's important to note that with Section 106 contributions, they have to be ring fenced for a particular purpose. So if they said, for example, it needed to go to Arbury Road surgery and then they couldn't actually use it at that surgery, those monies would be lost. So for them, it's important that it's allocated to a nearby surgery or facility where they know that that money could actually realistically be used in the times that they've got to actually use it before they lose that money. Questions around external satellite dishes and TV aerials. So under permitted development rights, there is an ability for a number, and I don't know what that number is off the top of my head, TV aerials to be erected on walls or flats. I'm not sure that we would have a good or valid reason to restrict that in this instance. I think what the permitted development rights does is it limits the number of them so that what you don't end up with is 70 flats, each with their own satellite dish, and making the whole building look an absolute mess. There is a number of there is a restriction in terms of how many can be on the building, but that is governed by permitted development. And I'm not sure that there will be any value in us trying to restrict that, or what our grounds for doing so would be. On water consumption, so there is a condition that requests that the development is carried out in accordance with the details that have been provided. So a specification has been provided that says this is how it will be, how many litres will be used on average over the development, and that's what we require it to be carried out on. In terms of whether it could be done on a unit by unit basis, I mean, I'm sure it probably could. The information that we've got from the applicant is based on the entire development, and our sustainability officer has suggested that looking at it as a whole development and making sure that as a whole we are where it needs to be is an acceptable way forward, and it's the approach that we've taken on many other schemes. So I'm not sure that we would have a good reason to depart from that in this case. Similarly, with regards to passive house and whether or not the wording of the condition also should include it being commissioned, it's one where, again, there are different ways of doing this, and you can either go for full passive house certification, which involves using very specific products that have been looked at by passive house, and they have said this product definitely does X, Y, and Z. There are other products that achieve the same thing, but they just don't have that kind of badge attached to it, as it were. Again, our sustainability officer is happy that the proposed approach is an acceptable one, and especially in a day and age where there is a real issue with shortages of lots of building materials. If we were to insist on it being certified, we don't really have a planning reason to insist on it being certified, because there's no planning grounds for it to actually meet passive house standards at all. This is above and beyond the requirements that the developers actually needing to provide. But in addition to that, it could potentially slow down the actual realisation of the development if we were insisted on, for example, very particular windows to be used. So again, it's something that, because it's already above and beyond the minimum that's required from a sustainability perspective, it's not something that we should be insisting on. The methodology used for the overheating, TM5G, I must say I'm no expert in the field of overheating, but I have done a bit of research, and as with most fields, so we talked earlier about the Lambeth Parking Survey methodology being the kind of benchmark that parking methodologies are carried out to this. The TM5G is a methodology that developments are assessed against in terms of overheating. So what they have done is they've used this given methodology and looked at different units on each floor of each block to make sure that they comply with that, and that from an overheating point of view, it meets the standard that's required nationally. Car parking areas will be managed, as I said, by the city council, and that gives them some flexibility in terms of potential future use for space. If there is if there's spaces that aren't being used, they could potentially look at what they could do with that, but that will be a separate matter outside of what's applied for in this application. The highways objection, apologies if I wasn't clear. So the highways objection has gone away. They are now content, given that the area shown on the plan. Excuse me, it's a longer presentation than I realised. So this plan here shows in green the area that the Highways Authority are now happy falls outside of their jurisdiction. So we can condition that the appropriate works in terms of getting a stopping up order takes place prior to any development on site to ensure that that does take place, because this is obviously something that for the Highways Authority is necessary for the development to be acceptable. So we can word a condition appropriately to make sure that that happens prior to any development on the site. With regards to the point about brickwork quality, it is a very good point. And I think when you look at buildings around the city, certainly where they will stand out, and this building will be fairly prominent when you look at footprints, heights, etc. And the quality of the brickwork is going to be key. We have attached a condition that requests not just details of what the bricks will be, but also sample panels. So that will allow us to interrogate much more than just the bricks and just what the mortar looks like and what the windows are like, but actually what the actual joints will be like and how it all fits together. So that will allow us, it's a similar process to the scheme that Councillor Smart referenced at the Meadows Community Centre, where they built panels on site and we were able to keep those on site until the development is finished to ensure that that benchmark is reached and that the officers are happy that that design quality is met. Accessible post boxes. I think, Councillor Thorber, if I'm not mistaken, you're referring to post boxes being able to be accessed externally. That's not something that's proposed here, and I think it's something that, to some extent, the secure by design officers influence whether or not that is appropriate on a given site, but it's not something that is proposed here. I think that's all the questions that were asked, but if I have missed anything, please do let me know.
And so lots of answers. Thanks, Ganesh. Quite a session there. So, councillors, if you want to come back on any of those things, maybe we'll have one more round of debate, questions, and then go back to Ganesh to finish off this item. So, Councillor Thornbury, you're first.
On another scheme where it wasn't a KIP scheme, where there were flats being provided, we did put in an amended condition to ensure that each flat could measure their own water use. And I would really like to have condition 18 amended so that each flat can measure its own water usage. I would like to put in a condition that we do have externally accessible letterboxes. And I have one question, if the officer could answer. The planning policy is that 5% of accessible homes should be M43 wheelchair adapted. So 5% of 70 is 3.5 homes. We've gone down to 3 rather than up to 4. Is there a reason for that? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. So these potential changes to conditions and so on, we'll come back to those in a moment, councillors. I'll let Ganesh have a chance to respond as well. Councillor Poor.
Just to second Councillor Thornborough's request for the accessible post boxes, it is a requirement of our local plan that post boxes are externally accessible, so I don't think it's an unreasonable condition, because in fact it should be complied with anyway. And secondly, could I just request an informative about the car club space? I appreciate this is a council development, but we should treat them like we do all other developers, and I always ask for it. And I think maybe combined with Councillor Bennett's request for consideration of electric charging for scooters stroke e-bikes, because again we can't require it, but I think it's just good to put that marker down for any developer. Thank you.
Thank you. Got to myself. So I said I thought it was a good looking scheme. Quite liked it. Single aspect flats is not a good thing though. And I suppose, if the agent is still listening, hopefully that's something that could be looked at in future and have less single aspect because it's less good for occupants. I think that links up to the point about that Councillor Thornborough raised about passive house and being certified, and so that the kit, the equipment will work well in hot weather as well, which is effectively at least one from single aspect dwellings. So I don't know what the cost is. I'm very much aware that an applicant has a budget and that they have to put forward their best plan for that. This could be extra to that, but I feel that it could be useful to suggest to the applicant that an informative to have that certification done would be, on balance, in my opinion, not knowing how much it will cost, in my opinion, a good thing. So an informative I'm suggesting. I'm surprised at your response to Councillor Dryden's question about public art, because I have some experience of public art myself. Artists are very good at doing what they do. I can't see how there's any problem with putting public art on this site myself, because public art can be any number of different things. I was concerned about the question that Councillor Gorthrope Wood raised about the NHS contribution going to Huntingdon Road, because it's clearly, the Aubrey Road surgery is clearly much closer. And I don't know if we have any say in that, or whether we put in to suggest otherwise. Is it just a done deal and we can't argue about that? On the water meters, so as far as I understand, it's just a matter of the water company putting in a water meter into each flat. I mean, it's potentially not even a cost to the applicant. And this would enable each occupant or occupants of each dwelling to be able to potentially lower their bills, because they'll pay for the water they use, which is in a sense much fairer, but also encourages less water use, which is what we want really in the end, because the market economy would tend to drive each individual or family to use less water because they can spend less money then on their bills. On post boxes, I disagree with councillors spoken so far. I think we have an interest in this as political parties. We like to deliver leaflets to post boxes, and I think that needs to be said. And many residents would prefer not to get those leaflets, but there you go. So if residents want to have their post boxes on the inside, then I think that's a question mark really. And I wouldn't want to condition that. I think we could put an informative in maybe. I've seen them both inside and outside, and I'm not sure even in this day and age that much comes in the post anyway, because a lot of it's done electronically anyway. So a lot of what comes in the post is rubbish. It's pizza, delivery things, and political party manifestos. So I don't want to go. So I disagree. So Ganesh, if you could respond to those things with any useful comments, and then if councillors want to vote on any conditions or informatives that have been mentioned, we can go after that.
Thank you, Chair. If I start with the suggestions from Council Porrer in terms of informatives, more than happy to put an informative on regarding a car club space, conscious of the fact that we can't insist on it. The same with the electrical charging for potential motorised vehicles like bicycles and possible disabled vehicles. Councillor Smart's point about the passive house certification. So again, we can put an informative on. It's not one that we can condition, just because the requirement for passive house isn't something that our policies require. But an informative to that effect is absolutely fine. Letterboxes, so it's a difficult one for us to condition at this point, because that would materially affect the fabric of what's been designed, because it will obviously take up space on a wall external to the building, so that will need a redesign of the scheme. So that's not something that we can condition as such, because it would require quite a big change to this. But I think it's okay for us to put an informative on. I did want to bring Toby Williams in on that point, because I know he has much more wider experience of the City Planning Committee with that respect, and also the individual water meters.
Thanks, Chair. Some echo on my voice. It's gone. Thank you. So yeah, we have in the past conditioned accessible post boxes, and that is a requirement of one of the policies within our local. It's not always possible, and if Ganesh, you're saying that would result in amendments to the scheme, possibly, then it might be wiser to apply an informative rather than a condition. I don't think that the scheme should fall, possibly, if that were the only issue associated with it. The other point around individual meters, I had assumed that would be part of the course in terms of just the installation of individual meters to householders. That's not ever anything that a local planning authority has come across. I'd assumed that what the condition is doing is ensuring that all the water efficiency appliances, taps, etc., flushing mechanisms are to the kind of higher efficiency in terms of their fittings, but the actual use would be measured internally, and individual residents would be responsible for their own bills. So I'm not sure that really needs to form part of the permission.
Thank you, Toby. Did you want to come back at all, Ganesh, or are you done? You're on mute.
Sorry, just to clarify a little bit further on the issue of external post boxes and the issue that would give in this case around my comment of it resulting in the need to redesign. I'll just very briefly share one slide with you, which is the layout of ground floor. So if we take any of these blocks, if we look at block B, for example, the one that stands by itself, you've got a main entrance from Verulem Way, you've got a secondary access that leads to the car park. The rest of that built form is serving units. So if we were to condition, or if we want to insist that there was post boxes that were accessible from a wall, it would result in the need for something to change, be it the location of stairs, or be it the sizes or shapes of flats. So it wouldn't be something we could easily condition without needing things to drastically change. And I think that's the problem that we would have in this instance. But it's certainly something I think that we can encourage future KIP schemes to look at, is whether or not they can be built in.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Ganesh. Councillor Bajent wants to speak. He's probably going to speak about external areas and satellite issues, which we never covered, but I'll give him the opportunity to say that himself. Councillor Bajent.
Yes, Chair, I think that Ganesh did mention permitted development on aerials, but we have in the past on these sorts of developments put on a condition that there'll be no external satellite dishes or aerials on the building. As a condition, this planning committee has supported that twice now.
Toby is going to speak, Ganesh, if that's okay.
Thanks, Chair. So I think on that we have supported that type of position, particularly where the site is either within a conservation area or might affect its setting. I'm not aware that we've done that as standard for residential sites that are outside of heritage zones. I think my view is that that would be one step too far in terms of control, but it is for members to determine if they want that as an additional condition.
Toby, did you have anything to add, Ganesh, on that matter?
No, I just agree with everything Toby's just said.
Thank you. So, hang on, Councillor Bajan, because you've spoken already. So, is this on this matter, Councillor Barr, or a separate thing? Separate thing. Hold on then. So, Councillor Bennett, is this on satellite aerials and things like that?
No.
No. Okay. Well, let's cover this off then. So, Councillor Bajan, you speak.
Chair, I'll go back to the start then. On some of these buildings, we get a plan. We get a plan of the external face of the building. And then sometimes the developer, in the case of Hills, often the developer, we get aerials put all over the buildings. And I think this is something that we ought to stop. There's plenty of opportunity at the time it is built to put in an aerial system that can run off of the roof or somewhere like that. I think that it's time for us to stand out against that. You get a beautifully designed building and then they cover it in television aerials. So I'd like it to go in as a condition, please.
Yeah, okay, you've made that point already, Councillor Bajan. I think Ganesh also noted earlier that the aerials could be shared between flats. Did you say that, Ganesh, earlier?
I didn't say that, but that is something that certainly with satellite dishes could be the case, as with TV aerials.
Okay. So, I don't know if anyone else has got anything to say on this. I am of the opinion that residents should be allowed to live their best life. If they want to have an aerial or a satellite on their balcony, then they should be allowed to do it. If they want to watch Sky Sport or whatever, that's their life. I don't think we have the right to control that in that way. It's like the sort of thing I think about, we've had that scheme from Off Hills Road where the architect designs this perfect scheme and then residents want to change it a bit because it's their home and they want to do something. And I think that's the point here, is that, we're all human ourselves, and the way we do things, what we wear, what we do, how we decorate our buildings, if you like, both functionally and decoratively. And I think that we shouldn't be attempting to muck around with that. I think if they want to put an aerial up, that's up to them. I don't find in this day and age that it looks so awful. I appreciate what Councillor Bajan is saying, but I just don't, there's all sorts of other stuff on balconies. People often put their bikes and their table and chairs and plants and all sorts of bits and bobs get scattered around. And so I think that's just the nature of human life. Councillor Thornborough.
I think my opinion is this is about providing utilities to every dwelling, and then it's up to the resident whether they take up the use of that utility, and therefore it's done in the easiest way possible. I think we should be actually asking for future-proofing of the homes so that future technology can be taken to each home without excessive work, making it actually very easy. So therefore, the developer could allow for one aerial somewhere, and any resident could say, yes, I want to have a TV aerial, and it's a TV link, and it's switched on, and they pay for it. So it's just putting in the extra services and future-proofing so that buildings aren't covered in things. So there are lots of examples where broadband connections have been brought in because technology has changed so much in the last 20 years, and you have wires attached to the outside of the buildings all over. And in my opinion, that does detract. And this is part of future-proofing that I think is sensible and that we should be asking for.
I mean, I'm going to come straight back to you, Councillor Thornborough, to you and the committee, and say future-proofing costs money and we can't foresee the future. In my house, when I put a couple more rooms, when our family was growing, I put loads of telephone sockets. Before I knew it, we were all using mobile phones and I wasted all that money. So future-proofing is difficult anymore. Councillor Bennett, do you have your hand up?
Yes, but this is actually on external mailboxes. And the issue here is that we have a building which has excellent design to minimise antisocial behaviour, particularly the iceberg bin stores and the internal cycle storage. And if you don't have external post boxes, you have to have some arrangement where the postie can get in and deliver post. And most of these arrangements allow other people to get access to the building and have been abused in the past. So, for example, most people know that if the post boxes aren't, there's normally a tradesman's bell for the postie, which is open until 12 noon, and people have abused that and do abuse it locally. So, yes, political party, yes, my party loves to leaflet, but actually really the reason why I support external post boxes is minimising ASB, particularly when the building design is so good for doing that in this case. I really don't want to weaken the good work that Ganesh and his colleagues have done.
Thanks, Councillor. We're going to have to draw this from a conclusion. I'm just making notes of the outstanding matters here, which I see as water meters, post boxes, satellites and aerials, and passive certification. Councillor Pora.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett's covered almost exactly what I was going to say. I would just add, apart from the political leaflets, what happens if you don't have them externally is anyone who lives in flat 1 gets buzzed every single time someone wants to drop off a pizza leaflet or anything else, which I know is a source of frustration. I mean, setting aside the political issues where we're just particularly conscious of it. But actually, maybe people don't want junk mail, but what actually happens is they just get buzzed. Let me in, I've got a delivery for someone, I'm going to, and it's less secure. So having said that, I do appreciate on this design, it may be too late for us to amend it, because actually, in my view, it's not enough to refuse the development. However, I really, really would like this to go back to officers via Toby, that when we get other developments, we really need to be telling people they need to make space for external post boxes. And I'm probably in the same space for the aerials. This is more a point of principle. I personally feel for this development, it wouldn't be right to restrict it, because there isn't any other means for people to get their television or Wi-Fi or whatever if we haven't insisted on wiring going in. So I think I probably agree with the chair that although I'd be very supportive of an informative, because that's better than nothing. Thank you.
People are still putting their hands up. I'd like to sort of draw this to a conclusion. Is it something new, Councillor Bajan?
Well, it could be new. I'd like it, I'm proposing that it's a condition, Chair, and I'm going to add to what I've said. If you're on the 4th floor and you want a satellite dish, how do you get it on there anyway? You can't hang it off the balcony. That's not how we would do these things. They have a certain direction they need to point. This should be put in by the developer.
So, firstly, we could have a condition on water meters, a condition on installing water meters, a condition on installing an informative on water meters, an informative on external post boxes, an informative on passive certification, if everyone is okay with that, or some people have said different, but anyway, that's those 3. The other one, the satellites and aerials, I think we need to have a vote on probably about how we stand on that. Councillor Thornborough.
I think the water meter, measuring your own water meter is so important. I feel that the conditions should be adapted so that the requirement of 1,000 litres per person per day is measurable. So how they actually do that is up to them. But a lot of modern flats, I assumed like Toby that it was each flat had a meter, but more and more with the water.
Just stop a minute, Councillor Thornborough, yes. if I may. I think from what Toby said in my own life experience, as I understand it, any individual can have a water meter.
No, that is not the case, I'm afraid. That is not what we're finding for new flats in new blocks of flats. There is one water meter, and all of the water is charged individually as a service charge to the flats. They don't have the opportunity to change supplier or to individually measure their water use.
Okay, well, in that case, we can go for the informative, I think, then. Okay, you want the condition, do you? Right, okay, we'll have... So I think if that's okay, then we're going to have an informative on post boxes outside, an informative on passive certification, and then we'll vote on satellites and aerials and vote on water meters. And the vote on satellites and aerials is about whether it's inside or whether it's outside or not, whether they can put them up themselves. And the vote on water meters is about whether we ask whether it's a condition or informative. Toby.
There are two other informatives. There's one that Ganesh agreed to in terms of the electric spur to the cycle storage areas, and also car club space, informative as well.
Thank you. So is everyone okay with that approach? Okay, so I think since nobody's argued with that, we can say already that the passive certification and the post boxes are informatives. We're going to go for that. They're going to happen. That's what we're saying. We want the post boxes outside. That's informative, Ganesh. And we want passive certification. That's informative. The satellite and aerials thing. So we'll have a vote then. All those in favour of allowing residents to put the satellites and aerials on the outside if they so wish. Sorry?
I thought we voted one. Are you saying...
Do you want to have it the other way around, do you?
Yes, sorry,
okay,
I'm
let's do it the other way around then. All those in favour of stopping residents from putting satellites and aerials on the outside of their building? 1, 2, what? I'm going to count Sarah. I think I can see myself as well. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5 for that. All those in favour of, we probably don't need to actually, do we? Because we basically, that's 5. We've only got 8 of us here. Is it 8? 5, 6, 9. Let's do the vote anyway. So all those that would allow residents to put satellites and aerials outside the building.
Sorry, Chair, can you carry on with the vote? Because it will be that they vote against that.
Okay, all those against that then?
That's 3, Chair.
3. Abstentions?
1,
Right.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. And the final vote is on water meters. So there's been 2 proposals, one for an informative, one for a condition to have water meters installed in each individual dwelling. All those in favour of a condition to support that? Informative, all those against that? That's me. Okay. Thank you very much, councillors. I think we're done. Ganesh, is that okay with you? Got all that? Yep, okay. So are you happy with that, Toby? Especially that last one?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, right. In that case, we'll go to the vote on this item. So, Toby, do you want to give us the recommendation, please? Take a minute to get those last things together.
That's fine, Chair. So the recommendation's on page 36 of the officer report, and that is to approve the development subject to conditions and subject to the section 106 in accordance with the heads of terms as set out. It's also subject to an additional condition with regard to the stopping up of the highway that Ganesh mentioned at the beginning of his presentation. It is subject to an informative in relation to the provision of an electric spur to the cycle storage areas. It's subject to an informative in relation to the commissioning to passive house standard. It's subject to an informative in relation to the investigation and possible provision of accessible post boxes. It's subject to a condition in relation to the removal of permitted development rights in respect of aerials. Chair, it is subject to an informative in terms of car club spaces, and then an additional condition in relation to the provision of water meters. I think that is everything, Chair.
You might just have added not only aerials but satellite dishes as well, but I think we got the gist. So, all those in favour of the recommendation, which, oh, you did say approval, didn't you? Yeah, approval.
Chair, that's unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. So the item is approved. Thank you very much for that debate. Very, very good, very robust. So we'll have a break now, if only for Ganesh, because you've been at it on screen for a while, haven't you? And we have too. So if we come back in about 5 minutes, at 1:45, we do the next item then. Thank you. No, so we're back on the next item, which is item number 6, Aragon and Sackville Close. So Ganesh, you're the case officer again on this item, and we've got to speak as an objector, and I think the agent is actually here in the room, Paul, yet to speak, so Paul later, and that's it. So you're still there, Adrian, but I think if you can just carry on trying to find the thing to turn it off, it's no big deal, and we can carry on listening to Ganesh, I think, can't we, officers? Is that okay, or should we? Ah, you've done it. Well done. Thank you very much, sir. Great. Okay, so Ganesh, if you want to present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my presentation very quickly.
Yeah, we can see it. Thanks, Ganesh.
Excellent, thank you. So the next application is Land at Aragon Close and Sackville Close, application reference 2200583 FUL. The proposal is the demolition of the existing garages and hard standing and erection of 14 houses, 7 at Aragon Close, 7 at Sackville Close. All will be 2 bedrooms, together with car parking, green space, landscaping, bin and bike stores and associated infrastructure. So this location plan shows the 2 development parcels in question. So the one at the top of the page is Aragon Close, and the one to the south is Sackville Close. You see they're fairly closely located in proximity to each other. On the Google Map images, so Aragon Close is where my pointer is here. You'll see there's 2 rows of 5 garages which have got these white roofs, areas of hard standing which is used as parking, and a substation on the site. You'll see there's quite a lot of trees dotted around the site. And similarly on Sackville Close, we've got 2 rows of 5 garages there. Again, very heavily tree lined. Line's probably not the right word. Trees all over the site really. And quite a large area of hard standing, which as you can see from this is used as car parking. So the proposed, I'm gonna split this up into some bits about Aragon Close first, and then I'll look at Sackville Close secondly, just for clarity. So this is the proposed block and ground floor plan of Aragon Close. So you'll see that the garages are supposed to be demolished, and a terrace of 7 homes, which will be 2 stories, are proposed. Car parking to re-provide some of the lost car parking, but also to provide parking for these dwellings, is proposed around the 2 sides of the site. The fronts of the dwellings are to the east. Here, properties will have cycle stores and bin stores to their fronts, with a little green front garden area, and then a small courtyard rear garden to the back, which will face out on the remaining open space. At first floor level, fairly conventional layouts. You come up some stairs, you've got bedroom at the front, bedroom at the back, and a bathroom. Some elevations, we'll look at some coloured elevations later, but these are just typical elevations of the fronts to the property, so fairly standard looking terrace. This is the front of the dwelling, so doors to the front, except for its end property, which will have doors on the flank to kind of animate that elevation a little bit more. Like the previous scheme, this has been designed to passive house standards, and so that's dictated to some extent the form of the building, as well as sizes of windows and other openings. You can just see over the front thresholds that there's a bin store and cycle store just at the front here. To the rear, low boundary treatment, which will be the rear gardens for these properties. Neighbour and amenity at Aragon Close. So these sections are actually really useful. So just thinking back to the site plan, you've got properties on 4 sides, but separated on 3 by roads. So this is a section that's taken east-west. So this is looking at the flank of the terrace. And you can see the distance from the properties to either side are 32 metres to the that'll be to the east, and 25.9 metres to the flatted development to the west, which is considered to be a very generous distance. you'll note the properties are 2 stories, as I stated, which is very much in keeping with the housing that's that sits on 3 sides and smaller than the apartments that sit on the other side. The elevation, the section, sorry, to the bottom is a north-south, so this is kind of looking face on. You get an indication of the heights of those flats that sit to the west, and then you've got the properties north and south, so distances to properties are 34 metres and 19.8. The properties on Aragon Close and the same with Sackville Close have a slightly odd arrangement that they have the rears of the properties facing the road. So the distances to these rear gardens is 8.8 metres and 23 metres in that arrangement. Cycle parking for Aragon Close. So I'm aware that in my report there's an error on the number of cycle parking spaces provided for each of the sites. So each house will have a cycle store for 2 cycles at the front, which allows for easy access. 2 cycle spaces for a 2-bedroom dwelling is policy compliant. On Aragon Close, you'll see that there's also a shared bike stand section here, which accommodates further 8 spaces which are available for wider use. Now looking at Sackville, so very similar arrangement. Again, terrace of 7 properties, fronts will be facing the east, cycle stores and bin stores in the front of those properties to allow ease of access. Car parking, provided on 3 sides in this arrangement. Some of this has been arranged in discussions with the county highways team who wanted some amendments made, but they have been made accordingly. And then the rears of the properties have their private terraces that back onto this open space that remains. Again, first floor, identical layout to what we saw on Aragon Close, bedrooms at the front and rear and a bathroom in the middle at the top of the stairs. Elevations are identical, so I won't take up too much time talking through them, but you'll see that the form is the same as what we've seen on Aragon Close. Again, for passive house reasons, their design has been informed very much by those principles. Looking at amenity, so again, the relationship is very similar, with the sites being very similar in their form, with roads around 3 sides. For this east-west section, so we're looking along the stretch of the homes. So again, these houses on the left-hand side of this section have their rear garden facing Sackville Close. It's nearly 16 metres between the flank of proposed buildings and that garden, and 26.5 metres from wall to wall. Facing the other way, 16 metres to the rear garden, 27.1 metres to the rear walls of those properties. And again, section at the bottom, so this is looking at the flanks of those, 25.2 and 22.3 metres to the rear gardens respectively, and 29.7 and 31.9 metres to the rear wall respectively. That arrangement for properties of this sort of size and height is considered perfectly acceptable in terms of outlook, impact on sunlight and daylight, and the sort of arrangement of having properties either side of the road is not an unusual one. Cycle parking again, so just to be clear, each of these 2-bedroom houses will have a cycle store at the front of their houses in blue here for 2 cycles, which is policy compliant. There's also a shared bike stand for a further 8 cycle spaces. So just thinking about both sites at the same time now. So in terms of the future occupiers of these, all properties will meet or exceed the nationally prescribed space standards. Passive house standards would result in reduced energy bills for occupiers, and all properties will have private external amenity spaces. Car parking, so just some figures here really. Existing numbers of parking spaces on Aragon Close 26, Sackville Close 28, so that's a total of 54. The proposed number of spaces is 39 in total, so 19 on Aragon Close and 20 on Sackville Close. So that's a difference of -7 and -8 on the sites respectively. 1 disabled parking space is proposed on each site, and 1 car club space is proposed at Sackville Close. The location of that space is yet to be determined, and a condition has been attached.
Just stop a minute, will you? Just stop. So, Councillor Collis, you stepped outside the room just then, which could be an issue for voting. So, it was only briefly, but I think perhaps it might be best if, Ganesh, if you could just go back one slide, I think, was that it, Sarah? If one slide, just do that slide again, and then, it's an easy mistake to make, I think it's a member of the public, wasn't it, or something? Yeah, yes, sorry, but it's just best if we do it correctly. So if you could just do that slide again, please, Ganesh, so everyone can be fully conversant.
Yeah, so this is the first site where we're looking at the two sites together. So in terms of the amenity for future occupiers on both sites in these proposed dwellings, all properties meet or exceed the nationally prescribed space standards. Passive house standards would apply to the houses on both sites, which will result in reduced energy bills for occupiers. And all properties will have private external amenity spaces to the front and rear. So I've moved on to a slide about car parking, so I'll just go through these figures again. In terms of existing number of spaces for car parking, Aragon Close, including garages and hard standing, has 26, Sackville Close 28, so that's a total of 54 spaces. In terms of what's proposed, 19 on Aragon Close, 20 on Sackville Close, so that's a total of 39, so a difference of 15. So that's 7 less on Aragon Close and 8 less on Sackville Close. 1 disabled parking space is proposed on each of the sites, and 1 car club space is proposed on Sackville Close. The exact location of that car club space has been conditioned, so we don't know where that's going to be as yet. And the reason for not having a set place for that at this moment in time is it will depend on what sort of negotiations are undertaken between the developer and the car club provider in terms of the sort of vehicle it is, whether it is an electric charging vehicle or otherwise, and then we can make sure that an appropriate parking space is allocated to that car club car. On the subject of electric vehicle charging points, so 39 spaces overall are provided on across the two sites, and 12 of those are active, which equates to just over 30%. Council's SPD seeks 50%, but it's worth just bearing in mind that not all of these spaces are for the 14 dwellings that are provided. This is for wider use as well. So in terms of the negotiations that we've had with developers about working out the appropriate amount of active charging points to have, we started by working out 14 dwellings. The maximum parking standard is 1.5 spaces per dwelling. So that would equate to 21 spaces. And we've said that the minimum should be 50% of that amount. So that's 11.5. So we've worked out 12 would be an appropriate amount for the 14 dwellings that are being provided, but they are available for wider use, and not just the dwellings in question. Trees and biodiversity. So in terms of trees, as the Google Maps images show, these two sites, as well as having garages on them at present, they are very heavily covered in trees, as you can see by all of these blue circles, or nearly circles in some cases. The ones with red lines around them are trees and hedges that need to be removed to facilitate the development. The council's tree officer has been involved in pre-app discussions on this site, and as a result, we've managed to minimise the amount of lost trees, partly by looking at footprints of buildings, but also in terms of having a very sensible and realistic look at what areas around those buildings need to be left to make sure that no damage is incurred by those trees. So on Sackville Close, those red circles and this kind of L shape, which is hedgerows, constitutes 5 category B trees and 4 category C hedgerows that are lost. On Sackville Close, it's 2 category B trees that are lost, 7 category C trees and hedgerows, and 1 category U tree. So in total, that's 19 trees lost, and there's a proposed 4 lost. Will be a net loss of 15 tree sites. Again, similar to the previous item that we heard, the exact species and size and maturity of those trees will be determined by way of condition. In terms of wider biodiversity issues, so again, it's desired that we try and get a minimum of 20% net gain, ideally on site where possible. There are kind of two strands to the biodiversity calculations. One relates to habitats and the other relates to hedgerows. In terms of habitats, the existing site contains 1.26 habitat units. So basically there's a calculation that's done and a metric that comes up with a quantum of units, and that quantum is 1.26. The proposal will result in a loss of 0.57 of those. The proposal will then provide 0.77 habitats, including wildflower grass and shrubs. An additional 0.08 units will be provided on adjoining amenity grassland verges, resulting in a total biodiversity net gain for habitats of 21.71%. With regards to hedgerows, again, there is this kind of metric which calculates units, and the existing site contains 0.09 units of hedgerow. The proposal will have a total of 0.37 units of hedgerow, which equates to a total of 309% biodiversity net gain in terms of hedgerows. As I'd stated on a previous slide, the ideal situation is for this to be kept on site as much as possible. In this case, it's not been, and that's partially because of built form. So areas where there are actual buildings, it's much harder to increase your biodiversity net gain. Things like bird and bat boxes do have an impact, but in this case, it's not been possible to maximise the 20% net gain on both sites in isolation. So there are these two small areas just to the east of each site where additional biodiversity net gain will be provided to make sure that that 20% is met across the two sites. In terms of affordable housing, so these 14 units are all for council rent. As per the previous presentation I've done, so the National Planning Policy Framework says that sustainable development should have environmental, economic and social benefits. For this scheme, the environmental benefits include passive house standard dwellings, electric vehicle charge points, and more than 20% biodiversity net gain. In terms of economic benefits, the proposals would result in job creation during the construction phase. And in terms of social benefits, there'll be new council housing and potentially new communities created. So these are some CGIs that have been put together by the applicants, some computer generated images. So this is the entrance to Aragon Close. So you can see these buildings with the kind of blank walls are the flat blocks behind. And you then see the terrace of 7 dwellings appearing in the front with parking in some landscaped areas to the front of the site. And then the next image will be looking at the same development at Aragon Close, but from the remaining open space to the west. So you can start to see how the private terraced areas work. And then there'll be some planted beds and seating that appears in the back of the site. So similarly for Sackville Close, this is from the entrance. And you'll note from this that all the properties have their entrance door to the front, except for the end unit, which has its entrance from the flank, which provides a bit more animation to that elevation. And then the view from the rear, again very similar to what we've seen on, oh, sorry, that should say Sackville Close, that not Aragon. So very similar to Aragon Close. In terms of the planning balance, it's acknowledged that there would be a net loss of trees. The proposal provides 14 council dwellings, however, which has to be given significant weight. The proposal represents a sustainable form of development in line with the National Planning Policy Framework definition, and it will provide significant biodiversity net gain on and in very close proximity to the sites. The proposal would not have an adverse impact on neighbouring amenity and would encourage the use of sustainable forms of transport. With that in mind, officers recommend that permission is granted in accordance with the conditions in Section 106 agreement as set out in the officer's report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ganesh. We've got 2 speakers. First one's the objector, Rosalie. So, Rosalie, I've got a note here you might need to read your statement out, but are you able to come on screen and speak yourself? I can see your initials on screen. Let's turn your camera on.
Hi, yeah, I am here.
Oh, hello. Hi, Rosalie. Good afternoon.
Hello.
So, how it works is you get 3 minutes to speak, and towards the end of the 3 minutes, half a minute before the end, the bell goes to say we're coming to the end, so you know. So when you're ready, please do speak.
Thank you. Just to start off by saying I am a resident of Aragon Close. I live in the block of flats that would be behind this development. So my comments relate mostly to this site, but I sort of do object to the development as a whole. I have spoken with some of the other residents in the Aragon Close block of flats, and those I've spoken to have agreed with my primary concerns. I've noted there are also 10 public comments objecting this, and some of those are those I've spoken to. So I object to the application on a few grounds. Firstly, as many comments on the plan have pointed out, the development will result in a net loss of parking spaces, as we've just seen. I believe that this loss is actually greater than suggested, as the garages I don't believe has been considered as parking spaces. And I don't think that new cars possibly brought by the new residents will have been considered in the calculations either. So the net loss would actually be more than 7. At the online forum last year, we were informed that this shouldn't be much of an issue, as all residents will need to apply soon for parking permits anyway. But even if only residents with parking permits park in the area, will still be a net loss of spaces given the new houses, I think. So I'm concerned, like others, that it will create conditions where accessibility is quite a dangerous issue in the area, or a potentially dangerous issue. We've been told that the garages that to be torn down are not used, but having spoken to my neighbours since becoming aware of this plan, I don't believe this is the case, and some are quite upset at the prospect of losing this valuable space. So I think that should be considered. Secondly, and crucially, I don't think it should be underestimated that this development is surrounded on all sides. I understand as we've been told that this is a generous amount of space between the buildings, but you know, when it's being taken away from you, it doesn't seem as generous. It's a highly populated area and a long established community, and the effort to cram more housing into this saturated area seems ill thought out and quite inconsiderate in my opinion. It was suggested in the forum that the space is not used. I live in the area and can say that the green space in particular is used daily in the summer by local children, so I'm not sure why that was said. The development will take space away from them and the local community, and potentially create hazards in the area for children going to and from school and other vulnerable residents, of which there are quite a lot in the area. Finally, I understand that the biodiversity report indicates a net gain will result from this development. As you can see in the presentation, I think that this is minimal and uncertain, and in my opinion, the developers have proved themselves untrustworthy in this regard, as they cut down a perfectly healthy tree about a year ago or last year and did not inform the community. I sent an email at the time about this when this happened, and I did receive a prompt reply and a partial explanation, which was appreciated. However, when this was brought up in the online forum consultation with the community, it became clear that the planners didn't really have any... Sorry?
Just, if you could just bring your points to a conclusion, thanks.
Yes, yeah, no, I'm on the last bit. It became clear that the planners didn't have an intention of mentioning this, and it wasn't taken into their calculations. So for this reason, I don't have trust in the biodiversity aims of the development, and I don't feel the committee should either. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much, Rosalie. Thank you. You're quite welcome to carry on listening to the debate. If you want to just turn your camera off, probably best. And the next speaker is Paul. If you want to come to the table, then Paul, as you're here in person, and speak, and maybe introduce yourself as well. So if you press the button on the right-hand side, lights up red, yeah, and you get 3 minutes to speak, and a bell will go just before the end to let you know you're coming to the end. So when you're ready, Paul.
Lovely. Thank you, Chair. My name is Paul Belton. I work for Carter Jonas. I'm the agent for this application. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. These sites have been brought forward by the Cambridge investment team in response to the significant need for more council housing, as we've already heard in the previous item. It also follows a comprehensive search of suitable and available sites owned by the City Council that can come forward and make a meaningful contribution to meeting that urgent need. This is an application that has followed on from an earlier pilot project at Fen Road and Ditton Lane and has been designed to passive house standards. Each site will deliver 7 two-bed homes, each designed in a terrace. The development continues the street pattern and provides new homes that reflect the scale and form of adjacent houses. The design and position of the houses has been carefully refined through the detailed pre-application process. A key focus has been on preserving the landscape features and retaining the same areas of hard and soft landscaping. While a limited number of trees surrounding the new homes are to be felled, we have worked closely with the Council's trees and landscape officers to ensure that the tree removal is minimised and that the mature landscape setting of the area is retained. On both sites, wider landscape improvements are proposed for the adjacent green spaces, with new paths and benches proposed, as well as new play features. A biodiversity net gain of over 20% will be delivered, both on the site and on land immediately adjacent, and that's clearly documented in the submission that we've made. The landscape improvements that are proposed will allow the existing green areas, which are not always well used, to become more of a focus of the estate and make a much greater and indeed positive contribution to the local community, in our view. A great deal of the design focus has been given to making these homes highly sustainable, efficient to run and resilient to overheating. The mandatory local plan standard to reduce energy and water use has been comprehensively surpassed, and these new affordable homes will again be of the highest and very exceptional quality. The development of these sites will result in the loss of some parking spaces. While only a limited number of objections from the local community have been received, the loss of parking has been raised. While we do understand that some have concerns on the future availability of parking, the application submitted confirms that car usage in the area is actually quite low, with 80% of homes either owning no car or just one vehicle. All of the proposed homes are modest two-bed homes and will therefore be likely to generate a limited future parking demand, particularly given the site's highly sustainable location. In light of these concerns, we think appropriate balance has been struck. In conclusion, I would simply say that delivering small, underused and previously developed sites such as this to deliver highly sustainable and much needed new council homes is never easy. While in this case of the application, some localised tree removal is needed and some residents are concerned about the availability of car parking, clear and well-considered solutions have been found. The benefits of this scheme are significant and carry significant weight, and we therefore support the planning balance set out by the case officer and hope that planning permission is granted. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul. Over to debate. I'll just draw attention to the objectors' comments for your benefit, Ganesh, unless you missed anything, and then you can, answer those together with the other councillors' points. So Rosalie pointed out that there are 10 public objectors. There's a net loss of parking spaces. She thought the garages were not considered as parking spaces, and I want to refer to that. And is it an issue that garages are not used or used? Is that something we need to consider here in committee? Rosalie said it was a highly populated area, so you might want to let us know what your thoughts are on that. And also that it's been said the green area is not used, but Rosalie said it is, so that might be something to consider too. And finally, the tree that was cut down 1 year ago, I don't know anything about that myself. I don't know if you know, Ganesh, when you come to answer questions. So moving on to councillors' debate, so Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. Couple of points. Firstly, I want to echo Rosalie's comments on the green space. It is very well used. I know because I can see it out my window. So I would very much dispute that. I'm going to ask a similar question to the one I asked for the previous item. We're looking at bringing in some new housing into an existing community, quite a long-standing community, and I would like to understand more about how the impact on surrounding neighbours is going to be mitigated. I appreciate that the tree loss has been minimised as far as possible. I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy about that. But I'd like to understand a bit more about how and where the biodiversity net gain is going to be achieved. Is it going to be involving King's Hedges Rec, which is behind the existing flat blocks? From what I could see on the plan, it looked like the little sort of corners So the corner going into Ashcroft Court, as you approach Aragon Close, it looked like the little sort of grassed area was where we were proposing to achieve some of the biodiversity net gain. I can't see how that's going to work, and I'd like to understand a bit more about how that's going to be achieved. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Like Councillor Collis, I'm concerned about the biodiversity gain and how this will be achieved, whether it's on-site or off-site. I have a question on PV roofs, so that's 10.4.1. Now, I noticed that we don't have PV roofs, which is, I suppose, to do with the design, but is it possible to have the ones that are on the south-facing sides of these, I don't know what you call them, these kinds of pitched roofs? Now, and the other thing was cycle stalls, whether these will be green roofed. And then I had some questions on EV chargers, but as far as I understood that you had, you're meant to have EV chargers for all new housing. So we've just got 12. I'm quite keen on the passive ones because they would allow very fast charging to happen in the future. But we've also got this car club, and I'm not sure, as you say, it hasn't been decided where that's going to be. And to reiterate, I don't really want to, but yeah, it's the use of the garages, how much, what will non-residents park around here? Will it lead to some parking stress? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Poro.
Thank you. I won't repeat the concerns about biodiversity net gain. I'd just like to find out a little more about play features, because I couldn't quite see, I know that was mentioned by the agent, I think. Are we putting that in, and is that going to detract from the biodiversity net gain in the sense it will take space? My main confusion at the moment is how the parking spaces are going to be managed. I absolutely agree with Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood. We need to have at least 14 charging points because that is local plan conditions. So I would prefer it to be 50%. But what I'm unclear at the moment is, given that there is concern, I mean, generally I'm supportive in reducing car parking spaces, but I just don't understand how these are going to be managed other than the car club one. Is it a free-for-all? Are they allocated with the house? Are the council going to rent some of them out? Because and what I'd also like to ask for is an informative that new residents are informed about alternative and sustainable means of travel, which I think we've done for some other developments, so that when you move in, you're informed about bikes, buses, etc., to try and encourage people who do move into these houses not to have cars. So I just wonder whether we need to have some kind of car park management condition, because at the moment I'm unclear as to how this is going to work and whether it would cause conflict between neighbours and residents, or mean residents buy cars and then can't park them. Thank you.
Councillor Thornborough.
Thank you for the presentation. A few questions. This is great that this is passive house design. I just want to ask about certification in the same way as the previous application, and ask if we could put in an informative about requesting certification. I see these are designed as individual homes. Will they be separately water metered? And if not, can we have a condition regarding that? Also, we have a policy of asking that 5% of all affordable homes are wheelchair accessible to comply with M43. So 5% of 28 is 1.4 homes here. Are we providing one home which is wheelchair adapted? That's it, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If you don't mind, Councillor Bennett, I'll just go next, then you after me. So I said this before, Councillors, let's be clear about, I mean, there's obviously a balance, but should be redesigning the scheme on the table. So let's look at what's there. I know that sometimes we do make slight changes and adaptations. Let's also be aware that some of the suggestions that we're making could have significant cost for the applicant. And let's also be aware that, as I've noted as chair of this committee, that the committee seems to, in my opinion, look differently to social housing schemes brought forward by KIP normally, but that's a good collaboration between Hill and the City Council to supply council housing for residents on the waiting list. Seems to look differently to those to be more inclined to want to spend their budget as opposed to commercial applicants. So budgets are budgets, and for example, I've heard it mentioned that the certification for passive house can cost a lot of money, hundreds of thousands of pounds, and that may be an amount of money that the applicant might not have in its budget to be able to supply council housing. Now, I know the cost of things is not really a planning matter, but I think it's worth just mentioning that as an aside, really, more than anything else. So just while I've got the floor, I'll just say a couple of things that I was going to say. Oh, right. Okay. Someone just said that the TV monitors here in the room are going to go off by themselves, so someone's going to press a button to make them come back on again. So I think a couple of points I was going to make was, firstly, I think it's a good-looking scheme, and I think, in terms, I really appreciate the comments from residents, and especially Rosalie, that's taken the time to come and speak to us about the scheme in terms of what's being proposed in their backyard, as it were. However, we need more housing in the city. It seems, is my microphone still working? It seems to be a sensitive scheme as far as I can see. The site could have supported much, much more development. And so I see this as being a moderate development, in my opinion. And I would also just say that although maybe it's a step too far for some people, but I think design and beauty is important, and I think the design of a row of houses, 7 in number, is a particularly good number. We might not all be so keen on numbers, everyone, but 7 is a good number because it's meant to be the most beautiful number in the world. And when you look at a number of things that are replicated, you have a certain feeling about them, and I think it looks good. On a more practical and prosaic level, I've said this before, valley gutters can be a problem. They're very fashionable, they have been for some years, and this is a row of valley gutters. That's the gutter in between each individual house. When you look at the facade of the front, it goes up and down in between. In this particular case, I think my point is particularly pertinent because it's surrounded by big trees, and those gutters are going to get full of leaves and block up, and that could be a problem and cause water to come into the dwellings underneath. So I'd just like to highlight that and bring that to the agent's attention, and hopefully that there will be some scheme in place to clean out those gutters on an ongoing basis. So over to you, Councillor Bennett, for your points.
Chair, and thanks again to fellow councillors and Ganesh for removing most of what I had to talk about from my to-do list. I have one point only I want to raise, and that is regarding play space. I apologise, but I don't know this part of Cambridge as well as I should, and I'd like to just ask about if the local green area play space is reduced or no longer available, what is the nearest option for children, and is it actually reached off-road? Because I think it's particularly important for 2-bedroom houses, because typically they're going to families with just one sex of children, which generally tends to mean younger children. So I think play space has to be paramount. And if it's easier for Alex Collis to answer that question about play space, I'm quite happy with that.
Over to you, Alex.
Yeah, more than happy to answer that. So there are 2 parks, both accessible on foot within about 2 minutes. So if you turn right and walk down, there's a small area in Neptune Close on some hard standing. And then if you go behind the existing flat blocks across King's Hedges Rec, there's the Pulley Park, so there's plenty of play space.
Thank you for that,
Thank
Councillor. And obviously, if you have anything further to say, Ganesh, when you come to answering questions, that's great. But I thought I just, as Councillor Collins was invited to speak. Councillor Bagent.
Propose a condition to ensure that the external appearance of the development does not detract from the character and appearance of the area and conforms with the drawings submitted for approval. No aerial satellite dishes and the like to be allowed on external face of the building. Cambridge Local Plan 2018, section 55 and 57.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make a few comments. In Queen Edith's ward, we've had we've had 2 blocks of garages that were knocked down for housing, and we've also had a piece of wasteland that took some of the gardens and built housing on. They've all worked very, very successfully. People are really happy, and then they're really nice houses. They fit in the community really well, and I think this is a really good scheme.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Okay, we'll go back to Ganesh, and if there's anything else to pick up afterwards, we can do that later. So, Ganesh, I'd like to answer those points then, please, or questions.
Thank you, Chair. I think some of the points are similar, I guess, to the last item, but I'm aware that not everyone in this item was at the previous one, so I'll just go through some of those. So, firstly, about passive house certification, it's not a local plan requirement that the development needs to meet passive house standards, so conditioning that isn't something we could do, but similar to the last item and informative to that respect would be acceptable. Similarly, the point about measuring water consumption, we could put a condition on to make that something that the developer needs to make sure happens. On the issue of M43, and I have to apologise to Councillor Thornton because I didn't answer this question on your previous on your previous question on the previous scheme. So it's 5% of all affordable housing that's eligible on a scheme. So for a scheme of 14 units like this, the actual provision of affordable housing required is 25%. So the actual requirement for affordable housing provision on this site would only be 3.5 units. So the applicant's actually significantly over providing the amount of affordable housing that's required. So the 5% that they would need the 5% of M43 units will be based on that 3.5 units rather than the fact that they provided more units than they actually need to as affordable housing. So there isn't a requirement for them to provide affordable housing, any M43 units on this scheme. In terms of the car parking and how it's going to be managed, so it's something that's been discussed quite a lot at pre-app stage, and I think one of the real points of contention and concern for officers was very much about the fact that lots of the parking that's being removed and replaced serves a group of residents who aren't going to be people who will be living in these new homes. And so we were keen to make sure that the parking that is provided is available for any local resident. So it's not going to be restricted to just people who have the new homes, but it will be available for more wide use. And that's something that the city council's housing team will be able to monitor and ensure that doesn't create any problems. But it seems like it's the fairest way of doing it, given that the parking isn't just, what we don't want to do is build 14 homes and say here's parking for these 14 homes, and everyone else who would have otherwise parked on these sites can no longer park in the area. So trying to make sure that it's accessible for all seems like the fairest way to do that. On the issue of EV charging and the amount of it, so I'm just going to bring up my presentation because I've got some figures in there. Sorry, it's just going very slowly at this moment. So of the 39 spaces that are going to be provided, 12 of those will be active. So although that's about 30% of the spaces provided, what we need to consider is that not all of these spaces, the 39 spaces aren't for 14 homes. So what we've agreed with the developer was that a good approach to making sure that the quantum of EV charging active spaces is appropriate for the number of homes that are being proposed is we looked at the maximum parking provision set out in the local plan. So for a 2-bed house, the maximum parking provision is 1.5 spaces for a 2-bed house. So for 14 units, the maximum provision that we would ever expect to see would be 21 car parking spaces. The reason why there are more, as I've just said on a previous point, is that it's trying to serve for displaced parking for wider residents as well. So given the maximum number of spaces that these 14 homes should ever have would be 21, we've decided that the best solution would be that they should be providing 50% of that amount only and not the rest, but the rest will all be passive spaces, so they will all have the infrastructure for future activity when required. With regards to cycle stores and green roofs, so conditions are required. There's conditions about the materials and appearance of those, so we'll be able to secure if they are completely flat roofs, and we'll be able to make sure that those are green. On the point of solar panels, they aren't proposed, and we can't insist that they are provided. There's no requirement for them to be provided, that the homes are meeting the sustainability baselines that are required and then some. So to insist on further in addition to that would not be appropriate. So isn't something that we can insist on. With regards to garage loss, so the garages are all undersized, and so the lady who spoke in objection to this is correct. They weren't taken into consideration in terms of being parking spaces, as they don't meet the requirements in terms of the sizes for a modern day car to actually park. So they've not been included. So if you were including those, that number then would be greater. I just want to touch on a couple of other points that was raised by the lady who spoke in objection to it, and I just wanted to share another slide on it. I completely appreciate the point that was made about, it doesn't seem like a generous distance, and the one thing that I think no one is trying to deny is that what this will do is it will change what people's outlook is. It definitely will do that. And you can see on this bottom section, these are the flats in question. And so at the moment, they look out and all of this is an open space except for some low-level garages. And that will be changed by having a terrace of 7 properties at 2 stories that feature here. But in terms of neighbouring amenity, what we are needing to assess isn't whether or not there is a change, because it completely does change. But what we need to assess is whether or not any change is harmful to the amenity of those residents. And in terms of the distances, so looking at those blocks of flats, the distance from the rear garden wall to the wall of those houses is 25 metres, and from the wall of the actual flats themselves, rather than their gardens, to the walls of the houses proposed is nearly 30 metres. And from a harm perspective, officers consider that that's a more than acceptable distance in terms of outlook, in terms of light receipt, in terms of any sort of overbearing impact. So while I completely appreciate and very much understand the point made, the test for us isn't whether or not there is a change, it's how harmful that change may be. So I hope that makes some sense. A point was made about a tree that was cut down a year ago, and I must say that's not something I'm aware of. I'll just go to the tree slides I've got. So the tree information that is provided here is correct for what's there on the ground now. There are no tree preservations on any of these trees. So if trees were removed, that could have happened without needing any consent from the council. But I'd say it's not something I'm aware of. And the figures that have been used to calculate the biodiversity net gain are very much based on what's there at this point in time compared to what's proposed. So I don't unfortunately have a lot of useful narrative on that. Regarding, there was an interesting point made about the safety of children going to and from school and wherever else they may be going. And it's one of those points where I think it's a difficult one to know whether or not it would impact on safety in an adverse way or not. There's one school of thought that is very much the point that was made, and I guess the other school of thought is if you've got less car parking, then potentially you've got less vehicles knowingly using this area, and that could potentially reduce in less cars and potentially less chances of safety being prejudiced. So not one that I think is easy to answer, but I'm not convinced that what's being proposed can be said to be harmful to children's safety. Points about biodiversity. So I'll just get up the plans. So in terms of where the additional, the offsite net gain is being made, it is in these two areas just to the kind of southeast of each garage court. So on Aragon Close, that's going to be new wildflower grassland that will make up that element. And similarly on Sackville Close, it will be wildflower grassland that will make up that additional benefits. But these maps, and I appreciate it's probably quite hard to see on these screens, but these plans show the various things that will be included to make the on-site contribution. So things like amenity grasslands, things like new planting, new hedges will kind of help with on-site provision. But again, partly due to built form and partly due to the need for hard standing and hard services around to facilitate the development, it's not been possible for them to meet it completely on site. I think from an officer's perspective, where off-site provision is made, we would always like to see it as close as possible to the site. And in these instances, you're not going to get much closer to the site than what's proposed here. So I hope that answers the questions around biodiversity. Some points were made about trees being lost, and for officers, we accept that that's the one area where there is, when it comes to the planning balance, a thing that seems like the thing that's in the negative, but part of that balance is the fact that there is a net loss of trees. So across the two sites, 19 trees are lost and 4 are proposed. But officers considered that when you look at the wider benefits of the scheme, including the overall biodiversity net gain, along with the other benefits, so including the provision of new council housing, the sustainable forms of development, officers considered that whilst it is unfortunate and is not something we would ideally like to see, I think this plan that I've got up on the screen is quite useful in demonstrating that when you look at all these blue shapes of where trees are at the moment, if this site is going to be developed at all, and it's the same with Aragon Close, there will need to be the loss of trees, because you can't, there isn't room to fit in built form without losing some trees from somewhere. So working with the tree officer through pre-apps, we've looked at the way of minimising that as much as possible. I think in the very earlier pre-apps, we were seeing much more significant tree loss, and we've managed to work it to a point where it's as good as it can be, but we appreciate that that's not necessarily something that is fantastic with this scheme. But in terms of the wider balance, we think that the benefits outweigh the harm that's caused by that. Councillor Bajan's point about aerials and satellite dishes, it's the one that we discussed on the previous scheme as well. And these are flats. These aren't flats, sorry, like the previous scheme. These are houses. And I'm not really sure that, again, I mean, officers had the view on the flats that we thought it wasn't necessarily appropriate to restrict people from having aerials or satellite dishes on their properties if they so wished. And I think that will be the view of officers again here. But obviously, if members, and I feel they will want to make a motion to remove permitted development rights, and that's something that they can look to do. I think that might be everything that was asked, I believe. Yeah, I think that's everything. So if there is anything I've missed, please do let me know.
I'm sure they will, Ganesh. Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you. So, councillors, anything else? Councillor Bajan, did you want to come back about the satellites and aerials at all, or?
Yeah, it's a proposal as a condition, Chair.
So you want
Vote.
to stop aerials and satellites on these houses?
Yep. I mean, they've got roof spaces, they can put them in there.
So, anyone else for any more? And just to be clear, I think your proposal, Councillor Thornborough, about passive house certification was going to be an informative. That's acceptable to you? I was arguing against that, okay. So I'll argue against the aerials and satellites. I'll say the same as I said last time, briefly, if I can. I think residents should be allowed to put up a satellite dish or an aerial if they so wish. And I don't know if Toby wants to say anything about that, but I'll just further also say, you know, these are houses all over the city have satellite dishes and aerials on. Why should these be any different? And also, you know, under right to buy, if somebody buys their house from the council, from whoever the owner will be, like KIP or whatever, I presume they'll have the right to put a satellite dish or an aerial up then, so they'll be different to the others, and that won't be fair, will it? So I just see that as... Also, let's remember, councillors, conditions have to be reasonable for everyone concerned, not just the applicant, but future occupiers of properties, and so have to be reasonable. Toby.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I'd just say that this is different to the previous scheme. Previous scheme, there is potentially an option in terms of the flatted scheme for some form of kind of communal provision and aerial that other residents could plug into. These are individual dwellings, so I'd say quite plainly that I think that would be an unreasonable condition. What you're asking people to do is apply separately for planning permission for an aerial or satellite dish on a home that is within the normal residential area. There are no heritage constraints at all.
Councillor.
Chair, I refer back to 3 meetings ago when I raised this. Opposite my house in Timberworks, they have built a lot of architect-designed houses, hills, similar to this. You look along the row of houses and you don't see the very ornate and well-laid brickwork or the stylish roofs or the whole structure of the thing. All you see is a row of television aerials and satellite dishes. And this is the point I'm making. Houses in particular have lofts. The aerial and the satellite dish can be put in the loft. This is not a big deal. But why do we bother with the external appearance of a house to the extent that we're required to know what the gutter looks like, the downpipes look like, and then we allow people to plonk television aerials and satellite dish? This is not a challenge to people's human rights. It's walking down our roads and seeing this happening all over the city and trying to put down a marker to stop it. I'm going to move it, Chair. The committee can vote it down if that's what it would like to do.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, just to come back there, this is the problem with designing things on the table, is these aren't lofts in the old-fashioned Victorian sense. These are lofts, as it were, that won't be lofts at all. They'll be full of timber structures, thin bits of wood created into I can't remember what it's called, but Councillor Thornborough will be able to tell me that better, but I can't remember the name of the frame, the A-frame that will make this structure to hold the roof up. It won't be like some big beams of timber, so there might not be any space in the, as you call it, loft to put the thing in. But as an aside, I think the best thing to do is to see if there's a seconder and we'll go to the vote on that. So is there a seconder for Councillor Bajan's proposal? It's not. Okay, that falls away then. So in that case, the only difference, I think, was the proposal to have an informative on passive house certification. Anything else? Anyone? Councillor Thornborough.
Yeah, also, the condition to have the houses individually metered, that was agreed. Well, it was, I suggested it, and I think the case officer said that was possible.
Righty-ho, sorry I missed that. Thank you very much. Any more? In that case, Toby, can we have the recommendation, please?
Yeah, so the recommendation is set out on page 69 of the officer's report, that is to approve the application subject to the planning conditions and the completion of 106 in line with the heads of terms, and subject to 2 additional informatives, one in relation to passive house commissioning and another in relation to water measurement use for individual occupiers.
Thank you very much, Toby. And the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation?
Yeah, that's unanimous in favour.
Thank you very much. So the item is approved. Now, councillors, the next item is purse. We've got the purse people waiting at the back there, patiently waiting. We're sort of between the time we normally take a break. And I was hoping we might do one more item, but if anyone wants to stop, I will. Councillor Thornborough.
I would appreciate a lunch break now.
Okay, I think that's a couple of other people are nodding yes. Okay, I do apologise, Purse. At the back there, we're running late. Unfortunately, we never used to put timings onto the agenda. We always used to just say there's no way of saying, but in order to try to be helpful, we've started to put timings on the agenda, but they don't always work, I'm afraid. It depends on the item, and we try to always give every item a proper debate for residents, so I apologise, but half an hour then, so we'll come back at 1:25, please. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Planning Committee. The next item is item number 7, Upper School Hills Road. Apologies to the speakers on the item who've been waiting patiently for this to start. We've been running a bit late this morning. My screen a minute, hold on. Presenting officer on this one?
It's Samaya.
Okay. So the presenting officer is Samaya, not Charlotte Pete, as listed online. Am I in the right one there? Yes, I am. Hi Samaya, good afternoon. And we've got Alison Shakespeare to speak on behalf of Perse, one speaker only. Okay, hi, hello, good afternoon. Okay, Samaya, so if you're ready to present the item, then we'll have the speaker afterwards when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let me share my screen. Hold on. Chair, can you confirm that you can see my presentation and the red pointer, please?
Yes, can do, can see it, thanks.
Thank you. So there are some corrections to be made to the report, and as well as wording of conditions to help for clarity, and they are listed here. So I'm just going to go through them very quickly. So paragraph 3.0, there is a typo that should say filled. Paragraph 7.84, it should say severe rather than severity.
Maya, just slow down a minute so people can keep up with you, that's all. So maybe not the field thing, that's not so important, but just go a bit slower. I know you want to get through it, but just so everyone is aware of what you're saying. And councillors, if anything's not clear, just say at the end and we'll go back. Thanks, Samaya. Carry on.
Okay. In terms of paragraph 11, 1.131, it refers to number 19 Hills Road, and it should say number 19 Long Road. In terms of the conditions, the condition number 3, it should is to read the use of the indoor facility hereby approved shall not commence unless and until a complete community use engagement has been entered into with the local planning authority by the owner of the development and its operator. And condition 4, the wording is to change the wording to read no laying of drainage rather than no laying of services. Condition I to include if required on the condition, and condition 5 to amend the wording including preparatory works with the wording excluding preparatory works, and condition 10 to amend the trigger so that it reads prior to external works rather than no development above ground level. With regards to condition 24, so there should be, it has 2 conditions 24, but it should have condition 25 on the list of conditions. So
Samaya, hang on, go back, show that last screen again, that's it. I didn't understand that last bit for 24 and 25. Say that again.
So there are 2 conditions where it says there are 2 conditions with the number 24. There should be a condition 25 following condition 24. So in the report, in the condition list, 24, there are 2 of them rather than having 24, 25 and 26. So to just correct the numbering of
I got it, thank you. Just hold that screen a moment now, councillor. So do you want to check anything in the report with that screen up, or are you happy, content, etc. with that looks like it's all fine? Okay, thanks, Samaya. Okay, you carry on then, thank you.
Right, this application is at the Perse Upper School on Hills Road in Cambridge. It's for the construction of a new sports centre, including a swimming pool, a sports hall, a climbing wall, entrance lobby, a changing village, which is a changing room, and a plant and storage area, together with associated car and cycle parking, infrastructure and landscaping. In terms of the area, the Perth Upper School is surrounded by residential dwellings along Hills Road, here, Luard Road, here, Sedley Taylor Road, here, and Long Road. So these here and these there. So the buildings within the school site are mainly concentrated within the southeastern corner of the site, here, with the playing fields to the north, multi-use games area to the west, and the playing field to the west, southwest, which is this one here. For the application site, Adjourned is one of the playing fields at the school, and the application site sits between number 19 and number 37 Long Road. So this is number 19, and then this is number 37. There is an existing access into the school from Long Road next to number 19. So this access here, which is currently used by emergency and maintenance vehicles. The site is partly screened by existing protected trees on the southern boundary, this bit here along Long Road. So I'm just going to show you some photographs of the site. So photo 1 is looking towards the existing sports centre, this building here, from the site, and you can see the fencing, which is around the all-weather pitches, so this fencing here. Photo 2 is looking from the site towards number 37, which is number 37 is here. And photo 3, this one is showing the tree belt within the site along the southern boundary, so this tree belt here. Photo 4, this is showing the existing access into the site. Photo 5, photo 5 is looking from Long Road towards the existing access. So the site is just here. Photo 6, this is taken from across Long Road and is showing the tree belt from this vantage point. Photo 7, this is looking from this site access towards the east, and the entrance to number 19 is here. Photo 8 is looking from the site access and towards the west of the site. Photo 9 is looking across the road to of number 37. So number 37 is here towards the site, so the site is beyond there. And photo 10, this one is showing the visual gap that number 37 will see of the site, this bit here. So whilst the site forms part of the school playing fields, it is also designated in the local plan as part of a wider area of protected open space within the Perth school ground. The playing field is not marked out for pitch use and therefore not used for formal sports, as there are better quality playing fields provided elsewhere within the school grounds and off-site. Importantly, Sports England have been involved in the development of this project and do not object to the proposal. They consider that the benefits of the sports centre outweigh the loss of the playing field, and this is subject to a provision of a community use agreement to be secured by condition. So the community use engagement is proposed to include access for pay and play uses, as well as organised community club uses. So this slide shows the proposed block plan. which shows the existing access that will be utilised as the main access into the site. So this is the access. Here is the visitors parking area to the southwestern corner of the site. And then here, 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 and here are the cycle spaces. Here are the disabled parking spaces, and then this is the staff parking spaces. So along here will be the woodland edge planting to reinforce the existing tree belt. This brings about two benefits through additional screening from the public realm, as well as contributing to ecological enhancements. This section here will be a wildflower meadow, and this section here is grass lawn. The proposed landscaping will form part of the biodiversity net gain of 29% within the site, and the council's tree, landscape and ecology officers raised no objection subject to conditions. So this is showing the proposed ground floor plan, and the main entrance into the building is here, and then there is a large atrium. This section here is the swimming pool, and these are the storage spaces for the pool. This is the changing rooms, which is called the village change, and then this section here is the plant area. Over here is the sports hall and storage to the side and here. And then this is the climbing wall, and there is a staircases to serve the climbing wall. This is a proposed roof plan, which shows the plants equipment on this part of the roof. And then these are going to be solar panels, and these are just roof lights and light wells. These, sorry, I'm just trying to, these ones here. And this is the proposed east and south elevation, and the materials of the building will be brick. So this sections here will be brick, and the blue dotted line is where the proposed public art will be, but the details of the design needs to be agreed, and a condition has been attached. This part of the building, this section, will be of metal rain screening cladding, and this section here, which is green, will be coloured panel systems. And this is showing the proposed west and northern elevations. So the maximum height of the development will be 12.2 meters, which will be the climbing wall area. So this portion, this section here. The maximum length of the building will be approximately 56.3 meters, and the maximum width of the building will be approximately 56.7 meters. So this slide is showing a 3D representation of the building. So the applicant has worked with officers through pre-application meetings, as well as the application process, refining the design and layout of the scheme. The council's design, urban design and landscape officers are satisfied that the proposal is visually acceptable within its setting, subject to conditions, including materials and landscaping. In terms of sustainability, the building adopts a hierarchical approach for reducing energy demand and carbon emission. It is proposed to achieve a BREEAM Excellent rating, and this certification will be secured by condition. The energy strategy for the building is the use of air source heat pump, UPV panels, and although in peak times gas boilers will be required, however, the proposer is targeting a 37% reduction in carbon emission, which is supported. The senior Sustainability Officer supports this proposal. Overall, there are no objections from officers with regards to the scale, appearance and sustainability of the building, which is contemporary in nature and reflective of its use as a sports centre. So this shows the proposed public art, which will be inserted colour bricks. So this is an example here. And this here shows like a representation of the building or what they would use. The details of the design will be agreed later. In terms of access and parking, there were initial discussions with county highways about the width of the access and potential to improve the footpath along Long Road. Discussions throughout the assessment of the application have resulted in the proposed access arrangement as shown here. So this part here, this drawing here. And this has been acceptable to county highway offices. This shows an integrated cycle path and footpath from the vehicle access within the site. So what I'm saying is that this will be a shared footpath and cycle way separate from the vehicular access. A travel plan was also requested by highways and a condition has been attached. Appropriate level of car parking and cycle parking are provided on site for visitors and staff, including provision of disabled parking and electric vehicle charging area. Officers raised no concerns in this regard. In terms of the amenity of adjoining residents, officers are satisfied that the proposal will not be overbearing nor cause undue overlooking or noise disturbance. In terms of the planning balance, the site is designated as protected open space and is therefore recognised for its environmental and recreational contribution, both in providing a green gap in the existing urban framework and as a space for informal outdoor activities for the school. The introduction of this sports centre will result in the partial loss of this open space, and therefore the sense of openness that is currently experienced will be partially lost. However, policy 67 of the local plan, which seeks to prevent harm to the character or loss of such spaces, recognises development within a school may be appropriate. Sorry, excuse me. May be appropriate where there is a demonstrable educational need and does not adversely affect playing fields or other form of sports provision on the site. Officers are satisfied that the educational need has been demonstrated and that the proposal will not result in a loss of formal playing pitches. The proposal will significantly improve the sporting facilities offered by the school to its increasing population. However, it will not just benefit the schools and the students at the school, it will also benefit the wider community of Cambridge through a formal community use agreement. Critically, the approach taken by the applicant in developing the site is endorsed by Sports England. Furthermore, this site will provide enhanced landscaping that delivers a significant biodiversity net gain. These improvements weigh heavily in favour of the proposal and are considered to outweigh the harm of the partial loss of open space. So in all other respects, the proposal is considered to satisfy national and planning local planning policies, and therefore the recommendation is to grant planning permission subject to conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Samaya. Alison, I believe, you were the one who was going to speak. So there's a little table in the middle there with the thingy in front of it. Welcome. If you press the sort of right-hand button and the light will come on and thing, that's it. You get 3 minutes to speak, and then half a minute before the end, the bell will go to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. So when you're ready.
Hello, I'm Alison Shakespeare, the bursar of the Perth School. I would like to briefly set out some of the benefits I'm confident this scheme would bring to the school and to the local community. The Perth is a relatively large school with 1,710 pupils aged 3 to 18. The school is fortunate to have extensive grass pitches, but its indoor sports facilities are lacking. This scheme would provide much needed facilities for use by our pupils during the school day and by the local community during evenings, weekends and the school holidays. The building will be sited on a plot which is rarely used by the school and to which the community currently has no access. The Perth currently has one sports hall which was built 20 years ago. Since then, the school has doubled in size and indoor sports such as badminton, basketball and climbing have become more popular. At the upper school, we limit how many pupils can opt for indoor sports during their PE lessons because of lack of space. And our prep school doesn't have any access to a sports hall, so they have to make do using their assembly hall for PE lessons. This new building would result in the Perth having 2 sports halls for its 1,700 pupils. At present, the Perth does not have a swimming pool and does not offer any swimming lessons during the school day. We are extremely keen to offer our pupils swimming lessons and also other aquatic activities such as canoeing and water polo. Outside of school hours, we're committed to ensuring these facilities will be well used by welcoming in the local community. During the past 2 years, we have consulted extensively and we've found that there is significant unmet demand for club-based sports locally, in particular for swimming lessons and club swimming. Local clubs have waiting lists and what is stopping them expanding is lack of access to facilities. These clubs are often run by volunteers and seek to build participation. They have their own access strategies to ensure they're reaching out to people of different ages and income levels, including people with disabilities. Clubs want to use the facilities at times when the school is not in session. They also provide their own lifeguards and coaches and have their own booking systems for their members. Club-based access is administratively straightforward for the school to deliver, and we are very confident we can operate this form of community use successfully. We've been asked by your planning officers to add in some pay and play sessions in the pool alongside partnering with clubs via early morning adult lane swimming and weekend family swimming. To deliver these sessions, the school would need to recruit lifeguards and front of house staff willing to work those specific hours and would need to set up its own system to manage bookings and payments. This brings some logistical challenges and not insignificant running costs compared to club-based community use, but we've accepted the request made to try and widen access, so we hope these pay and play sessions will be well received. Our vision is for the new facilities to be well used throughout the week, benefiting the physical and mental health of Perth pupils and members of the local community. Thank you for listening. I hope you can support our planning application.
Yeah, thanks, Alison. Welcome to carry on sitting there if you want, or go back wherever, but thanks for your contribution. Over to councillors for debate.
I'm very interested in how the community use condition will be put in place and prove to be successful. I think it's an incredibly important part of this scheme. So I have some questions about this. How would it be, would the agreement include communications and advertising about the public use of the pool? Because if they provide it for public use but it's not put out there, then it won't be used. So I think that's important. Is there an opportunity to link with local schools? Will the cost to the public to use this pool be comparable to other public pools? And are there examples where a community use agreement has been successful in other planning applications that would give us confidence that putting this in place will be successful? And also, is this designed so that there will be disability use for the pool and the sports areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Samaya, I'll do what I normally do and just collect up a bunch of questions and then you can answer them at the end, if that's okay. And I don't know if it's convenient for you, Samaya. You could put your camera back on again so we can see who we're talking to. That might be nice. Thanks.
Yes,
Hello,
Chair.
hi. Yeah. So, Councillor Gorthrock-Wood.
11.77. Are the gas boilers really necessary? And I also note, and I think it's 11.79, that the ground source heat pumps have been discounted. Now, there's a reference, I think, to the boreholes, but could they not use trenches, which are cheaper? And it's already been done at Competent School, that they're putting in a ground source heat pump. And given that for a borehole, I think it is, yes, for every 12 kilowatts of electricity, you need, well, for 12 kilowatts, I think you need 3 at about 4 to 6,000 each. Now that, in the order of things, doesn't sound enormous. So I just wonder why the possibility of ground source heat pumps have been discounted. And again, my point on the gas boilers. I've also got a query about the construction access route. So that's 11.1, I think, or 11.10. I was a little bit confused, but I think that it's been explained, the route into the site, and I know that it's a different route when the school is closed from the route when it's open. But I did wonder whether there would be parking issues, particularly when there's full community use. And given that the staffing numbers are not yet known. And I also wondered if you could comment about the lights, which has come up in the is in the report. So thanks for that. And 11, on the public art, which is I think 11.148. Sometimes I can't read my writing here. Sorry. The art isn't fully public because it's on a private site, so it's limited. And I wondered if you could comment on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So let's be aware, councillors, of possibly trying to redesign the scheme on the table. I appreciate your point, in the context of having so much open space that ground source heat pumps could be an option. But where we are, I suppose, in terms of what we've got to look at. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Just to note, I think we're missing the informative on the disabled canoe ramp, paragraph 11.24, which I think the officers said they would include. I'm interested in the community use agreement. I welcome the fact officers and the school have obviously negotiated this. I would have real concerns if we weren't allowing community access to such a big new facility. It's disappointing the climbing wall's not included, so I hope in future that might be considered. I wonder what camp use is. I notice it says that some of the hours allocated to community are for camp use. I'm thinking this must be like a swimming camp, perhaps. But obviously I'd just be keen for the officer to offer some reassurance that that isn't going to be something that's very expensive, for example, and that does mean that access is genuinely inclusive, although I accept there would be some limited fee. But I just wondered if that was going to be a school camp run by the school or whether this was going to be a more sort of open access arrangement. The other thing, I suppose, is the travel plan, condition 16. I think it says in the report 56% of car use would be single occupancy. I would be grateful for the officer's comments on how robust and enforceable a reduction is. So, for example, would the officer consider adding something into condition 16 about incentivising users knowing about public transport? Because it isn't quite a sustainable site, there's a lot of bus routes going by. So I wonder what we could do to perhaps make that a little better so that we're not going to look at a massive influx of cars driving. As we know, around that area there are lots of schools, it's already quite chock-a-block pick up and drop off time, and I think more we can do to manage that would be essential, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
Just briefly, Chair, thank you. Communal use of facilities like this has been done before. I think the university and another school a few years ago. So can't we just look how successful that was?
Not very often, in my experience of Leeds. Councillor Pagecroft.
Thank you, Chair. It's not really a question, it's just an observation. We do have a community forum magazine that goes out 3 or 4 times a year, plus they send emails out every week. It would be quite a good thing for any information to be put out onto the community forum so that the Queen Edith community can know about these facilities and can know all that there is to know to be able to use them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I'll go next. So, yeah, as I mentioned there about my experience of playing volleyball at Leeds School was that they were meant to make it more available for community use, and there was always a problem, which I presume will be the same problem here, is it's availability mostly, but it's also about cost. So it's the market economy, how much is the space costing for users, which may well not be a planning matter, but it affects effective availability, and availability literally in terms of time. So my experience was that you couldn't book a court in Cambridge for love nor money, in fact, generally, unless you already had the booking. And then, of course, particularly with reference to these pay and play sessions, which are to be commended, it's advertising and marketing of those. People need to know that it's available, and that's going to be a challenge, I appreciate, because it's not easy to get people to know. People invariably say they don't know about something which has been put in front of their face. So the building itself, I think, is attractive. I like it. I think I can see that breaking down the mass of a big building with, I think, about 3 separate chunks, it works well. I'm quite amused by the brickwork area with the public art, and as Councillor has already said, is public art, but it's not really in the public domain because I can't see it from the public domain. But using coloured bricks in brickwork is not a new thing. It's been done before, and it effectively makes public art really be subsumed into the architectural merit of the building, really, rather than being a piece of art in its own right, I believe. But that's the nature of the beast, I think, with public art, because nobody wants to actually spend it on art. People want to spend it on a bit more building, in my opinion. Solar panels, I think there could have been more on the roof. It's a bit of a shame. There's a big roof there, not very many panels. BREEAM Excellent is excellent. The Wildflower Meadow, really, good stuff. I love Wildflower Meadows. It's good. The sustainability side of things is all great with 29% net gain. There's lots of good things about this building, and I suppose the only concern I have is, like other people have expressed, is going forward, the use of the building, which is often the thing with buildings, is how they're actually used, and so making it available for public use, that kind of thing, how that all operates, and let's hope that all goes well, but I hope that Perth will do the best they can. Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Porritt alluded to this. It's about community use again. I note that the climbing wall isn't available. Can we understand why that is, please?
Thank you. Any more questions for the officer? Okay, so back to you then, Samar, if you can pick out any questions there and answer them if you can.
Yes, Chair. Just to ask if that's okay with you, Chair, for one of my managers to assist in this, because there are certain things that I may not be able to clarify as I would like. So I'm just going to go through the questions, and any questions I've missed, please do point them out to me. Thank you. So in terms of the community use agreement and how that's going to run, I'm going to just share my screen, because I've got like an indicative timetable, and then I'll just explain some things with regards to that. Sorry, just bear with me. I think I've done something wrong here. Oh, just bear with me. So sorry. For one.
Done it, Samar, that's it. It's on screen.
Yeah.
It's a bit small, to be honest, but if you sort of speak to it, maybe we can understand it.
Yes, so I'm just going to get my notes here. So I'm just going to run through this timetable. So the timetable that you see here is in a sense included in condition 3, where it talks about the letter that was included, that was submitted, the cover letter. So this timetable is actually embedded in that letter. So it's in a sense within the condition. So this timetable does split the use of the community centre in term times and school holidays. So for the community in term times, they do have 9 hours of pay and play, and that also includes community swim. And then there is 16 hours for club swim and 20 hours for learn to swim. So that gives a total of 47 hours per week for the community to have access to this facility. And in terms of the summer holidays, so there is 9 hours again for, so this is term time and this is non-term time, this section here. There is 9 hours of pay and play, and of course that includes family swim, and then there is 16 hours for club swim, 35 hours for learn to swim, 33 hours for camps, and so that gives you a total of 93 hours per week. So this is for how the community is going to use the facility, and the reason why I believe this was split so that the school can have, so there's no conflict between the school needing to use it for their students against the community. In terms of the pricing, so of course pricing, we can't monitor that, it's not a planning issue, but within the condition, it does talk about pricing policy, and so that in a sense, it's going to be put forward in terms of what kind of pricing policy they're going to have. The details of that I can't really say, and Toby, if I've missed anything on that part, please do come in on that. In terms of advertising, I think that the applicant can advertise this facility. I'm not sure how, but I believe that they can put it in newspapers, and I'm not sure what to say about that, to be honest. So in terms of so I've touched upon about cost. Are there any examples of these facilities? From memory, I don't have any examples to speak of. Again, this questions, I think perhaps Toby can help with that. In terms of question 2, design for disabled use. So the access officer has reviewed this application and was supportive, and I believe they can, if we are able to put an informative for the applicant to ensure that there are some access for disabled users. In terms of the gas boiler use, I'm just going to find my notes on that. So yes, so in terms of the gas boiler, so an assessment was undertaken, and given that the sustainability officer considered that the building has achieved sustainable methods that are acceptable, and having done the viability of this, and they found that this is quite low compared to what they are proposing already, and consider that, to impose a condition to request this will be unnecessary, of course, given that the building has already achieved quite a high level of sustainable methods. In terms of access to the site, so I didn't quite understand that one. So I wonder if one of the councillors can explain this just a little bit more. So I didn't quite understand in terms of access routes into the site. Do you mean sorry, is it possible you can explain that just a little?
Yep.
I meant the construction access route. I think you explained how people would enter the site along the shared cycle footpath.
Okay.
Users, public users. And then I assume that anybody in a car has to come round through the school. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Let me just bring up my slide and I can explain how it will work. I'm just going to bring up one of my slides. So there is a shared pedestrian and cycle route here, and this is for the vehicle access for the community use. The existing access from Hills Road is just going to be for the school purposes, so the community is not going to have any access for through that. So this is going to be the main access into the centre by the community. And in terms of, as in this, it shows that this is going to be a shared pedestrian footpath and cycle path, and then this is going to be for the vehicular access to access into the car parking areas. There is no access into the school by the community, so there is going to be a gate here which is going to be closed when the centre is being used by the community, and then this is going to be, sorry, let me get my red pointer actually. So this section here is going to be closed during the community use, and it's going to be open when the school needs to access the building, and then this section here is going to be closed. I hope that answers your question. So moving on in terms of the public art element, it is understandable that it is not in the kind of physical public realm, i.e. outside of the school, but the site is going to be used by the community. So there will be some level of community benefit for them because they're going to be using the facility itself. In terms of the travel plan and sorry, I think sorry, just bear with me, please. I'm just trying to read my notes. So in terms of the travel plan, I wonder if, again, Toby can help with that, if that's okay. And again, I've already explained in terms of how the costing is going to be used and how we can't request costing or prices from the applicant. But again, condition 3 does have a pricing policy. I'm not sure if I've missed anything else, Chair. If I have, please do say.
Yeah, don't worry, Samara, we'll come back to you, it's all right. I know Councillor Wood wants to ask something else anyway, but let Toby speak first and we'll go back to councillors.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, as a matter of course, on the travel plan condition, you would expect as part of the submission for that travel plan to include the promotion of sustainable modes of transport. I don't think it's necessary to amend the condition. That is absolutely given that is the role of a in terms of its operation. Just turning to condition 3, yes, Samara's absolutely right. That does include advertisement provisions to be submitted and approved by officers. I think we would expect, at the very least, for the community access provisions to be advertised on the school's website, but also perhaps more widely via other kind of links that are available, for example, maybe via the council's website, if that were available. We can't fix the actual pricing, but we can insist on a pricing policy, and that's included within the wording of condition 3. I think this theme kind of aligns with what we did on the University of Cambridge indoor sports facility, indoor sports centre at the West Cambridge site, and officers would expect that the pricing policy kind of aligns with cost provisions for other similar pools, for example. So one could compare. Of course, if there is a requirement here for access provisions to be made, so it's in the interests of the purse to find a price point that attracts members of the public in, because they will be providing an income stream to allow the community access to persist. Because with the, I think you heard from Alison Shakespeare that with the pay and play provision in particular, that does mean that the school will have to lay on lifeguards the front of house provisions, which is a step change in terms of allowing clubs where clubs would ordinarily provide their own lifeguards and have their own insurance. On the climbing wall, my understanding is that for the moment that's not being offered for community use because there is not demand, as far as we're aware, for wide climbing wall use, but there are also insurance issues with the provision of a climbing wall. That can be reviewed at a later point in time through condition 3 if circumstances change. Lastly, the camps. My understanding was that would be external providers rather than the school itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Toby. Councillor Gawthorpe-Wood.
Yeah, I just wondered about during construction, vehicle access, the route there. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
The community use agreement, I think, is really important for this site, but also for Cambridge more broadly. And I wonder if this application is approved, would it be appropriate to either have chair and vice chair and spokes actually part of signing off the agreement, or if not, could the basis of the final agreement come back to this committee just so that we learn from this and how we generally benefit and how we can apply this on other schemes?
Maya, if you don't mind, I'm going to let Toby answer that question straight away. Toby.
Thank you.
Yeah, by all means. And kind of more widely, there are various examples of community use agreements. They're not always secured through planning. Sometimes they're secured by through our sports and recreation department when they give grants for improvements to sports facilities. So there are a number around that are some more successful than others. But you can see that we've actually spent quite a long time with the phrasing of condition 3 to make sure that we captured everything that we wanted to within that condition. And having spoken to the applicants, I'm kind of reassured that they are firmly committed to making sure that the community uses are successful. Thanks.
Thanks, Toby. So, Smila's just... Councillor Ford, did you want to say anything?
Thank you, Chair. Just one thing. I note Toby is saying that travel plan, everything will include advertising. For the travel plan, I would really like condition 16 to have something very explicit about reducing single occupancy car use. I know it is implied, and I'm sure Toby will probably say that's kind of what it would do anyway, but I just think on those particular roads there is so much congestion already. I wonder if the officers might accept something just to make it clear, certainly my concern, if others share it, that should be a priority of the travel plan. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, no objection to that.
Okay, I've just got a couple one point and one question as well, Samad, before I go back to you. So in terms of any rhetorical argument, I take back both points I made about public art. It's fair to say that it is open to the public domain because there will be some members of the public there. So, and the other one too. And this, in terms of a question, I remember working on Parkside Pool in consultation years ago, and there was a lot of talk about hoist. And it's all about not the building, but about how it's used in the future. So it wasn't quite clear if there was going to be a hoist here in terms of disability access, because the access officer, Mark, has said some good things about it, so that's great. He also said some things in 7.51 about toilet doors should open outwards, that kind of thing, but I guess you were aware of all of that. So just, is there a hoist or is there not a hoist, or will there be one?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Will there, for disabled access, will users have the facility to use a hoist to get into the water?
The details of that, Chair, thank you. I don't really know, but I think we can put an
All
informative.
right, don't worry, Alison is nodding, so we'll take that as a yes, that's fine. And then there was Councillor Gawthrope-Wood's question.
Yes, so in terms of the construction vehicles, they will be using them. Well, the only way to get into the site is by the existing access, which will be utilised for the main access into the site. Because when you look at the access from Hills Road, it will be quite difficult. So they will be using that as their main access into the site during construction. That's just looking at the layout of the site itself. Has that answered your question, Councillor?
Yes, it has, and I assume there's a condition for managing.
Yes.
Yeah, there is.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I just want to say one final thing as well. There were some objections, third-party representations, let's say, and so I'm sure the applicant is aware of those, and especially I've come across problems on other sites around the city with especially disturbance and lighting, and light pollution can be a problem. So I hope that the applicant will go very careful with that to keep a sort of neighbourly approach to their neighbours. I'm sure they will. Okay, if there's no more points, then we'll go to the recommendation. Okay, yep, so Toby.
Thanks, Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 121 of the officer report. That is to approve planning permission subject to the conditions as set out, subject to the amended conditions as set out in the amendment sheet, and a minor amendment to condition 3, as Samaya set out in her presentation. The amendment to condition 16 with specific reference to reducing single occupancy car use, and an informative with regard to disabled access. Thank you.
So the recommendation is one of approval. All those in favour of that recommendation? So the item is approved. Thank you very much. So thank you to the speakers for coming today. Nice to see you, nice to hear your point of view, and we'll have a break now for 5 minutes till past, I think, before we do the next item. Thank you. Okay, welcome back after the short break. So the next item is item 8, the Emperor 21 Hills Road. Case officer is Tom Gray. Got speakers on this item. So looks like 2 objectors, Miha Zubrik and Jenny Jocelyn. And then we've got Alistair Cook from Camera, objector, Peter McEwen, agent, and Alice Gilderdale, councillor, Gilderdale, ward councillor, city council. So, started then. So, if you want to introduce the item then, please, Tom.
Great, thank you, Chair. Can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yeah, see the screen.
Great. So the application site is 21 Hills Road. It consists of existing pub. The proposal is for retention of the front facade of the existing pub and office use towards the rear of the site, as well as on upper floors. It also consists of pub use for the basement and ground floor levels. So this follows the deferral from the August committee, which members requested fire strategy to be submitted by the applicant, which they have now done. And this has been checked by the fire and rescue officers as well as building control, and they are satisfied that this is acceptable. So the site is located, as I say, along Hills Road. To the north is St Paul's Place, and to the south is Cambridge Place. Here's an aerial view of the site. And then a close-up. So the application site is within the conservation area. The site is indicated here. As you can see, there's no special designation, no listed buildings on the site, but it is within the conservation area, as well as the Hills Road opportunity area. And there is a listed church further along the road. So in terms of site context, here's some photos of the existing pub from the front. And this next door is a recently constructed development of flats, of residential flats built next door. This is a view from St Paul's Place looking towards the rear of the existing pub. And then from the south along Cambridge Place, looking towards the pub here, the end of the pub, and then the flats next door. So in terms of the proposal is to demolish the majority of the building except for the front facade. The front facade would be retained. Here's the existing basement floor plan. This consists of an existing cellar, but it's understood that it's very restrictive in terms of the usable height, and it's accessed via ladder, which makes it very poor and unsafe at present. Here is existing ground floor plan. So to the front of the site is the trading space. To the rear of the site is the some toilets and store, and there is also some parking to the rear and sort of a beer garden as well. Here's the existing first floor plan. So on the first floor level, there is kitchen space, so indicated by these photos. This is in 2 of the rooms at present, and then this room here is a function room, which is occasionally used. Here are the existing Hills Road elevations. existing St Paul's Place elevation, existing rear elevation, and this is the proposed site plan, so showing where the proposed development would be in relation to the rest of the context. In terms of the uses, so the proposed basement floor would consist of pub use. This would consist of dining space as well as kitchen and cellar space. It's important to note that this is indicative and it would be up to the licensee to dictate what sort of functions they assign to different spaces. Here's a proposed ground floor plan showing the proposed pub layout at the front with provision for employee cycles storage here, and along St Paul's Place would be the servicing entrances, so where employees would access. This would also consist of a pub bin store, and also in terms of the office space, a substantial cycle store for employees of the office space, as well as the bin store. Along Cambridge Place, this would be the main entrance for visitors, and so they'd be accessing it from Cambridge Place with visitor parking, cycle parking along here, and a disabled parking space. So in terms of the first floor, proposed first floor, this would consist of the office space. In terms of distances in relation to existing buildings, so the current distances from the first floor flats, this southern window to a 3-storey building is currently 5 metres. This compared to the proposed distances of about 5 metres to the existing habitable room windows to the north of the flats along number 19 Hills Road, and then 7 metres from the step-in of the proposed office building to a habitable room window in the Daisley House flat, first floor flat. This is at second floor level, so distances are slightly increased at this level in terms of the north. Proposed third floor plan, again office space. And the proposed roof plan. So this consists of some PV panels on the roof, as well as air source heat pumps to the eastern side of the development site. In terms of the elevations, this would be the front elevation. This is the proposed St Paul's elevation, Paul's Place elevation. This is the proposed Cambridge Place elevation. And then the rear elevation. In terms of the wider context, you can see that the proposed development would be similar in height to the existing built forms that surround it, and therefore it follows the urban grain of the surrounding context. These are some 3D visualizations. In terms of trees impacts, the existing ash tree, which is situated very close to the existing flats, would be retained. Some works would be undertaken to lift the canopy cover. In terms of the proposed tree to the east of the site, this would It would consist of a new tree being planted in accordance with the TPO condition that was placed on in 2020. So the main considerations are in terms of the public house. So although there's the overall loss of parking to the rear, on-site accommodation and garden space, the applicant has submitted 2 expert reports as well as a market demand report, and this has been assessed by an independent pub viability consultant commissioned by the council, and it is considered that the proposed redevelopment does not result in a loss of future viability of the public house. Highway safety access. So in noting the appeal decision next door in the Daisley House flats, the inspector considered that there was sufficient parking around the site for service vehicles to provide servicing to the apartment buildings, given that there is loading allowed between certain times of the day along Hills Road. In terms of the trees, although the trees officer has objected to the development, the existing tree on the site would not be any closer than the proposed development than the existing flats, and because it's not a residential scheme, it's not considered that future residents would suffer any daylight impacts to warrant that to be removed in the future, tree to be removed in the future. In terms of the design heritage, the urban design and conservation officers are content with the proposal, although the conservation officer does state that there is some minor harm to the demolition of the rear part office build with the pub building. Sorry, it is considered that the public benefits in this case, the employment provided by the office space and the retention of the front facade would outweigh the minor harm identified. The neighbour impacts, this has been considered, and it is considered as an acceptable relationship with the amenities, taking into account the urban context and the guidance contained within the BRE. So all in all, approval is recommended subject to conditions and informatives. This is the planning balance.
Thanks, Tom. Do you want to draw attention to the amendment sheet?
Yeah, I can do, yes.
Yeah. And also, Councillor Gilderdale, Market Ward, pointed out that the item is in Market Ward, not in Petersfield, as in the report.
Oh, apologies for that. So let me just get the amendment sheet up. I think there was 2 things that were clarified in terms of the basement, in terms of, what was it? Sorry, I haven't got it up at the minute.
Let Toby do it, Tom, it's easier.
Okay.
Chair, so through you. Yeah, there were the 2 main points around fire strategy and disabled access. The first was just clarifying that the means of escape from the basement area is compliant with fire escape regulations and Part B of the building. And then there was just an additional paragraph inserted by way of the amendment sheet with regard to the layout of the pub, which kind of Tom touched on within his introduction, that the layout of where people are eating and drinking is indicative, as shown on the plans. Thank you.
Toby, so that's on pages 2 and 3 of the amendment sheet, if you have it on paper. Okay, speakers, right. So thanks for that, Tom. So the first one is Mia. Are you in the room or online, Mia? No, you're online. So,
Hi there,
hello, do you want to take that presentation away then, please, Tom, and then we can see Mia if she wants to put her camera on, I guess.
Yep, it's a he, but you know.
Hello, hi, good afternoon.
It's common. That's okay.
Yeah, so you're an objector. Now, before we get going, because there's a number of objectors, I've increased the time to 6 minutes. So I don't know if you've coordinated at all, possibly not, but maybe if you try to aim for a ballpark figure of about 2 minutes each, if that's okay. And that should work, and then we'll time each one and then stop, and obviously the time will stop while you're all sort of getting sorted for the next person to speak. So it'll be Mia first, then Jenny, then Alistair. Okay, Mia, when you're ready then.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Michał Zgubic, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Dr. Horvat Menich. We both live at flat 4 in the first floor of Daisley House and object to the proposed development being built. Our flat has north-facing windows, and I should say it's only north-facing, and as a result, the daylight and sunlight that we receive are limited, in particular in the winter. The proposed development would, according to the daylight and sunlight assessment on the planning portal, reduce the amount of light in our living room by 50%, which is significantly over the 20% criterion. And it is in breach of the City Council local plan, criterion F.41, which considers adverse effects on neighboring properties. The daylight and sunlight assessment circumvents this fact by employing a far less stringent criterion called the no skyline. No skyline assesses what fraction of the room can see the sky and conveniently ignores the fact that the total amount of light entering the room is reduced by 50%. We disagree that the no skyline is a relevant test in this case, as it ignores the fact that there will be a 50% reduction in light entering our living space. Additionally, the planned windows in the first and second floor of the office space would invade the privacy of our home as they directly overlook our living room and bedroom. I want to point out that since all of our windows are north-facing, we would effectively be forced to live our private lives either in public or in darkness.
Just hold on a minute, Mia. Sorry to interrupt. We'll stop the clock. Sorry. So one of the councillors couldn't hear properly because the doors were open from outside. So I think the best thing to do, Mia, is if you start again. I'm apologies to everyone else. I'm sorry the doors were left open. It was a mistake. So that the best thing is so everybody can hear all of the evidence. Do you mind if you, I apologise, Mia, but if you can just start again, and obviously the clock will start from the beginning, please. So when you're ready.
Sure, I can restart now. Okay, my name is Dr. Michał Zgubic, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Dr. Horvat Menich. We both live at flat 4, Daisley House, in the first floor, and object to the proposed development being built. Our flat has north-facing windows, and as a result, the daylight and sunlight we receive are limited, particularly in winter. The proposed development would, according to the daylight and sunlight assessment on the planning portal, reduce the amount of light in our living room by 50%, which is significantly over the 20% criterion, and it is in breach of the City Council local plan, criterion F.41, which considers adverse effects on neighboring properties. The daylight and sunlight assessment circumvents this fact by employing a far less stringent criterion called the no skyline. The no skyline assesses what fraction of the room can see the sky and conveniently ignores the fact that the total amount of light entering the room is reduced by 50%. We disagree that the no skyline is a relevant test in this case, as it ignores the 50% reduction in light entering our living room. Similarly, the planned windows in the first and second floor of the office space would invade the privacy of our home as they directly overlook our living room and bedroom. I want to point out that since all of our windows are north-facing, we would effectively be forced to live our private lives either in public or in darkness. Finally, we have concerns about the noise coming from the air source heat pumps in the first, second, and third floor. As a result, we object to the development as solving the highlighted issues would require a total project redesign. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. So next person up to speak is Jenny Jocelyn. Are you there, Jenny? If you want to turn your camera off, yeah. Oh, you're here in the room. Sorry, apologise. So, okay, good.
Thank you, Chair. Is it coming over all right?
Yes, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
So,
I'm Jenny Jocelyn. I live in Cambridge Place and represent local residents. Please refer to the site plan on page 34 of the plans pack. We object to this proposal on two major grounds. Firstly, it contravenes Policy 81, Section 9.23 of the Cambridge Local Plan 2018. There is no provision of an off-street parking facility for loading and servicing the development. Without it, illegal and dangerous parking would be inevitable. Secondly, the Highways Department's reports contain no evidence to support their conclusion that there is not a significant enough problem to enforce Policy 81. Nor did they consult any of the residents and businesses I am representing, despite our efforts to meet. We appreciated the planning officer's site visit, but his power in this matter is limited. Our reasons in summary. Cambridge Place is a cul-de-sac with a one-vehicle wide entrance. When vehicles come in or go out at once, you have to reverse back down Cambridge Place until there is space to pass, often beyond parked vehicles. Pedestrians and cyclists share the carriageway. Double yellow lines run the full length of the street and are not observed. Contrary to the expectations of the planning inspector in 2016, and quoted in the planning officer's report, service vehicles do not park in neighbouring streets. They park on double yellow lines outside the proposed office's entrance or in the no waiting at any time markers in the narrow entrance area. Enforcement is sporadic, to say the least. Whatever anyone says, the proposed offices, theoretically for up to 100 workers, would generate more traffic movement of all sorts, and this will raise the stakes for a serious accident at the junction. They will also add to existing demand to stop on double yellow lines in the first 50 yards of the street. Highways have made no comment on the reality of the safety problems with the Cambridge Place access and junction. These problems have been given as reasons for the recent award of the local highways improvement and for the refusal of a number of previous planning applications. Thank you.
thank you very much. So next person to speak is Alistair Cook from CAMRA, the Campaign for Real Ale or something like that, I think. Say, Alistair. Are you all here in the room? Good. Hello, hi. So press the right-hand side of the button, light comes on, have 2 minutes left to speak.
Hello. Yes, I'm Alistair Cook. I'm Pubs Officer for the Cambridge and District Branch of the Campaign for Real Ale. The last 2 years have shown the importance of outdoor space for the public, and pubs in rural areas generally have reasonable sized gardens. A lot of Cambridge pubs, or fewer Cambridge pubs, have pub gardens at all, and those that do, generally the gardens are smaller than in rural pubs. This application would see the loss of the entire garden space of this pub. Licensee accommodation. For the recent planning application for the Jenny Wren, this very committee requested that one of the flats above the rebuild would be allocated to the public house. With this application for the Emperor, we're not seeing any accommodation allocated to the pub licensee. And the pub at the moment, the upstairs rooms, which can be used for dining or for functions, have views out onto Hills Road. If this application was granted, the dining area would be in the basement and it would lack these views. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Alistair. Welcome to stay for the debate. So if you, we've got the next speaker, Councillor Gail Dell, so you'd be over there normally, ward councillor, but it doesn't really matter too much where you speak. If that there's fine, yeah, if you want to go there. Is that okay? Oh, agent, sorry, councillor, we have the agent. I'd missed one, there's such a list of names here, I've missed one out. I do apologise. Peter. So Peter McEwen is the agent, and You have 6 minutes to speak, Peter, when you're ready. So welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. I am conscious that there's still a few items to get through, so I will not be using up the entire 6 minutes, you'll be glad to hear. The proposals in front of you have been subject to positive pre-application discussions with your officers, with the design being highly influenced by urban design and conservation. The principle of development is acceptable with the retention of a pub alongside a new office development. The existing building facade will be retained, and this will ensure the proposals respect the setting of the conservation area. A high-quality redevelopment will be delivered on the site, and one that will enhance the setting of Hills Road at this location and continue its regeneration. The new pub space to be introduced will be a viable business and will deliver a better and more appealing public house with an improved internal layout. The proposals comply with policy 76 of the local plan, and it has been confirmed that the redevelopment would not adversely impact the future viability of the Emperor. 3 independent viability reports have been submitted, all of which confirm that the proposed pub space would be viable. Additional Grade A office space, of which there is high demand for in Cambridge, will be provided within a highly central and sustainable location. A car-free development is to be promoted on the site, and this is entirely acceptable given the location of the site in close proximity to public transport infrastructure, including the railway station. The building will be a high-quality design that would contribute positively to its surroundings and, importantly, enhance the public realm. A highly sustainable scheme will be delivered, and the building will achieve a minimum BREEAM excellence rating for carbon emissions. Renewable energy opportunities will be utilised, and it is proposed that PV panels will be introduced alongside air source heat pumps. These renewable initiatives should be welcomed. A significant biodiversity net gain would also be delivered on site alongside other biodiversity enhancements. There are no concerns regarding highway safety, and the proposed development will result in a reduction in vehicular movements in the area with the removal of the existing car park. Parking control measures are in place on Cambridge Place to ensure that no on-street parking or servicing takes place near the junction with Hills Road. It is also relevant to note that loading is permissible on the western side of Hills Road between 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and after 7 p.m. The proposals are supported by the Highways Authority and, importantly, would not prejudice highway safety in the immediate area. The proposals will not have any adverse impact on the setting of the existing TPO tree present on Cambridge Place, and the proposal sits outside the root protection zone of this tree. A new tree will also be introduced in Cambridge Place to compensate for the loss of the protected tree removed to facilitate development on the adjoining site. Adequate cycle parking provision will be delivered at the site, and this is conveniently located. With regard to residential amenity impacts, the proposed development would not have any unacceptable impact on the amenity of neighbours. A BRE daylight and sunlight report has been prepared, and this confirms that the development is compliant with BRE guidance in relation to sunlight. There are no overbearing or overlooking impacts, and the proposals were revised prior to submission, with the rear elevation stepped to remove any concerns. The relationship with neighbours is therefore a comfortable one. I did just want to pick up on some of the points which were made by the first objector with regards to the BRE assessment which has been carried out. It's relevant to note that there are 2 tests for assessing daylight. One is the vertical sky component test, and the other is the no skyline test. And we have asked our consultants, T16, to comment specifically on the comments that have been received, and they do not agree with the point. It's simply not the case that the no skyline test is far less stringent. The no skyline test, it provides a more detailed and more reliable test to assess the impacts on the daylight in a room. The guidance is clear that this test should be undertaken when neighbouring room layouts are known. It also accounts for multiple windows serving one room, which is the case here, which the vertical sky component test does not. Importantly, the windows in question retain well in excess of the policy requirement of 80%. In summary, the proposals, which will retain a pub and deliver additional employment use within the Hills Road local centre, comply entirely with policy and constitute sustainable development. We would respectfully request that members concur with the officer recommendation and support this planning application. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you, Peter. So now it's Councillor Gilderdale to speak. So you probably know you've pressed the button yet, and you have unlimited time to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to speak against this development as I don't think it's planning policy compliant relating to various policies in our local plan. I'm going to specifically cover 3 areas: highway safety, the viability of the pub, and the overdevelopment of the area. Firstly, on highway safety. Residents have pointed out that this development is going to have a significant impact on Cambridge Place, St Paul's Place, and Hills Rose. For context, Cambridge Place is a narrow, no-through road at its junction at Hills Road. It has very poor sight lines, which makes it essentially a blind junction made worse by recent developments near the junction. We've heard from Jenny that the issues will be compounded along the road with increased vehicles as a result of the building. 2 things I wanted to add to that point. County councillors raised this specifically narrow road at the local highways panel, and subsequently, local highways panel recognised the dangers of the narrow entrance to Cambridge Place and its knock-on effects in Hills Road by rating the local residents' case for mitigating measures for Cambridge Place to be placed top of the 50 selected applications at a meeting on the 10th of February in 2021. And historically, there's been precedent set not to develop on the site due to the, and I quote, narrow width and poor visibility at the junction with Hills Road. Talking about the pub, which again will be losing multiple parking spaces at the back, which could be used for servicing. Therefore, again, there will be no designated delivery space for the pub or vehicle access. It's noted that loading and unloading will take place from Hills Road, one of the busiest roads in Cambridge and a main route for emergency vehicles and for residents and workers cycling into the city. Any loading will ultimately be taking place on the cycle paths, forcing cyclists to move into the already busy road. In our local plan, policy 81.9.23 states that any development that will require regular loading or servicing must avoid causing illegal or dangerous parking by providing appropriate off-street facilities. I think this is specifically relevant to the pub. Furthermore, local plan policy 80C.10 states that any development requiring new road or road access accords with the following: that there is safe and appropriate access to the adjoining road, pedestrian and cycle networks. So I believe that there's been no thought put for either of the developments, both behind and the pub, which will specifically need loading space, and according to the local plan, appropriate off-street loading space. It's very disappointing to hear that the loading of the pub will be expected to take place on a very busy road in Cambridge, hindering the ability of cyclists to use the main road safely. In this context, I think it's important that we don't add further strain to Hills Road as well. So my second area of concern follows on from this, and it relates to the Emperor pub and the viability of the pub as the application currently stands. I'm glad that we've had a Camera representative here speaking on their report, which clearly states that they do not believe the pub would be a viable pub. Policy 76D of our local plan states that the loss of any part of a public house or its curtilage will be permitted if it can be demonstrated that the viability of the public house use will not be adversely affected. Sufficient cellarage, beer garden, parking and dining and kitchen areas will remain to retain a viable public house operation. As you can see, the Emperor will indeed be losing the majority of things. It will be losing its cellarage, its beer garden and its parking, significantly changing the pub from its current configuration. We've already covered issues with loading and unloading, and I also believe that will impact the viability of the pub. As Camera has just highlighted, city pubs have limited outdoor space, so the loss of any pub garden should be avoided. Secondly, policy 58 in the local plan states that alterations to existing buildings should retain sufficient amenity space, bin storage, vehicle access, cycle and car parking. While the cycle parking is being covered in the officer's report, the pub will be losing its current parking, meaning that anyone needing a car for accessibility reasons will not be able to park, essentially making it inaccessible for wheelchair users. This goes against local plan policy 56.K, which states that places should ensure that proposals meet the principles of inclusive design and in particular meet the needs of disabled people, the elderly and those with young children. And I don't think that this pub has been designed with those people in mind. On the pub over the past few months, residents of Daisley House, the the new building next to it, have persistently raised issues about noise from the pub, which has been particularly disturbing. With the loss of the pub garden, Hills Road is likely to be used as an ad hoc smoking area, meaning that there'll be noise right out in front of the house on the street, directly below the residential flats. Part of the conditions of the Daisley house was that there would be soundproofing of noise from the pub. So if the pub is going to be rebuilt, residents are very clear that they would like it to be fully soundproof to help minimise the disturbance at night. Finally, I'm going to move on to overdevelopment in this highly dense residential area. It's been covered by Daisy House residents that they will be significantly impacted by the loss of light in their flats, and I still believe that full consideration has not been given to broader impact on local residents. The issue of air source heat pumps, which has been designed on the roof, is another example of where the design hasn't been drawn up with residents in mind. Policy 57D states that high-quality new buildings will be supported where it can be demonstrated that design measures to reduce the environmental impact of the buildings, such as renewable energy systems and other rooftop plant and services, are in an architecturally integrated way. Putting 3 new air source heat pumps on the roof are not designed in an architecturally integrated way with the building, and the adverse noise effects could be minimised if they were integrated internally within the building, which is possible. If the air source heat pumps are on the roof, there's a chance they'll be in contravention of Policy 35, protection of human health and quality of life from noise and vibration. Having 3 air source heat pumps in close proximity to residents in Daisy House will likely increase the noise and vibration they're exposed to. Similarly, on Policy 35, it's important that the close proximity of residents in the surrounding areas is taken into account during the development phase, as it relates to the construction phase, where adverse noise and vibration really should be minimised. Residents are concerned that because there is no construction management plan as of yet, they will experience 6 to 12 months of protracted noise issues coming from the very, very close adjacent development site. Finally, there is no clear illustration of how the building itself will be constructed without causing severe difficulties for residents. Trucks, disposal vehicles, builders' vans, cranes, toilets and site offices will all need access to the space, either St Paul's Place, which is a private road not owned by the developer, or Cambridge Place, which is essentially a one-way road. As has been discussed, neither of these roads are suitable for high levels of traffic and do not have parking spaces. As the full area is going to be developed on, there is also not going to be any space on the site for those vehicles to be placed, basically pushing them back out onto the road. A construction management plan is essential here, and if development is going to go ahead, we would need to have a consultation with local residents, both on Cambridge Place and St Paul's Place and in Daisy House. It will also need to confirm that all the buildings and materials will not be using up the already tight roads and impacting residents. In conclusion, it's clear that there are a variety of issues with this application. The majority of them stem from the lack of space on the roads surrounding the planned development and how this will impact local residents. There are also issues with disabled access, noise pollution, and loss of light. I also believe the issue of loading and unloading for the pub is particularly substantial, which I would like to see resolved. Both myself and residents who've spoken all believe this application should be rejected on these grounds. However, if the application is accepted, we would like to see these issues resolved, either through further conditions or a redesign of the offices themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Welcome to stay and listen to the debate. So over to debate, councillors. Councillor Bennett.
I wish to apologise, Chair, because I haven't declared an interest. I am a long-term member of Camera. I do not believe it affects my discretion or fetters it, and I propose to stay and vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to say, Tom, we'll collect up, if you want to come back on screen now, Tom, by the way, so we can see you. We'll collect up some questions for you. Maybe I'll go first. So I'll be keen, Tom, if you could just touch on either the question speakers or maybe incorporate those answers with questions from councillors. So I was concerned to hear what Miha was saying about the light reduction he felt he was going to suffer from. So that was BRE, so Building Research Establishment Test, or one of those tests that was going to be applicable, supposedly, although there's a question about which one there. You could maybe touch on that too. And also the closeness of windows and overlooking was a factor for that person. So also, Jenny talked about parking being a real problem as well. I'm sure other people will talk about that. And the chap from Alistair from Camera talked about the lack of accommodation for the pub facility and other problems with the pub as well, so that would be good to do. The thing I'd say myself is that it's rather a bulky development, seems a bit too big for its sort of setting, in my opinion. And also, I would say that one of the things that really strikes me, especially in the context of some newer developments that have been recently done on Hills Road, on that side of Hills Road, one further up by Bateman Street and one, I think, right next door to this site, is that they're quite modern and they have a beauty of all of their own. This, especially the elevation on St Paul's Place, is an awful historic mush, a sort of pastiche that you might have seen in the 80s of the last century, and I'm not keen on that at all. But I don't know if that in itself would be enough to refuse the officer recommendation, but it's certainly one factor as far as I'm concerned. So over to Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Chair. It's echoing some of the concerns that have been voiced already about the loss of open space and sort of the way the space on the site is being used. It does feel like a lot is being crammed into that space. And specifically, I wanted to understand a bit more about the concerns of the tree officer and whether those have now been satisfied. Is a tree of sufficient size to replace what's being lost being replanted or not? Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Dryden.
A couple of questions, actually. It was mentioned this is not a residential scheme, so if it had been a landlord was allowed to stay in a pub, which normally do have, would that change what was here now? Also, a couple of times when we were talking here, it said this is only minor harm, which I say minor harm to some people would be a bigger harm to others that look at it. And I'd like to get to know what is the daylight sunlight, who's right in what they're saying about this.
Councillor Thornborough.
I'm very concerned about the existing, the potential to disrupt the access to Cambridge Place and St Paul's Place. And I used to go down Cambridge Place quite often to a printer's, and there was terrible trouble getting in and out, even before the new block was built on the corner. But at a few in the past, there was another way out, because you could actually go between some buildings to Glisson Road. That's now completely blocked off, so cycles and pedestrians can't go. So it was more permeable, and it's less permeable, and the only access is off Hills Road. And I think that because both these access routes absolutely are at capacity, in my opinion, and must not be made worse for any development. So I think that really should actually be part of any construction traffic management plan, and therefore I don't know how a traffic management plan could be delivered safely if there's no impact on those two existing routes. I am also again very concerned about how a construction management plan would be put in place and signed off, because there can't be any delivery. There's no external space apart from where the trees are, where you could put site huts and material stores. And I just would like to know whether, if we put a condition on about construction management, can we reasonably accept one that will actually work and protect the residents or other business users in this area? So basically, I do feel that there is a problem, and this may be overdevelopment because of those issues. I also think that policy 76, which protects pubs. I think I would really like to have the officer's opinion about that, because there is a loss of the cellarage. Beer gardens have become so important, and I do agree that it could be detrimental without a beer garden. And if there was a beer garden, that might have actually really helped the construction process. And the loading and unloading, I think, is really difficult. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to say, councillors, as we go along here on this debate, let's make sure that we confine ourselves to planning matters and be cognizant of the comments from consultees. So, for example, when you say, Councillor Thornborough, that the roads are at capacity, the County Highways Development Management, whatever they're called, have no objection, and the County Transport Plan team, no objection. So they are the experts and they are the people that we're meant to take note of when we make decisions. Obviously, we can have our own opinions as well. It's difficult to have those decisions when we're not the experts. Any more questions for the case officer? No. Okay, back to you then, Tom, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll share my screen just to answer a few of these questions.
We can see it.
Okay, so, can you see it?
We can see it, thank you, Tom.
Yeah, great. Okay, so this, in terms of the BRE guidance for sunlight daylight assessment, there's two components to this, via vertical sky component and the no sky line assessment. So in terms of the no sky line assessment,
just hold on a minute, just before you get going on that, just briefly say what a building research establishment test is and what it's for before we get going into the detail, please.
So it is to assess the amount of daylight coming into a room into a habitable room. So in this case, it would be the lounge, kitchen, dining area. And the BRE guidance uses two tests for that, for daylight assessment. One of them is the vertical sky component, and the other one is the no skyline test. In terms of the no skyline test, the target of 80% in terms of the retention is retained. This is used where layouts are known, and because the flat next door has been constructed and the layout is known, this test has been used in this instance. In terms of the vertical sky component, the majority of the windows would, so the test is, the target is that 27% of the proposed VSC, so in this column here, should be
so
retained.
That's the vertical sky component, yeah?
Yeah. Yes. Or the 80% of the between, so the 80% between the existing VSC and the proposed VSC should be retained, which is this one here. So it needs to demonstrate that either of those are retained, either of those targets are met. Sorry. So in this instance,
well, they aren't, right?
In this instance, two windows fall below the target values. So that's window 7 and window 8. So window 7 on the first floor of the flat, and window 8 on the second floor of the flat. However, there are two windows serving those flats. So therefore, there's two windows that will provide daylight to those existing flats. For the first floor flat, which is window 5, the proposed VSC is 27.86, and therefore it achieves a target of 27%. Now, this is the VSC is worked out on a suburban model, and there is, in terms of flexibility, in terms of the values, it is a guide for development. So the character of the area is an urban area, and therefore the site context is also important to be taken into account. So whereas a suburban area you might need to have a higher level of daylighting. In the more urban area, it might be more acceptable to have a lesser degree of daylighting. So it is used as a guide and the rule of thumb. And as I say, that at least one of the windows in both flats would achieve that vertical sky component target. So that is in terms of that's the answering the question in terms of the BRE guidance. The overlooking impacts from the office space. So if I go to the first floor, so the office space would have 3 windows on the southern elevation, and so in terms of the overlooking impacts, in terms of that, there's no direct overlooking impacts because any overlooking impacts upon the flat would be at an oblique angle in terms of that. There's no windows that look directly into that first floor flat, and the same is said for the second floor flat. They've been placed so they don't look towards the residential flats next door. The air source heat pumps. So the air source heat pumps would be located on the eastern side of the development site, so away from the nearest residential property. To the east of this red line is office space, so they're not regarded as noise sensitive receptors. The environmental health officer has reviewed the planning application, has no objections, subject to the air source heat pumps, details of that, and any enclosures to mitigate any unacceptable noise impacts. In terms of the parking requirements, parking impacts, so it's understood that the existing, let me just find the slide, the existing parking at the back, car park at the back, is leased out to a third party, so it's not actually used at present for the existing pub use. In terms of the traffic movements, as has been discussed, the Highways Authority and the Transport Assessment Team have no objections to the development, either in terms of highway safety or cumulative impacts in terms of highway safety. The MPPF is clear in terms of it has to be severe highway safety impacts for us to be able to refuse the development. The existing site is partly tarmacked to the north, and sort of does allow vehicles to park within this area here. As the proposed site plan indicates, only one disabled space. It's not considered to be any more traffic movements than the current situation. In terms of it being a car-free development, it would actually encourage more sustainable travel by bike and walking, and also bus use. So in terms of the actual car movements, it's considered to be a reduction. the lack of accommodation for pub use. This has been looked at by 3 independent experts. The accommodation at present lacks its own kitchen space to serve, so it's not deemed to be very appropriate at the minute. Also the case that accommodation in urban areas, particularly in a sustainable location like this, isn't as important as if it was in a rural context. The rural, because people can travel by a bus or train, there is options for people to lock up at night and go home, whereas in a rural context there might not be that option as much in terms of sustainable travel. So in terms of the expert opinions, they do consider that it's not such a big issue when it comes to pub viability. In terms of, I think it was the open space. Yes, it would. In terms of the development as a whole, it would utilise the vast majority of the existing site. The tree impacts. If I go to the tree slide again. So the existing tree would be retained, and the building footprint would not encroach into the root protection area of that tree. The new tree, which would be to the east of the site, it would be positioned about 4 meters away from the proposed footprint. The trees officer did object to the original proposal, and that objection still stands. That objection has not been removed. But in considering this, I've taken into account what the existing situation is in terms of the existing ash tree in relation to the built context, and I think it would be capable of providing a tree in this location. In terms of the construction management plan, the Highways Authority hasn't raised any objection in terms of it not being capable of being carried out. I think, yes, there isn't loads of space that on the site, but given that the tree, this eastern tree, would be conditioned to be prior to occupation of the development, there is scope for building materials to be located and construction vehicles. Obviously, that would have to be carefully managed. And a condition has been recommended in terms of that. In policy 76, when it comes to the beer garden, it's understood the beer garden isn't that well used at present. There is noise and noise generated from that beer garden. Again, this has been reviewed by experts on the pub viability, and they have shown examples where actually other pubs within the city don't have beer gardens and are viable pubs. So it is considered that isn't a great issue when it comes to the future viability of this pub. The benefits of the layout of the pub would ensure that there's much more scope for better use in terms of the overall layout. The existing pub is very tired and would need a lot of work for it to become more viable. The loading unloading issue. it's understood that the loading and unloading to the existing pub is carried out along Hills Road at present. So that situation wouldn't change. There is restrictions along Hills Road in terms of the times that is allowed, and that would carry on as existing. The same in terms of the proposed office use. In terms of the office use, it's not expected that servicing would be required as much for perhaps residential or retail uses. Therefore, in terms of servicing that facility, that could carry on being could be undertaken along Hills Road also. So it's not considered that that's a highway safety issue. The highways don't have any objections in terms of that arrangement. I think I've answered most of the questions, but if there's anything else, just let me know.
Will do. Thanks, Tom. Right, so councillors, actually I'll ask a question first, Tom, before I go to Councillor Thornborough. So I am aware that the building research establishment test is useful, and if light is cut to the extent that the test shows it to be that, then you're on solid ground really with refusing an item, I suppose. But I was a bit unclear here with where we were with that as councillors, how we interpret that data. You seem to be saying there was a sort of middle ground. It did, I mean, as is often the case, light was lost, but the question is it enough light being lost to say it's too much? And I suppose be good to have any further guidance you could give to us as councillors on making that decision. So, Councillor Thornborough?
I wonder if the case officer could talk about the point raised by the ward councillor about the county councillors looking at the narrow access to these roads at the local highways panel, and how they found that this Cambridge Place was the top of 50 selected applications in looking to mitigate the dangers of this very narrow access. And I'd like to ask the case officer, is it reasonable for the construction traffic management to require that the Cambridge Place and St Paul's Place are kept completely clear during construction, and that would have to be part of the construction management plan? I'm concerned that if that is so, and that is practical to keep emergency routes through to the residents, etc., that we would be putting in place a condition that was over onerous.
Councillor Dryden.
Just a couple of points about garden spaces. I know a lot of the pubs, I think I can actually say I've been in most of the pubs in Cambridge, and I think the majority have got open spaces. It might be very small, but they have got open spaces. And I also think the not having accommodation for a landlord or landlady with no parking facilities. They sometimes be 1 o'clock easy in the morning before they're finished by the time they clean up the bar. They've got fine, if they're not living there, a fine to get home wherever they're going to live, out of Cambridge, with no public transport and nowhere to park a car. So I think the viability of the pub, if we let this go as it is, I can see there's just a year or so, the pub be closed because it's not viable, and that just be turned into all offices.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. I echo Councillor Dryden's concern. Could the officer comment, I think Councillor Gilderdale mentioned it, there is no disabled parking space for the pub at all. So I'd just be interested to know whether that is acceptable. I share the concerns about, to me, it just feels like there's too much stuff on this space. It's not very planning in terms of putting it, but not enough give for example, a slot for a delivery lorry to pull up. I also share, I think, the Chair's concerns about the light. My reading of it was there are 2 windows affected and 3 out of 4 of the tests were failed, I think, if I've done that right. And the ones that were passed were very much on balance. We're looking at tiny percentages over 27%. So I do have some real concerns about that. Finally, I understand why the officers are giving weight to the inspector's decision, it's paragraph 10.103, about how loading and things can't be controlled. But I also note, my understanding is the inspector at that point was talking about a student accommodation in the block next door with a resident warden, and therefore I assume no cars, because either they're banned by all the universities in the city, and if not, they're under 8, they're sixth formers who can't drive. To me, I think I've understood correctly that isn't now student accommodation and is now people living in it, and there certainly isn't a resident, sorry, not that students aren't people, I mean people independently of a university living in it, I should say, who obviously don't have a resident warden. So I wonder if I could ask whether the fact I'm giving more weight to the fact the usage seems to have changed from student without a resident warden to a lot more comings and going potentially of people where we're not restricting car use through the universities or the college is something we should be considering. Thank you.
Yeah, good point, Councillor. Councillor Collis.
About the pub garden, I just wanted to check. The pub is currently closed, isn't it? If it is, how long has it been closed for? Because if it's been closed for a significant amount of time, the open space is going to be underused because nobody will be in it.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, I think I'm going to go back to you now then, Tom. Oh,
can I come in on the light issue?
Tom, Toby's going to speak first.
Thanks, Chair. I sense where the kind of direction of the debate's going. Some of the concerns are around technical issues. So I have to kind of remind members in particular that technical issues are difficult to defend, particularly where you have consultee advice that's in support of a proposal and you have an appeal decision that is examined an issue, albeit the context may have changed subsequently. Specifically on the light issue, I think what Tom was trying to explain is that the additional test that the sunlight and daylight assessors have done looks at the whole in terms of the receipt of daylight. And when you do that and you consider the combined light coming through the windows, there's no breach of the percentage requirements. So I would hasten against, for example, on that issue, potentially going down a route of refusal. I'll leave Tom to comment on the other points that have been raised.
Thanks for that very useful intervention, Toby. So back to you then, Tom.
Okay, so the other issues was about the county council enhancement for Cambridge Place itself. I understand that there was, I think it's in 2021, there was a scheme that prevented any loading of vehicles for the first, I think, 34 metres of that street. This has been imposed now on that street, so vehicles aren't allowed to load or unload for that distance along Cambridge Place. In terms of the construction management plan, I'm not entirely sure whether we could condition that the Cambridge Place and St Paul's Place is kept clear. Maybe Toby will be able to help me with that, but it's certainly in consultation with the Highways Authority. I don't think they would particularly like to see any build of more construction vehicles along that street. So if it's perhaps something that we could look at. The disabled parking, the parking, as I said, the parking at the back of the pub at the moment, it's understood that that's leased to a third party. So there's no disabled parking at present. And yeah, Councillor Poor is right. There's no disabled parking proposed. However, it's not a requirement of the local plan to require that for this use. It is for the office use, but not for the pub. I'm sorry, Chair. I can't remember any the other points that are raised. If I missed anything, just let me know. And
Yeah, that's fine, Tom. There weren't necessarily questions, all of them anyway. I just want Toby to come back on the construction management, and then I'll go back to councillors. So, Toby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So just on the kind of construction management plan prohibiting, the use of Cambridge Place or St Paul's Place for kind of delivery, I think that would be kind of ultra vires, because the use of the highway is for the local highway authority to determine. So a construction management plan can encourage and identify how the site is going to be developed, and often in the tighter sites you will see that developers will enter into agreements with other landowners, for example, to store materials close to the site that can be easily transport. So there's almost always a means by which this type of site can be constructed. Inevitably, because of the narrowness of Cambridge Place in particular, there is likely to be some disturbance, but this type of issue traditionally has not been, has not manifested itself into a reason for refusal. These types should be capable of redevelopment, and difficulty of access shouldn't necessarily be an obstacle to that. So again, I would err on the side of caution in terms of that particular issue.
Thanks, Toby. Councillor Dryden.
Just a point, if the pub's not open at the moment, it's probably a good idea to rent the car park spaces out, isn't it?
Thank you. Was there someone else with their hand up? Yeah, Councillor Bajan.
Chair, I've listened to what Toby's said, but I'm really concerned as to how you would actually build this thing without interfering with the traffic that wants to go up and down St Paul's Place. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. You can't deliver materials without blocking it.
Councillor, I don't know where you're going with this, but this isn't our problem. This is the applicant's problem.
Well, we are giving planning permission for this to be built, and we are aware that this is going to be a difficulty. And I think that it would be irresponsible of us just not to draw attention to it at least. But I'll move on, because lots of people have made the point, and I'm sure councillors have thought about it. I'm concerned that the basement area has no disability access to the restaurant. I'm really concerned about that. And I've noticed the note where they say that food can be served on the first floor or ground floor, but the restaurant is no person in a wheelchair can get to it. So this is beginning to look like, let's pile as much stuff as we can into one piece of ground. And of course it will work, and if it doesn't, we can turn it all into offices. So forgive me for being a cynic. Thank you.
Councillor, I couldn't see a consultation from the access officer in the report, Tom. Is there one? Have I missed it somewhere? Is there any other questions for Tom, by the way? Yeah, Councillor Poor.
Just to come back on the student accommodation issue, that my understanding is that it isn't student accommodation now. And to me, that has some impact on the inspector's decision previously, which we're relying on in terms of the comings and goings and the impact on the highways, because there's a difference when you have residential accommodation. They'll probably be getting delivery vans delivering their food. One would hope not in that sustainable area, but people do. Yeah, again, as I said, for me at the moment, this is just feeling too much crammed in, and there's just no give. There's no cycle parking for the pub. And I take the officer's note that there is some outside, but we've got so much stuff on this. I know we can't redesign on the table, but for example, if on the ground floor a little bit of space was given to a delivery thing, a little bit of space to some cycle parking, that to me would start to tip the balance more in favour. But at the moment, it just feels overdeveloped.
You've made your point, thank you. Toby, you want to come back on that first point you made, I think, that Councillor Beauregard's made?
Yeah, just very quickly, Chair, since we're ending the nearing the end of the debate. I think the ground floor of that redevelopment project did have some form of commercial use associated with it. So that hasn't changed, and that was a consideration by the inspector. I think if you were to look for some kind of servicing delivery space off St Paul's Place or the other road that escapes my memory, that would cause quite a significant issue, because you're encouraging access through a very, very kind of narrow part of the site. Cambridge Place is particularly narrow. So again, I think that's probably the officer advice would be there's not a technical reason, given what the Highway Authority has said, to resist on grounds of servicing.
Thanks, Toby. So got that question about access from Councillor Bajent, Tom, and I just alluded to the access officer report, lack of, and also Councillor Bennett has to say something.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to discuss the implications of the limited access to the dining area and the harm it causes for people with a physical disability. Because the issue is not that you can eat at this venue, the issue is social inclusion and being able to eat with your friends and your party. Rather, if you went to this restaurant for a birthday party, would you be happy if your party was seated in the basement and you were on an annex in the bar in the first floor? I honestly don't think you would. And I don't think the access arrangements there for the restaurant are satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, back to you then, Tom.
Yeah, so in terms of the disability access, the plans are indicative. So although the basement does show dining space, and the proposed ground floor does say pub, it would be up to the licensee to decide how they want to use that space. So in terms of the ground floor, there is a condition specifying that there would be disabled access from the front entrance to ensure that all users have equal access to the ground floor. It's envisaged that talking to the applicant, that ground floor would be used for the dining space, and so in terms of equal access for everyone, I believe that would be achieved. In terms of the outside the planning process, obviously the licensee would have to accord with the Equality Act. So notwithstanding any planning approval, they would have to accord with those regulations. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Toby?
I'm going to come in again because, you may disagree with the officer about the fact that the basement is not accessible, for example, via a lift. There's no specific policy within the local plan that would require that to be so. So again, I caution members, and we've got policy context, we've got technical issues with consultees that are in support of the proposal set for the tree officer. That a reason for refusal along those grounds would be particularly difficult to defend for officers.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, if you want to go against sort of recommendation, by all means do it, but you need to have good planning reasons to do it. And just think about that, I suppose. I was just thinking, I mean, this thing about access, you know, in the street next to it, I'm pretty sure that Elm Street is now closed off, or will be closed off for about 5 months on that housing that's being built at the back of the garages there that we passed in planning committee. And that's a small street, a similar sort of situation, really. So I guess it happens, really, thinking about it, you know, if, you know, as Toby said, if we have to close the street to build something, then National Planning Policy Framework is on the side of, you know, supporting development. So it's on balancing. I mean, the thing that I thought was most contentious about this development was sort of, as they say, scale and massing of the thing. You know, it seems a bit bulky, all that sort of thing. But the first thing on planning balance that the officers presented us with on approval is appropriate design, scale and massing reflecting urban grain. So, you know, I'm in a quandary. Maybe all of us are, I'm not sure. Any more questions or debate? No. Okay, so the recommendation, please, Toby.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendation is as set out on page 165 of the officer report. That is to approve the scheme subject to the planning conditions as set out. So, Chair.
All those in favour of that recommendation?
It's like just 2, Chair.
Those against?
Chair.
Abstentions?
3, Chair.
So it's obviously a tricky one, but we've got a decision there. So the decision is to refuse the officer recommendation. So now we're going to have to find some reasons for refusal.
Sorry, Chair, I have to interrupt. So that we are now in a neutral stage.
Sorry, yep, neutral stage, yep. So reasons for refusal, we've had a good debate there. I think a lot of them must have come out already. Is there anything else you want to add, councillors, to give to officers before they go away and write up some reasons for refusal? So just to be clear to any members of the public, it's a legal process. We need to get our reasons for refusal, you know, making sense. And what normally happens is that we have this chat in public, but then officers go and write up reasons for refusal, and then we come back and then we discuss those reasons for refusal. So, Councillor Dryden.
Did, when the ward councillor spoke, which I thought was very well done, did we take notes of what she said? Because she gave quite a good few reasons of policy why we should refuse it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more comments on the item? Councillor.
I know I haven't commented earlier, but it does seem that the site and massing, and there are, I think it's either a conservation officer or one of the officers has said that the height and massing on the development of the flats, the houses in Cambridge Place, St Paul's Place, it's well, I can't remember whether she doesn't say that, or he doesn't say significant, but there is an impact. And it did sound to me as though it was more like higher than minor harm. I still have concerns. I know it says here that the viable public house use, but it's this thing about size and massing. Can we say something on size and massing overall, and the bits, the things that are supposed to be in this building, like the pub, which has been constrained and constrained. You know, there's no function room, lack of cellarage. It's been made much smaller. Try to be helpful here on planning.
That's good, Councillor. Thank you very much. That's useful. I think one thing, Councillors, that comes to my mind is that there's been a discussion about light and so on. And, I mean, officers have given you some advice there, and you seem to be taking a contrary position, or somebody who did. So you might need to let the officers know if that's going to be one of your reasons for refusal or not. Because I don't think officers will want to write that down themselves unless you tell them to. Councillor Thornborough?
I think we were advised not really to use policy 76, which is the specific pub policy, pub retention. But I think for the harm to the conservation area, I think the pubs, a lot of the pubs in that area do have pub gardens and do have rear, they have rear spaces, and I think the character of the pub, the design of the pub is not consistent with the character of pubs in that area, in the conservation area.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, we also had a conversation about overlooking. I think Tom did answer those questions, but I wasn't quite clear myself whether all councillors were content with that or whether that was going to be an issue for reasons for refusal, overlooking at all. 5.5 metres. Okay, anything else at all? Otherwise, we'll pack in and have a break. Councillor Bennett.
Well, I just wanted to comment on the weight given to the expert opinions, because I've been brought up in my day job on the mantra that an expert's opinion is an opinion. It is not a fact. It must be weighed. So I just find this very odd and very worrying. I mean, if I could talk about the pub issue, the fact that a pub is viable without a beer garden is not evidence that this pub is viable without a beer garden. You know, this isn't rocket science. It's just basic scrutiny.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? Councillor Thornborough.
There is a lot of concern raised by residents about safety issues to do with vehicular movements in association with the construction and the use of this building. I know buildings need to be designed for safety, and that there is a specific policy about that, and I wonder whether that policy would be applicable.
Right, okay, if there's nothing else, then we're going to have a break while officers write out reasons for refusal. They can always be adapted when we get to see them, of course, if need be. How long do you need, Toby?
Chair, if I could, conscious of the time and the other items that we have on, and also the officer advice, I don't think that any of these reasons for refusal are going to be easy to defend. There seem to be 5 themes here, one around residential amenity and light and possibly enclosure, a second around servicing and highway safety, operationally and constructionally, a third around viability of the public house in relation to the courtyard and cellarage accommodation, a fourth around size and massing and harm to the conservation, and I think a fifth in relation to cycle parking for the public house specifically. There has been various references to policies made by the local councillor, which are related into reasons for refusal. There are also paragraphs within the NPPF that could be quoted by officers. I would suggest it's not kind of too untoward that those 5 issues are taken away by officers instead of being put in a pressurised situation to detail quite difficult reasons for refusal. We are given the latitude to agree those final reasons for refusal through chair and spokes.
Okay, so Councillor, I don't remember doing that before, so feel free to refuse to go down that path if you wish. But my second thing I was going to say is the agenda is quite long today and we're running late and we need to try and get some more of this agenda done if we can. So there is a prerogative there, and also, as Toby has pointed out, it's quite a challenging one to put these reasons for refusal together. So, you know, normally it takes 10, 15, 20 minutes at least, so it could be more, it could be half an hour almost on this one. Councillor Dryden.
We used to do this quite a lot a few years ago. I've got no problem with it.
Okay, so if no one's going to speak against it, then that's what we'll do. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, Toby. Yes. Yeah. So, as Sarah said, let's have a vote on those reasons for refusal, subject to Toby and officers getting them into a state where we feel that they're the best they can be, and then that'll go to Vice Chair and spokes. All right, so all those in favour of those reasons for refusal?
Unanimous, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So, notwithstanding the fact that we're under pressure to get these items done, I really think we need to have a little bit of a break now. We're all human beings and we need to go to the toilet and have a drink and things. So let's come back at 15:15 to do the next item. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back after the break. So if you want to look at your agendas then please, councillors, we've just finished item 8 and the next item is item 9 on the agenda. So as I was briefly discussing with you just earlier in the break, it looks like we won't be able to finish this whole agenda today. We've had a long agenda and we've done our very best, but it just won't be practically possible to finish this whole agenda. So after discussing with officers what is possible in the time permitting, it seems sensible and possible that we could do items 9 and 10 in the time permitting up until about 6 o'clock, and we should then stop there. So I don't know if you would want to debate that or have a discussion about that. So that means that we would do item 9 Sandy Lane and item 10 Shah Jahal Mosque, but item 11 would have to be deferred to the next further planning meeting. That's the Varsity Hotel, and 196 Green End Road would need to be put forward to a further planning meeting. Are we okay with that? Councillor Dryden.
I'm just wondering how many people we've got for the different applications, because if I know we've got lots of people from one of them here. What about the other ones? I know we've got people. I know we've got the mayor waiting to. He's coming back especially to be on one of them. So, who's here to speak?
Appreciate that. The mayor isn't the mayor when he speaks here. He's a councillor. But the fact is that items 9 and 10 need to be done today for practical planning reasons. Do you want to speak to that, Toby, as you're more on it than me in terms?
It's fine, Chair. So there is, for Sandy Lane, for example, there is a live appeal, so we do need to settle the local planning authority's position in relation to that application. And with the mosque, members will recall that actually this application came to committee last year. There was a judicial challenge. The application's been revised. There's significant public interest in it. So I would think that those two are the highest priority in terms of the applications before members that are left today.
Are you content with that, Councillor Dryden?
Okay, yeah, but if we're talking about what time we've still got to 6 o'clock. So if we finish a bit early, it might be able to get another one or two. We never know, or listen to the tree works, whatever we've got here.
I think the guidance I'm getting from officers is that it's better to let people know that we're not going to debate an item rather than leave it till 6 o'clock and then say we can't or we can, to give them some notice. So that was the approach we were taking. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know if this is possible, but we have about 20 people from the mosque outside. Is it possible to hear their item before Sandy Lane, or is that breaching some etiquette?
No, I had thought, if you want to turn your microphone off, I had thought of that option. It is an option, but I don't think it's a necessary option because there is time to do both of those items regardless of which order we do them in. So I think the best thing to do is just stick to the agenda order. Okay, let's do that then. So the next item is item 9, Sandy Lane. And if officers can let the remaining items on the agenda from 11 onwards know that they won't be being debated today. Thank you. So item 9, Sandy Lane. The officer is, the case officer is Alice Young, is that correct? Or is yep, Alice Young. Hi Alice, hello, good afternoon.
Chair, could I just ask that we close that door as well, because there's quite a few people out there and I won't be able to hear properly.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Councillor Pagecroft. So Councillor Pagecroft has pointed out the doors are open, which can disturb the sound in the room. And then we've got speakers, Adrian Rose, Mary Blackman and Jeremy Francis, I believe.
Chair, can we just close the door?
Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's 2 then to speak, is it? Yeah. And you are Adrian, or? Hi Adrian, afternoon. Okay, so you know the officer recommendation is for refusal, and you're speaking in objection. You're aware of that? Yes. In that case, let's hear the officer who's on screen. Mary, you don't really want to be on screen at the moment. We'll hear the officer present the item and then we'll speak to you later. Yeah, good, thank you. Okay, in that case, let's get going then, councillors. Alice, present the item then, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the application is land adjacent to Sandy Lane, and it's the construction of 26 dwellings. The applicant has now appealed to the Planning Inspectorate against non-determination of the application, and there have been third-party letters of support. Therefore, officers cannot determine the application without members' endorsement. Officers ask, therefore, that members discuss the application and endorse the officer recommendation of refusal for the council to then argue that the application should be dismissed by the planning inspector. So the site is accessed via Sandy Lane and is brownfield land. The conservation boundary skirts the site to the west and east, and within the site there is a grouping of TPO trees. The site is surrounded by residential dwellings, most of which are the rear gardens of residential dwellings, and the site falls within the controlled parking zone. This is a aerial photo of the site, so it's quite an odd shape, but you'll see the TPO grouping here and the ends of residential gardens. So the proposed development consists of 26 Victorian terraced townhouses with a mix of 4 and 5 bedrooms properties, served by a basement level car park and 2 refuse stores. The proposal also includes an offer of 9 affordable flats located on a completely separate adjacent site fronting Elizabeth Way. It's also accessed via Elizabeth Way. This has outline consent for the 9 units. To avoid the presentation being quite long, because I know we're quite short of time, I won't go through all of the plans in details because there are quite a lot of house types, but I will show you the site sections to demonstrate what the proposal will look like, just so members can see that. But as I said, I'm happy to go through the slides in full, the plans in full, but I'll go through the presentation first and then you can confirm whether you want me to go through the plans in full after, if that's okay. So this is the basement plan. So you'll see that most of the car parking, is at basement level. There are areas of cycle parking dotted around at basement level. There's also personal individual access to each of the dwellings at basement level. This is the site plan, shows the vehicular access down to the basement here and the vehicular access at ground level here. This is site section A. This is site section B. You'll see the underground car parking here. C. D. And this shows the remaining site sections where they're taken from. So this is E, F, G, H. So there is a planning history for the site. There are 3 extant consents. This is in pink, purple and green. These are all extant consents because these consents had a condition which required works to Sandy Lane, highway works to Sandy Lane, and these works have been carried out, so these permissions are extant. There's also a consent, a 2018 consent here in yellow. Behind Elizabeth Way properties, access via Elizabeth Way. This it's not clear whether this has commenced work. The property number 57 Elizabeth Way, which needs to be demolished to make way for the site entrance, has not been demolished, and there are several conditions that haven't been discharged. But the agent argues that drainage works have been implemented on site, but there's no evidence that this is the case that has been submitted in support of this application. However, this uncertainty on whether this consent is extant does not impact the overall assessment that officers have concluded. Apologies. So these extant consents need to be borne in mind when assessing the merits of the proposed scheme. Officers have assessed the weight attached to the extant consent and advised members that there is a more than theoretical prospect of the extant consents being implemented, and therefore officers recommend that members give the extant consents moderate weight. So in assessing the proposed developments, officers have had to compare the extant and the proposed consents. There are differences, both merits and harm arising from the proposed scheme compared to the extant scheme. So just go through them on the screen now. So there's, while the proposed scheme does provide affordable housing, an affordable housing percentage which is below the 40% required by policy, it would result in a bigger public benefit from delivering the actual units as opposed to a financial contribution which was proposed under the extant consent. So the delivery of actual units would be more expensive than the financial contribution which was secured under the extant consent, hence why it's considered a merit when comparing the schemes. You'll see here that there are larger rear gardens for plots 25 and 26. This is circled in red. There is a carbon emissions reduction of 62%, which exceeds policy. This is considered a merit. There's also lift provision from the basement level car park to ground level, so the ground level which is publicly accessible. So that's considered a merit. The harm resulting from the comparison is that the public realm will be more disjointed, highly engineered, and lacks legibility, given that the most of the activity would be at basement level. It prevents from, well, it limits wayfinding and activity at ground level for people to move through the site intuitively. There's also a pinch point here where my mouse is, which limits views through the site and again impacts upon wayfinding. There's poor public open space provision. It underprovides public open space and departmentalises the open space provision within the site. This is all a bit more consolidated. There are smaller rear gardens which would have less sunlight and be more enclosed because of this terrace being turned round. And there's more car parking proposed, which promotes unsustainable travel. So officers have concluded that there is additional harm arising from the proposed development compared to the extant consent. Basically, that the proposed development is more harmful than the extant consents. In turn, officers consider that the proposal have considered the proposal against local and national policy and have found 4 direct conflicts. These will be taken in turn. So the first one references affordable housing and housing mix. The proposal is for only 4 and 5 bed properties, which does not provide a spread of dwelling sizes to address housing demand and need. There are no smaller or starter homes proposed, and therefore it fails to be of an appropriate housing mix to meet housing demand and need. The development provides off-site affordable housing in the form of 9 one-bed units on a separate site. Policy dictates that affordable housing should be on-site unless in exceptional circumstances. No justification for this approach has been made, and the scheme is considered viable. So there is no viability argument in terms of the under-provision of affordable housing. Similarly, the 9 units would be below the 40% requirement. There's only a 26% delivery of affordable housing. These are clustered together off a busy road and with no direct access to the shared facilities within the main site. And therefore, officers have concluded that it's in direct conflict with the Cambridge Local Plan Policy 45 and the draft SPD and housing strategy. Reason 2 references the amenity for future occupiers. All dwellings aside from plot 25 and 26 have kitchen and breakfast rooms and dining rooms at lower ground floor. The distance between the rear habitable rooms and the lower ground floor garden wall ranges from 2 metres to 3, with walls enclosing the lower patio at a height of approximately 4 metres from lower ground level. Officers therefore consider that these rooms would lack daylight and sunlight and be enclosed. Similarly, given the distance at lower ground floor to the front habitable rooms, there's a similar relationship here with the basement level car park, and therefore there would be a similar impact. While it is acknowledged that there are alternative living areas at ground floor which receive better outlooks and light levels, the kitchen dining areas should still require adequate light and outlooks to provide a good standard of amenity for future occupiers. Officers also have concerns about the sunlight and daylight to the rear habitable rooms of 20, plot 20 and 25 and 26 due to the TPOs, which are obviously protected. The rear gardens associated with the dwellings are split level with a patio area at lower ground floor and steps leading up to a grassed garden at ground level. Due to the gardens being split level, enclosed by tall boundary treatments and not necessarily proportionate to the size of the dwelling, to enable play, socialising and drying, officers consider that the gardens are not adequate to meet the day-to-day needs of the occupiers. This is illustrated from this diagram here, which is on screen. Similarly, the accessibility of the houses is poor. Ramped entrances are at lower ground floor at the basement level, and the garden is partially stepped, and the main entrance is stepped at ground floor. This would mean that a person with mobility issues would have to access through the basement level and wouldn't be able to access most of the garden unless diverted around the basement, going through the lift, the public lift, and then round to the rear garden via rear accesses. And obviously the principal elevation and the most used elevation should be at ground floor level, given the natural surveillance. So the proposal fails to provide a high quality, inclusive and accessible living environment for future occupiers, and is contrary to policy 50, 51 and 56 of the Cambridge Local Plan. So reason 3 is the over-provision of car parking and poor cycle parking. So the car and cycle parking would predominantly be at basement level, accessed via a narrow 5-metre ramp. This is a shared ramp, so both cycles, cars and pedestrians would potentially use this access. 52 car parking spaces are proposed, which exceeds the maximum standards of car parking, which in the local plan Appendix L is stated to be 1 per dwelling in a controlled parking zone. The site is in a highly sustainable location with shops and cafes as close as 200 metres from the site and the city centre and 5-minute cycle away. So the cycle parking is located in groups at the end of car parking spaces. These are scattered around at basement level, typically in less convenient locations than car parking. Given the narrow shared ramped access, compact and overly complicated layout, the provision could lead to a potential conflict between transport modes, particularly as cyclists travel to different areas to find a space. The proposal therefore would not provide accessible, safe or convenient cycle parking for all dwellings, which would, alongside the over-provision of car parking, not align with the Council's move towards prioritisation of sustainable and active travel. And the proposal would therefore be contrary to Policy 1882. So reason 4 is the poor public realm, accessibility and open space. As mentioned previously, the main entrances are located at lower ground floor, given the presence of both cycle and car parking here, resulting in activity mainly being at lower ground floor. This, alongside the layout which has created a pinch point, limits views through the site and results in the site not being hugely eligible. Officers consider that the proposal creates a poor public realm which is not accessible or inclusive and does not provide sufficient open space. Predominantly the site is hard surfacing with raised areas of landscaping. This means that the spaces are transient spaces which do not encourage socialising and allow play, limiting social interaction, integration and community resilience. Overall, the accessibility is poor. Landscaping is on raised platforms, inaccessible for use, and several sets of steps prevent ease of access to dwellings. Main entrances for disabled people would be at lower ground floor, given the stepped access at ground floor. And as stated previously, the dwellings themselves are not inclusive. The accessibility is poor, excluding those who have mobility issues, and therefore is in direct conflict with Policy 56, 57 and 59. So as identified, the proposal is in direct conflict with the Cambridge Local Plan and the NPPF in a number of areas of policy. Together, officers considered that the harm arising from the scheme would be considerable. Since the extant consents were permitted in 2004, both national and local policy have substantially changed. The extant consent was based on policy from the late 90s and early 2000s, whereas policy now demands greater focus on high quality design, health and well-being, inclusivity and accessibility, community resilience, sustainable development, sustainable transport modes and climate change mitigation. The proposed development fails to accord with this standard on multiple counts. Officers consider that the level of harm arising from the proposed scheme would be substantial and would generate greater harm than building out the extant consents combined. The table of harm and merits of the proposed consent compared to the extant consent is on screen just to remind members. In assessing the proposed development, officers have concluded that there is additional harm arising from the proposed development compared to the extant consent. Basically that the proposed development is worse than the extant consents. Due to this, and given the significance of the conflict with the development plan, and national policy, officers concluded that the harm arising from the development plan conflict outweighed the benefits arising from the extant consent, and therefore officers recommend that members refuse the application on the harm identified. These are just on screen now, just for reference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Alice. I think a catalogue of errors seems to me, but we'll see. So I'll just note that the officer recommendation is 1 refusal, 4 of the consultees are against it, and there are 25 representations and 18 are against, as well as obviously the most important thing, which is the case officer's recommendation. Let's consider. So speakers, Adrian, you're first. Do you want to come to the stand over here then, Adrian, speaking to the speakers so we can all hear? That's right, it's in the middle at the back, look. There's a little sort of microphone thing there. I did have a list of 5 people, now I'm down to about 2 or 3, I think. So you, Adrian, and Mary Blackman. I don't seem to have anyone from the applicant to speak. The arrangement was, if you want to sit down, sir, please. And so we did arrange for 6 minutes to start off with because there are so many people to speak, but now there's just 2 of you. How long were you expecting to speak for? Under 3 minutes. Okay, well, let's aim for less than 6 minutes between the 2 of you then, if that's all right. Yeah, because it'd normally be 3 minutes between 2 people, but it's a bit of a here, really, I think. Okay, so if you want to turn the microphone on, it's the button on the thing in front of you on the right-hand side. It'll light up red. That's it.
Okay.
So when you're ready then, thanks.
From what I've just heard, I'm perhaps wasting my words, but I've got concerns.
Sorry, just hold on a minute. Was the officer going to share some photographs for you? Or
yes, that's right. I'm just going to come to that.
Yeah, okay.
Is that available?
Hang on a minute. Are you okay for that, Alice? Yeah. Right. Okay, we're happy to help with that then. So, okay, sorry, you start again then, Adrian. We'll start the clock again. Thanks.
This is a shot of Sandy Lane for those of you who haven't had the pleasure of visiting it on an ordinary weekday. And I think this shows you that it's completely unsuitable for constructional vehicles to come down and go out. And that's my main concern. Not only will it seriously affect the lives of those who have frontages on the lane, but in my view, it will result in collisions and accidents. The wording of the Clulo consulting report, Highways Access and Car Parking, Section 4, is far too weak. It should be a stipulation by the City Council, if it can give this stipulation, that no work starts on this project until adequate access has been established from Elizabeth Way through, I understand, the demolition of houses 51 to 55. Furthermore, this access for both lorries and tradesmen should remain intact until the completion of the 26 new houses. If necessary, delaying commencement of the social housing. Again, access for this part of the project, the social housing, should be entirely via Elizabeth Way. I realise this might compromise the Council's policy on social housing, but I think it's only fair to the residents of Sandy Lane, which in any case may still be a private road. My next point is about the car parking. The above report, section 3, highlights a shortfall in parking spaces, which will be detrimental to the residents of De Freville Avenue and Montague Road. No mention seems to be made on the effect of Sandy Lane. The real impact, I believe, will be far greater, as there will be some households with more than 2 cars, some residents will not be bothered to park underground, and the number of visitors is probably underestimated. In short, people will be parking outside my garage doors, and I think more parking needs to be provided on the side. That's my statement.
Right, thanks so much. And if you want to turn the microphone off, and then we'll go to the other speaker. You said it was Mary, didn't you? So Mary's online, I take it. Yep. So Mary, do you want to bring your picture up on the screen, if you can? I think you can turn the presentation off now, possibly, Alice. Is that correct? I think. Yeah. So you turn the presentation off, then we'll see Mary. Hi, Mary. Good afternoon.
Hi.
So you've got 3 minutes, about roughly 3 and a bit minutes to speak.
Thank you very much. So issues about housing density and design within the adjacent conservation area have been well made in the objections, as have some of the more technical planning points. So I'm not commenting on those. The issue I want to focus on is the impact on Sandy Lane and DeFrevel Avenue. According to Clulo Consulting on behalf of the developers, the acceptability of the proposed development of the site for residential use in transport planning terms has been established. But the council will be concerned not just about what happens inside the site, but how it sits in its environment. The Highways Authority note that it will be a gated community, which is in itself detrimental to our streetscape and our sense of inclusion and community. And it says that neither it nor Sandy Lane will be adopted. But please consider how Sandy Lane will be accessed by the new residents and indeed used by existing residents in their everyday lives. There will be at least 100 bicycles, electric bikes, cargo bikes going to and fro on a daily basis. Sandy Lane has no cycle lane. There will be parents taking their children to school with prams and pushchairs, teenagers going to school on their own, sometimes returning in the dark, families heading out, mobility scooters. Sandy Lane has no pavements. There will be cars going in both directions, bin lorries, and from time to time emergency vehicles. Even with current lane use, there have been cases of obstruction. I recall both a dustbin lorry and, in one case, a fire engine were unable to obtain access as the road was partially blocked. And I think when you've seen Adrian's pictures, you will agree. Similarly, if large vehicles use Sandy Lane, both in construction and afterwards, it's crucial that the council secure the safety of pedestrians and cyclists who have to share the same patch of road with the cars and the trucks. A related safety issue is exiting Sandy Lane into DeFrevel Avenue, where the visibility is poor and vehicles come round that corner from Chesterton Road into DeFrevel Avenue, and this issue can only get worse. Turning to possible solutions, adoption, of course, is the obvious one. The Highway Authority have commented that they will not seek the adoption of Sandy Lane as it will serve no highway function and is accordingly acceptable in transport planning terms. I understand that the ownership of Sandy Lane is uncertain, but councils may impose traffic management orders even on private roads that are accessed by the public on a regular basis. I would like to see a traffic management order that regulates Sandy Lane in the same way as if it were adopted, so to provide safe passage for all and to manage the risk of vehicles exiting onto DeFrevel Avenue. So I'd urge you and the planning inspector to consider in real detail the serious traffic access and safety issues in Sandy Lane, and not just to accept assurances that the situation is somehow acceptable. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mary. If you want to turn your camera off now, you're welcome to carry on and listen to the debate, though. If you want to put your camera back on, I think, Alice, that'll probably be best. So, normally I'd put your points, Mary and Adrian, to the case officer as a part of our general debate. And I think you made your points very well, Mary and Adrian, in fact, and very clear on what you were saying. But I think what I need to do first, rather than just do it for the sake of it, is are there any councillors that are interested in speaking against the officer recommendation? Suspected not. It was a pretty clear report, wasn't it, really? In that case, then, unless there is anything that you wanted to just clarify with the officer, Councillor Poore.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm agreeing with the officer. I just wonder if there's a couple of other things we might want to consider. So, first thing, in the reasons for refusal, one of the bins is entirely stepped access. I don't know whether we should make clear reference to that, because that is really inaccessible. I mean, I find this whole development bizarre. Normally I welcome consolidation of lots of piecemeal sites, but this seems to be making it worse. And I don't know, apologies to who did design it, but it does seem to be from about 30 years ago in terms of, underground massive amounts of parking. I probably disagree slightly with Adrian that I think we should, in most of our sites, we'd encourage a lot of reduced parking. But I do agree with the objectors that Elizabeth Way access seems the better way than Sandy Lane. So I suppose, obviously, if it did go against the offer recommendation, I'd like us to think of that. The other thing I said, I noticed that it states that all the air source heat pumps are going to be in the garden. So again, I think in reasons for refusal, that's worth noting, given the gardens are already extremely small, and we're proposing to put in, I'm guessing, a 2 metre by 2 metre box in each of them. So again, to me, that just seems another reason. And also explicitly the issue of gating. Our local plan doesn't support gated communities. Again, this is very out of date, what they're proposing. So I wondered if officers could just comment about basically the bin steps, the air source heat pumps in garden particularly, and the gated thing, and whether that should be slightly more explicit in the reasons for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. It feels like there are so many reasons for refusal. It's a matter of, which ones to choose, I suppose. Alice, would it be appropriate to add more reasons for refusal, as Councillor Parra is suggesting?
So I'll just, if it's all right, Chair, I'll come back and kind of discuss the points that Councillor Pora has made, and then I'll answer your question. So in terms of where the air source heat pumps are located, they state in their sustainability statement that they will be located in the private individual gardens, whether that is to the front of the property in the basement level or in the rear garden, whether that's at patio or the garden area. It's not clear yet, but yes, it would, if it was in the rear garden, take up space in those rear gardens. In terms of the stepped bin access, if members wanted to include that within one of the existing reasons for refusal, I'm happy to add that and pass it through Chair, Vice Chair and Spokes. In terms of the gated development, in paragraph 7.7 of our local plan, it says that the creation of gated developments limits social cohesion and integration and will not be supported. So that's just to raise to members, and that was mentioned in the committee report. In terms of adding reasons for refusal, if members felt that there is harm, more harm than the officers have identified in the reasons for refusal, then we can add reasons, and we would be open to discussing those and drafting those.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Botterwood.
Just thinking of additional reasons for refusal. Now, these were mentioned in the report, which is bins. So bins and access, I put water, that's a reason for refusal, but I've got that as a note. And then I've said EV charging. I can't remember whether there was any, I don't think there was any mention of that. And then green roofs, I've got a question mark. And all the other things that you've mentioned, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add to Alice's very clear exposition of the access challenges. In my view, there is no safe way to navigate in and out of the site in either an attendant wheelchair or most a Class 2 mobility scooter because of the ramps. There would be a very real possibility of losing control, particularly bearing in mind that with attendant wheelchairs, quite often the attendant is not particularly mobile themselves. And on Sandy Lane itself, Normally, even for a mini mobility scooter, you really need 1.1 metres width minimum level, and there is nothing like that. I think there's a very real possibility that disabled visitors might not be able to access the site or might end up being trapped in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bajent.
Yeah, in similar vein, does this sort of road, does LTN 120 apply to this? Is it because it's not adopted? Because it's giving, there seems to be no safe route for cyclists or pedestrians?
It's just, isn't it? Anything else, Councillor Thornborough? No? Okay. So, Alice, back to you. I guess from what you said, I understand that we can vote on these reasons for refusal, which it sounds like we're all going to support from nodding heads and so on. And then you can add on any others that have been spoken about now, and then it can go to Chair, Vice Chair and spokes, as you said, Alice. But if you want to just clarify that.
I think the correct process, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, is they vote on the reasons for refusal recommended by the case officer, and then have a discussion on further reasons if members wanted to add reasons.
I'll just check with Toby. Toby?
No, I think we need to know what is incorporated in addition. From what I've heard members say, it aligns really with what the officer report's saying. I think, for example, with air source heat pumps, that specific reference could be made within condition 2. The issue of gated community and social cohesion, which is referenced in policy 56, could be incorporated within reason for refusal 4, and the issue of stepped access kind of crosses both reasons for refusal 2 and 4. So officers would be happy to amend the recommendation along those lines. I think LTN 1 of 20 is a difficult one because the provisions for the access have not changed in relation to the historic approval, as far as I'm aware. Alice, that might be something that would be very difficult to defend when it came to an appeal.
That's for Thornborough.
Very briefly, would you be adding the NPF, the relevant NPPF clauses as well?
Alice? Did you get that?
Yes, happy to add the relevant NPPF paragraphs as well.
Okay, this goes to recommendation then. Is that right? Yep. Toby.
So the recommendation is set out on page 232 of the officer report, and that is that members endorse and minded to refuse position for the purposes of defending the appeal against non-determination for 4 reasons. Those reasons have been amended with specific inclusion of reference to air source heat pumps within reason for refusal 2, reference to gated communities and social cohesion within reason for refusal 4, and reference to stepped access specifically in relation to reasons for refusal 2 and 4, with explicit references to the MPPF where relevant. And Chair, I'd just like to amend the recommendation at 10.166, which relates to, that's on page 233, that relates to the planning obligation. I'd like that to read slightly differently as follows. Delegated authority is granted to officers to negotiate and complete the Section 106 agreement in accordance with the Town and Country Planning Act 1990, in line with the heads of terms in paragraph 10.13 of this report, in the event that one is required.
Thanks, Toby. So all those in favour of that recommendation?
Unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, thank you very much. So for then, thanks very much, Alice, and thanks to the speakers. Thank you. So the next item is Shah Halal Mosque, item 10. So as was said earlier, Councillor Gilthorpe Wood and myself will not be taking part in this item. Keith, did you want to say anything about why we're not taking part as a legal officer? You don't want to say anything, no. So we're going to stand down. So in that case, there needs to be a new chair for this committee, and I'm presuming that the committee will be happy for the vice chair to take over that role. But that's up to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dave Bajan. I'm Vice Chair of Planning Committee, and I've taken over from the previous chair. So welcome everybody. Next item is Shah Jalal Mosque, which is item 19-40. FUL. We have three speakers, 2 objectors and 1 in support, and I've decided that we'll have 3 minutes for each side. So Jane, would you like to present the item?
So thank you, Chair. So this application is at the Shah Jahan Mosque, 107 Darwin Drive. I'll explain the description of development as I go through this presentation. Originally, this application was approved by Planning Committee in December 2021 and then quashed by the local planning authority due to an error in the recommended conditions. More details of this are in section 4.1 of the Officers Committee
Excuse
report.
me, could I just ask that you slow down a little
Oh,
bit?
yeah,
I have
sorry.
a hearing problem and
Yeah.
you're gabbling it all and I'm
No,
really
that's
sorry.
fine. Not a problem. Was approved by Planning Committee in December 2021, then quashed by the local planning authority due to an error in the recommended conditions. More details of this are in section 4.1 of the Officers Committee report. Therefore, as a consequence of this quash decision, this application is to be considered as a fresh application. This application site. The development site consists of the Shah Jahan Mosque. To the north of the site is number 105 Darwin Drive, which is attached to this site. To the south of the site is number 109. All of the properties in the area are residential dwellings. The site is not in a conservation area or a controlled parking zone. There are no other restrictions on this area. Part 1 of the proposed description refers to the proposed extension, which is a 2-storey extension with single-storey projecting bar bay for a minbar pulpit. Here are the existing elevations and existing floor plans. Here are the proposed elevations and proposed floor plans. So here are some photos of the surrounding area and the site. In the bottom right-hand corner is a map showing the direction that the photos were taken. This is looking into the site towards the extension. As you can see, there is cycle parking and car parking currently available. This is in the site looking towards the proposed extension. This is looking at the rear of the proposal site. Number 105 Darwin Drive to the north. The neighbour, as mentioned before. Darwin Drive. Site and the current garden to the rear. The site from the garden to the rear of the proposal, as you can see the extension to the neighbour. The site towards the main highway. Part 2 of the description, as in front of you and in the officer report, is concerned with the number of occupants to use the community use. Part 3 is concerned with the description, which is concerned with the hours of use of the community use. Or into context as a table in Appendix 1 of the officer report. Application is for refusal, which is in paragraph 9.75 of the officer report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Jane. So can we have the public speakers? Have we got Gary and Jeanette? Who would like to go first? I'd like to announce, seeing as this item has started, there will be no other items after this tonight, so this is going to be our last item. Would you put the microphone on? You've got 3 minutes between you.
I got it? Yeah,
Go.
okay. Thank you for allowing me to speak against the current application. I represent both my own view as well as that of 25 people over 17 properties in the vicinity of the mosque who signed a petition to oppose the application. We object to an increase in the hours of use and the numbers attending on the grounds that this will place an intolerable burden on the occupants of houses nearby. In particular, this will create a noise and disturbance during the night at times when people should be able to sleep undisturbed. Different versions of the applications have been submitted, but the assessment of its impact has not changed. In 2011, the North Area Committee denied the application because it would badly affect residential amenity. The latest planning and environmental health reports say the same. The point is that we live in a quiet residential street. The changes would increase the size, scale, and intensity of use and cause unacceptable noise at night. The development would damage the residential character of the street. Can I ask that in their committees and comments and discussion, the chair and committee members give due weight to the professional opinion of the people employed to advise them, and that when they disagree, they justify their opinion with reference to the local plan. If the Aikman Street Community Centre has to close at 10 p.m. or 11 at the latest, in accordance with the National Planning Policy Framework, February 19, paragraph 180, and the Cambridge Local Plan 2018 Policy 35, the same rules should apply to all community rooms in the area, including the mosque. Finally, allowing an application on a trial basis places the onus on the surrounding residents to prove disturbance, which at night is not easy to do. Permission once given is hard to reverse. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just 2 quick points. In a planning consultation response from Environmental Health dated the 8th of August this year, their stance, Environmental Health, is not one of potential adverse impacts, but of potential significant adverse noise impacts. If the committee are not aware of the consequences of such impacts, the World Health Organization details what they might be, and the idea that members might expose residents to this is frankly shocking. Second point, on the 5th of July 2017, a meeting took place at Aikman Street Community House. It was attended by, amongst others, 4 councillors and by representatives from the mosque. The minutes of this meeting are available on the planning portal under this planning application. The veracity of these minutes has, to the best of my knowledge, never been questioned. In the minutes, a representative from the mosque speaks about an admitted breach of a condition restricting numbers attending. They go on to say, and I'm directly quoting the minutes, a point was made that the benefits of this outweighed the breach of a condition of 20 people. The benefits of this outweighed the breach. I would just like to question members who may be inclined to vote in favour of granting this permission, the likelihood of future breaches if members of the mosque are weighing up on a cost-benefit basis adherence of conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is the speaker in favour? Here, please. Can I tell you that, to make it clear, that you have 3 minutes from when you start and 30 seconds before you should finish, you'll hear a ding.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity for me to speak in support of the application. And as mentioned before, this application was approved at committee in December last year, and for reasons that Jane pointed out earlier around the condition and write-up, the decision unfortunately was quashed. Since then, We have done additional, provided additional reports in relation to noise, which has been submitted for the Ramadan period, which was what was raised as a point during the last committee meeting. In terms of the services of educational classes and prayers, the Shah Jalal have been offering these for nearly 20 years. So the requests that we've made in terms of the timings and the increases are not significantly different from what we're doing today. The numbers are slightly increased, the timings are slightly increased. The latest in the summer we're permitted until 10:30. We're now asking for 11 o'clock. So they've been carefully considered based on the requirements of the community that the Shah Jalal serves. So it's not just a random number that we've come up with. We've kind of looked at the families in the area that need the services and the facility. As mentioned, it's the same application from December. Additional supporting documents have been provided. There's been a noise report, external noise report, and the findings of that, which is for the Ramadan prayers, which are out of opening time hours, which have been offered for as long as the centre's been open with approval from the council each year. And that shows, again, a very minimal noise disruption. I appreciate the environment and health report suggesting more people equals more numbers, but I think it's important to consider the activity. So in a social event, at a party, the likelihood is the noise levels inside are going to be high. Those leaving are likely to maintain that level of noise as they leave. Those in a library, for example, having spent time in there, leaving, are going to likely to be that manner when they leave. So I think it's important to kind of consider the activity and not just look at more people, more noise. In terms of our involvement with the wider community, we've had a number of initiatives where we've kind of contributed to litter picking, planting flowers. We've had open days just to make sure that we are part of the community. We all live in Darwin Drive, so any disruptions are going to be felt by us, not just our friends and neighbours. So we have that open dialogue with everybody, and we're open to discussing where there may be potential issues. Looking at some of the commentary, and I think it's important to highlight some of the objections that we have raised associating issues in parking and Stratton Avenue to the Shah Jalal. The fact that it's been suggested that the antisocial and criminal activity is associated or facilitated by the Shah Jalal. We've got evidence we've got confirmation from the police that isn't the case. There's been no investigations in relation to the antisocial or criminal activity that has happened in the area to do anything to do with the Shah Jalal. Conscious of my timings.
You've got 2 sentences to finish, please.
Yeah, in terms of the communication from the council, it's been over 6 years since we've had any communication related to kind of any breaches. I'm sure there's allegations of breaches, but the council have not deemed them enough to reach out, as they have done in the past, to communicate those to us for further investigation.
Thank you very much. Can I thank the 3 public speakers for coming to the meeting and making their points very clear. Over to members.
Chair, I'll just ask a question. I mean, the last time this came, I voted in favour. Now, what's came this time? Is there anything here I should be looking at? I can't see it. That would make me have to change my mind. Is there anything very new on here which is different from the last application?
Here, we'll take a couple of questions and then go to the officer. Katie?
Sort of similar with Councillor Dryden. This application is for a 2-storey extension, as it's a physical, to change the building, which is required under planning legislation. But it's also I think the difference between the last one and this is there's a lot more specific focus on the time use. The Ramadan, the use for Ramadan, which was brought up at the last previously, it was something that was happening already, sort of in an informal way, but in a way that was appropriate because there was consent at each time. But my understanding is that informal process is in this application to formalise it. but there doesn't seem to be much presentation or discussion about the extension. So the it's just, I think, just the highlighting that I know this is we need to think of this as a standalone application. Is that why there's no comparison with the previous application?
Thank you. Is anybody else in that vein wants to talk before the officer comes back on this?
Just looking down my notes. There's been no comparison with this application and the old application because this one's considered a fresh application due to the previous one being quashed. So it's considered a brand new application. All the information was consulted on again. Consulted on twice due to an error in the description. So this would have been September committee. This has been held now. So there's nothing fundamentally different. The only things that have changed from the previous application is Ramadan, as you said, has been included in the description to be more specific, and that's why it's split out into 3 different areas. The description, it has become more specific to break down the amount of people, when and where, and that's the table that's in the committee report to make that more detailed. The extra information that we have from previous is the Ramadan noise information, as previously mentioned, and there's an update in the management plan to cover the noise assessment. They're the only new things from previously. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. I think Toby wants to say something.
Thanks. Yeah, just to be absolutely clear, it's the same application that came to December last year. I think it was December in terms of the reference number, that some of the documentation around that application and specifically the description of development has been altered to more accurately reflect what happens in a judicial review processes that the council's kind of considered its position. It's agreed to the quashing of its early decisions, so the application now remains undetermined, and officers have negotiated those revisions with the applicants, and now we're bringing it back to be redetermined. So it carries the same reference number as previously, and as James set out, it's been revised.
Toby? Katie?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I suppose looking at it afresh, it's a shame it's all come together because a lot of it is absolutely fine in my opinion. So the 2-storey extension, I don't actually have a problem with the extension of numbers in up to 11 p.m, as I think one of the objectors said that's a fairly normal time limit. So in effect, what we're actually looking at, in my view, in terms of the more controversial area, where we have the disagreement for environmental health, is those 11 months of the year, i.e. the ones that haven't already had some permission with Ramadan, there's the extra bit during Ramadan between sort of midnight and 2:50, but then it's between basically 3 and 7 a.m. every morning. But obviously, if you look at the times when first prayer is, that would only be for maximum of 6 months of the year. So the question I had, the environmental health officer's main objection, and I understand it, is obviously there's going to be a lot of coming and going. They're not objecting, as I understand it, to the people inside the building because it's been insulated and the applicant has provided some comfort that it's well enough insulated that noise wouldn't be coming out at any point. So on page 243, environmental health say people leaving and being rowdy is not usually actionable. Now, I'm just querying that a bit because obviously I appreciate if someone randomly runs down my street in the middle of the night, it's unlikely to be actionable. But equally, if a community building or a pub or restaurant on my street consistently has people coming out making a noise and annoying people in the middle of the night, that's why I'm a bit unsure, because I take some comfort in the noise management plan and the travel plan and things. So I'd be interested in the officer's response or environmental health on how that could be enforced I'm sure the applicant is not intending to have a wild party in the street, but, theoretically, if neighbours were disturbed at 3 a.m. regularly, my understanding is there could be some enforcement, because if it was clear that that noise was always coming from the same place, it's a slightly different thing to just people walking down the street, not from a particular source. So that to me is fairly pertinent, because I would take comfort if it could be enforced. I think residents would also have some comfort knowing that if there were to be antisocial behaviour directly attributable to it, because it was always the same time every night, that would offer some comfort. So I'd just be grateful for some clarification on that, because I do think what the environmental health officer is talking about is a slightly different thing. It's just people milling about in the street where you don't know where they've come from, where this would be different. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Well, we are fortunate to have Adam, the environmental health officer, here, so we'll hear from him first, and then we'll ask Jane if there's anything she wants to add. So, Adam.
Sure. The legislation that environmental health have to enforce noise is enforcement of noise coming from a premises. We don't actually have any powers to enforce anything for people in the street, whether it's associated with a local premises or not. We can only deal with noise coming from within or on a premises. So that's where we, as a service, lose control over what noise there may or may not be. The acoustic assessment does give confidence that when people are on the premises, inside the premises, it will be fine. But as the consultation response from us states, when people are outside of premises, we have no jurisdiction whatsoever to control or enforce. Where we have that kind of thing, it's usually left down to police for public disturbance.
Thank you, Adam. Jane, do you want to add to that?
I've got nothing to add to that one, thank you.
I think you've got your answer there, Katie. Katie?
One of the things one of the objectors raised was there is a time limit for a community centre, which was a specific time, and why wasn't all sort of community buildings to the same time. There are pubs in the area where I live where they have different opening times, and I think it's associated with the licensing. So the licensing seems to deal with times, and I've not all of this information in the proposal with all of the times is I've not come across this before, because it's normally been in the text and it's part of a management, maybe a management document or a condition. It does seem to me that if the use of the building for Ramadan has been happening for years, I have great trouble in not supporting the continuation of that in a formal manner, which I think this is one of the reasons why this has come back. This is now including the Ramadan use, which has been happening, and I would find it very difficult not to take away the ability for this building to be used for this purpose, which has been going on for many, many, many years, and it's an important part of a use of a building, which is an important part for this part of our society here. So I agree. I don't have any objection to the extension. The physical increase in the volume of the building seems appropriate with other buildings in the area. So I wouldn't have an objection to that. And I actually would find it difficult to object to the excluding the use of the building with Ramadan, which has been happening already. So for me, the issue here is increasing the number of people slightly, as I don't know, I'll have to see how much what is the actual increase and what is the actual increase in hours on the normal basis. I'm not explaining myself very well.
You make the point clear. I mean, I think the important thing is with a licensed premises where alcohol is sold, they have a responsibility when they discharge their customers. This is not, as the environmental health officer has said, that is not an environmental health issue. It would be a police issue, which is a very different situation to the norm that we're talking about here. I think have I got that right? I think, yes?
I don't see any issue with what you've said there, Chair.
Thank you. Jennifer?
But also an issue with the people who run this mosque to actually get the people to leave the mosque in a quite orderly fashion. Is that not part of their responsibility as well?
Yes, absolutely, and the noise management plan certainly aims to do that. But the problem we find with noise management plans is very much reliant on individual behaviour, and it can be very, very difficult to control and enforce. So usually where we have noise management plans, we would also have backups for other places where there are late hours. We would have backups like control of hours, for example, so that we're not impinging on those very sensitive hours of night. So noise management plans are useful, but difficult to enforce and ensure that they're complied with.
Good. Adam? Katie?
On another application, it was to do with a local brewery and use of a local brewery, and they wanted to invest in the premises by putting in a disabled toilet, and they were talking about the hours, and there was a real issue about noise. And in that case, I think we agreed that it could be extended as requested for an hour, so that the management plan could be tested, and then and to see whether the management plan was effective for the extended hours. And then after a year of testing, the application in that case was confirmed as approved. Is this not something we could consider in this application?
Jane?
If councillors are minded to go against the officer's recommendation, we could draft conditions in that vein for potentially one. Or if it's possible to ask a question, what part it would be, that would be my question back. Thank you.
Ruby?
Can I just be kind of a little bit more explicit about which part that might be of the proposal, if members wanted to consider that as an option, and views that it would be reasonable to look at a temporary consent in relation to part 3 of the proposal, in brackets 2, and that is the 30-minute opening for morning prayer between 2:50 in the morning and 700 hours Monday to Sunday. Officers' view would be that it would be unreasonable to apply such a temporary provision for 3 in terms of the Ramadan use, as that is such an integral part of the proposal being put forward, that it would be unreasonable to grant only a temporary period for a limited period, because I think that is absolutely central to the use that is being proposed.
Katie?
Thank you. Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. I think we will need to reword 3.3, because that's only asking, that would only work if 3.2 is, so I think we'd need to have 3.2 as a 1 year. I would support that. And then we'd also need to say during Ramadan it could also open between 2:50 and whatever it was, 7. Otherwise you'll have a bizarre thing where you can only open for 3 hours and then you have to shut before morning prayer, which wouldn't. So I think I would be very, very supportive of that. I think the other issue I find challenging, when we have a refusal, I can't see the conditions. And I would really like to see the traffic management plan, to see the noise management, because one of the things I think the environmental health officer said was you can enforce on the premises. So, for example, car doors slamming, that kind of stuff. My understanding is that would be enforceable. And obviously I'm sure the applicants wouldn't want that to happen, so they'd be minded not to encourage people to drive. But I would personally agree with Councillor Thornborough that the general principles of the extra numbers in the day up to 11 p.m. is fine. The general principle during Ramadan is fine, because we've already had that. But I would like a year limit on the other part, so outside Ramadan, which in effect is 3.2 and a bit of tweaking of 3.3. And also it'd be good to see the noise management, travel management plans if we do a consent, just because I think they're absolutely critical for residents to know. And obviously, as good neighbours, I'm sure the applicants would be happy to do that. I know they've already said
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So we're probably just getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, because the officer recommendation is to refuse the application. I would suggest that we would move to the vote to determine which way members are minded on the application, appreciating that we have to kind of approach this almost as a clean slate. If members are minded to support the proposal, I think officers would want clear reasons from members as to why they're not running with the officer recommendation. I hear what Councillor Dryden has said in terms of why would he change his mind. But I think actually we would need members to spell out exactly, if that were we were in that scenario, why they were supporting it, and if members do, then officers can potentially share some draft conditions at that point in time. But we've got a little bit ahead of ourselves.
There is, of course, this is like a rehearsal of the rehearsal. Jennifer, you wanted to make a point.
Just carrying on, because obviously this will come after we've had our vote. Could we not make the management plan a bit more robust, maybe? You know, because everybody's got to take responsibility for their actions in this, and also maybe encourage other people's actions in this to be a bit more robust and a bit more kinder to their neighbours.
When you say that, is there any suggestion that the management plan isn't robust?
I'm just not sure what the management plan is, and is it generic across everybody, or can it be changed, or can it be altered and tweaked a little bit?
And do we have the management plan? Is there a...
It is online as part of this application. However, probably jumping ahead ever so slightly, that could be something that could be conditioned, if potentially.
Right. Is there anybody else wants to speak? Katie?
Just to be pedantic, for me, my vote will depend on what we can achieve were it to go through. So I think before we vote either with or against the officer, it would be useful to know that were we to vote against the officer, that we could definitely restrict, put some kind of 1 year trial period in place, because for me that's pretty critical, and I don't want to vote for something and then find out the thing I would perhaps like to do at the second stage isn't. I think Toby said that is fine, but if you could just clarify, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So my advice was that we could apply a temporary element to the early morning hours prayer, which if you turn to page 235, the header paper on the report, it's under 3 brackets 2, which is a 30-minute opening for morning prayer between 2:50 hours and 0700 hours Monday to Sunday, inclusive, with up to a maximum of 29 occupants. I think that is where there is some flexibility for members if they were minded to support the proposal.
I think you've got that confirmation. Naomi?
Thank you, Chair. Just a very short practical point, which is it's now 10 to 6. I think this is important. It's really important to get the balance right. And I just want to confirm that everybody can stay long enough to get this sorted out, and we're not left with an in-court meeting at 6 o'clock.
No indication that that's going to happen. So is everybody prepared to stay to work through this? Can we sort of wave or smile or... Yeah, thank you. I'm being very careful here that we don't rush this debate and that everybody gets the space to say what they feel they need to say. Katie?
I completely agree with Katie Porrer about the some level of understanding about what may come after if we do not accept the officers' recommendation. So I really appreciate what the officers have said about that. Thanks.
So I think you've got confirmation of that. No problem. Naomi?
If you'll forgive me, this isn't really a planning permission point, but what I want to establish is what does acceptable or bearable look like to each side. Are we coming up with a compromise that actually people can live with? Or are we just going to have everybody walking away unhappy from this room? And I know we don't normally have further input from the public speakers, but I'm just wondering in this case if it might be a good idea.
You. Alex?
Given that it is 10 to 6 and that we're supposed to be restricting ourselves to discussion of planning policy, whilst it's a laudable aim, I don't think that's, I don't feel that's appropriate. Realise it's not my decision.
I think sitting here, the expression used to be what the man on the Clapham omnibus thought. Well, we're going to say what the person on the Clapham omnibus thought. So, yep. Is there anybody else wants to speak, or do we go to the officer's recommendation and take the initial vote? Jane?
I'll take it,
or Robert?
Chair. So the recommendation is set out on page 255 of the officer report. That is to refuse planning permission for the reason as set out below.
All those in favour of supporting the officer's recommendation, please show.
Sorry, that's none, Chair.
All those against accepting the officer's recommendation, please show.
Sorry, that's unanimous, Chair. My microphone was going funny.
Thank you. Toby?
So, Chair, so now we're in a neutral position in terms of where we are in terms of the determination. As I said earlier, I think it's very important for members, if they're minded to support the proposal, to kind of elucidate why they're minded to support the proposal, and then someone will have to make a recommendation that would be seconded. We could then start to look at the conditions.
Thank you. So now down to, does everybody understand exactly where we are? Right? We are now looking at why we are going to accept or didn't accept the officer's proposal. So who wants to go first? Jennifer.
Okay, well, we didn't oppose the extensions because there's no change in the extensions to the buildings. And this is something, as Katie said, has been going on for a good 20 years now. And it is just something that we need to actually try to get the community on board with actually being a bit more observant of their neighbours and being a bit quieter. So because we couldn't find any reasons to actually deny them the extension, but with this tool, we can actually, hopefully, guide them into being a bit more of a friendly neighbour.
Thank you. Robert?
Well, I did say right at the beginning of this debate that the reasons are the same as last time, so they should be on record.
Thank you for being so succinct.
Well, the part of not accepting the recommendation was that would meant that Ramadan would not have been able to be held at this location because it was covered under the description, and therefore the building wouldn't be able to be used as a mosque. And that's important, that it is an important provision for our community, and therefore that's why I refused the recommendation. But it doesn't mean if there is an extension, then there could be an additional number of people and hours. And I think that we need to be robust in the management plan, that we can be confident that it is not that we can come back we need to be able to come back as a condition to deal, and the conditions there's these three things conditions have to be. And so I do feel that the increased number of hours and people should be conditioned for a year. I mean, it should be a temporary agreement for a year so that we can see how that is being dealt with.
Thank you. The other Katie?
Thank you, Chair. I think my reason for disagreeing with the officer's recommendation is partly because the vast majority of this application isn't about the intensification. The intensification is about particularly the overnight issues. And I feel that these could be managed with robust conditions, and it could be addressed with the time-limited trial for the sort of the out of hours outside Ramadan. So my proposal would be that 3.2 becomes time-limited for 1 hour, for 1 year. I also note that, as I said before, 3.3 will have to be amended because 3.3 is dependent on 3.2 being agreed. So I think if I'm personally happy for the Ramadan hours to continue permanently, so we might just need to retweak it so that it allows the Ramadan one permanently, because I think I'm reflecting the views of committee. That's generally a precedent's been set for 15 years with that. So, because at the moment, if you delete 3.2, then 3.3 doesn't work. But for me, it is. I would like to see, though, robust travel management, robust noise management, particularly for exiting and arriving. I'm not so worried about indoors because I think the officer said that was okay. And I'd also like perhaps some guidance again from the environmental health for where enforcement could be taken if there are issues on site before people were leaving, just so we have some comfort for residents as well.
Naomi?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 256 and the appendix 1 of the table of proposed hours and occupants to the community use. My comments here are that the morning, afternoon and evening time, then the potential noise from the application is no more than people talking in the street, vehicle noise, people walking, which from our own guidance from environmental health on the council website is clearly stated not to be a nuisance that the council can enforce. It does not seem to me that this would be dissimilar from a background noise in any street, and it seems inappropriate to object to any of the morning, afternoon and evening hours in the middle of the 3 columns. I'll now come to talk about Ramadan, and I think, Ramadan is a short period. It is a really important community festival. I understand you Christians have something called Christmas, which is equally important to you and does quite often involve noise and late nights. There are also the May balls, where at 3 a.m. I was woken up by somebody saying, let's all go crazy. We can't really have one rule for May balls and another rule for Ramadan. So again, I find no objection in the Ramadan hours. Where I do have the problem is the early morning hours, because, we all know ourselves, how difficult it is when you're woken up in the early morning, and it is on the early morning hours alone where I'd want to see a temporary condition and a robust noise management plan and also some decibel meters, because I suspect that it's inevitable there's going to be some community dissent over this, and having some hard evidence as to noise levels will likely assist a permanent resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, could I just, through you, remind members of a couple of points? At the moment, we're in a neutral position. So far, you've rejected the officer recommendation, but you've made no other resolution to take it forward. What I'd like to do, perhaps at the risk of dragging matters out further, could I just ask you to please look at the refusal recommendation, paragraph 1, and the closing 2 sentences. You've got an officer recommendation for refusal there against the proposal that's before you as a single unit. You have an environmental health officer's professional guidance and support for that refusal, in which it says the application site is in a residential area. Consequently, the use of the site and the building is not considered appropriate for any further intensification of their use. The mitigation measures being proposed to overcome harm are not considered appropriate or sufficiently robust to overcome the identified to the amenity of the neighbouring properties. All I want to put to you is that you've got clear advice there from your professional advisor, the environmental health officer, that the plans that have been put in place or offered with the application to mitigate noise and public or adverse public amenity is not sufficient. I will leave it there, Chair.
Thank you. Daisy.
Just to come back to Keith, I would disagree slightly, because the environmental health officer is not saying that. They're just saying for the critical parts of the night. So whereas the the refusal makes it sound as if throughout the day this is a problem, whereas I think I interpret the EHO advice as particularly pertaining to the sensitive noise things. It says that, whereas the recommendation suggests that the whole thing, i.e. recommendations 1, 2 and 3 are all unreasonable and can't be managed. So that, I suppose, is where I would say that is why I disagree with those last two phrases, because for the most part, I think it can be mitigated between 7 a.m. and 11 p.m. in the same way that it would be for the community centre down the road, the pub, the restaurant, whatever. And I think for me, the year trial is a fair, well, the Ramadan thing is slightly separate because we've set the precedent that happens every year for a month. For the other 11 months, of which only 6 or 5 of those would be in that sensitive period, because if you look at the times of first prayer, I had a look on the Moscoville Road, and all the way through, a lot of them are later than that anyway. For me, I think a year trial would be an appropriate way of managing that risk, giving the residents the right, as Councillor Bennett said, to measure it, giving the mosque the right, the centre the right to prove that they can manage it, and then allows for a review point. So I suppose that's where I would disagree with the recommendation for refusal. Because for me, does that make sense? Sorry, it's been a long day.
Robert? Could we not learn anything with how successful again Mawson Road? I mean, there's a lot more houses around there, I think, than there is around there.
Yeah, I think that the position that we're at, it appears to me that we are minded to accept this with some conditioning on item 2. So can you just give me an indication of what, this is not the actual vote, as to whether you're minded to accept conditions 1 to Yep. So we've got that condition. So perhaps the officer now can talk to us about how we might deal with what would be 3-2.
Jane, it appears that members are minded to, in principle, support the proposal. So if you could talk through the conditions to align with where the discussion's been going, particularly in relation to the early morning prayers hours, that would be most useful. Thank you. And have you joined the meeting? Okay, so if you want to share any draft you've got.
So these were drafted in light of the previous recommendation and altered in line with the description change. So the first condition would be to do with the time limit, which would be a normal standard condition. Condition 2 would be plans, standard, and then we have materials. So these go on to the pertinent to the description of development, open hours and occupancy. So prior to the extension, standard opening hours and maximum number of occupants. Of course, there'll be a time where this permission is granted, works will started, and then once the extension is finished, the other conditions below will kick in. So 4 is prior to the completion of the 2-storey extension, hereby permitted on the ground floor of the premises, shall not be occupied more than 20 people at any one time, shall only be in use between the hours of 9 and 2100, Monday to Sunday, and then 9 to 22:30, Monday to Sunday, through the months of June and July. That's the conditions that are put on at the moment for the hours and the amount of people to the premises. So post the extension, so standard opening hours and maximum number of occupants, this is part 2 of the description. So following the completion of the 2-storey extension hereby permitted and subject to part 6, 7 and 8, which were below, the ground floor premises shall not be occupied by more than 29 people at any one time and shall only be used in the hours of 0900 and 2300 Monday to Sunday. Part 6 is post-extension as well. So following the completion of the 2-storey extension hereby permitted on Fridays between the hours of 12 and 4, the ground floor premises shall not be occupied by more than 37 people at one time. In Appendix 1, in the middle column, it increases to 37 people on Friday between 12 and 4, and that's conditioned to reflect that. So as stated by councillors, requested that it to be temporary for 1 year. So this would be the condition that's recommended by officers. But the ground floor of the premises shall only be in operation between the hours of 2:50 a.m. and 7 a.m. for 30 minutes Monday to Sunday for a temporary period of 1 year, only from the date of completion of the extension, after which the use of these hours shall cease, and they will revert back to would go after a year. So with Ramadan, but this may need an alteration if it's to go before the extension, possibly. It says, following the completion of the 2-storey extension hereby permitted, the ground floor premises shall be permitted in use during the Ramadan only for 120 minutes between the hours of 23:30 and 2:30 the following day, Monday to Sunday inclusive. During this time, the ground floor should be occupied by no more than 37 people at any one time. This may need altering so it's allowed to happen before the extension is built, but to come back to...
Can we not put that as part of the year from today? So even before the extension is built and finished, that we notice a difference, that we start seeing a bit different behaviour? Why do we have to wait till after the extension's built?
That's what may need that these were drafted prior to the debate, so we may need a slight tweak in that one. Come back with chairs and...
A member's vote as to whether that condition is applies pre or post extension for clarification.
So can we all show all those people that are in favour of it being applied from... Oh, do you want to say something, Katie?
Oh, I'm probably failing to make my point very well. At the moment, we're giving it post-extension just... I think we need to have a separate condition covering the Ramadan period, I think is what I'm saying. Otherwise, we're going to get really confused between what starts now, what starts later. So I think we should have condition 7, that's fine, if you could just scroll back up, Jane, in minutes, I can see it, which gives the year where we're doing the extra hours for the whole year. And then we need another condition that says, well, whether it's post or pre, during Ramadan, we are giving permission for the 30 minutes between 2:50 in the morning and 7 and those 2 hours. Otherwise, I think if we accept that without the other one, you won't have the right to pray for morning prayer between 2:50 and 7 because we've cut it off by saying that has to be after we've built it. Does that make sense? We just need a Ramadan condition. We could potentially... I'm a bit...
Through the chair.
I'm a bit unsure about starting it now, purely because one of the issues is there'll be more people in it later. So I don't have a problem with it carrying on as it is now, but I also think for residents and for the applicant, we should also say, once it's built and it's bigger and we've got more people coming, you need to have the year to test it. So my preference would be a particular condition referring to Ramadan that separates it.
Katie?
If we dealt with the number of the occupancy number prior to extension and post-extension, because they can't have the increased number until it's post-extension and then have a separate one for Ramadan. Would that work?
Making it hard. I'm trying to make sure that we get everybody's view clear, but you are making it hard now.
Sorry, Chair, through you. So there's no, as officers can see, there's no crossover in terms of times of use between condition 7 and condition 8. So what Jane was just saying is that if members were minded, condition 8 could include Ramadan, pre-extension for the number of people that are currently authorised, and include the upper number of people, 37, post-extension. That's a simpler way of doing it. On that to be explicit.
Yeah, can we vote on that right now? Are members prepared to accept that? Please show.
Unanimous.
Here we go now. Now
there are some other conditions I believe that Jane will need to run through with members.
We have condition 9 that says during the operation of the community facility on the ground floor, the recommended mitigations detailed in the noise report, which is both the previous one and the addendum, shall be put into and remain in place. 10 is in regards to the transport statement that says during the operation of community facilities on the ground floor, the mitigation measures detailed in the transport statement, as detailed there, shall be put into and remain in place. Management plan. Prior to completion of the permitted extension, the management plan of the community facility shall be updated in line with the recommendations of the transport statement, supporting statement and noise reports, and agreed by the local planning authority in writing. The agreed management plan shall be put into and remain in place following the use of the extension. Cycle parking. Prior to any works above slab level of the permitted extension, details of the cycle parking shall be submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. The agreed cycle parking shall be retained and maintained for the community use. The limitations of the flat, so condition 13, the occupation of the first floor residential flat hereby permitted shall be limited to persons directly associated with the group or management of the community facility. The rear garden, number 14, the rear garden shall be used solely in conjunction with and ancillary to the residential flat hereby permitted and shall not be used, occupied or let for any purpose other than for private residential use. The use hereby permitted relates solely to the ground floor of the building. The upper floor and rear garden shall not be used for any purpose other than private residential use. 15 is about hard and soft landscaping. Prior to the use of the permitted extension, details of hard and soft landscaping scheme, excluding the private residential garden associated with the first floor residential unit, shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. These details shall include car parking layouts, hard surfing materials, signs, lighting, planting plans, written specifications including cultivation or other operations associated with plant and grass establishments, schedule of plants noting species, plant size, proposed numbers, densities where appropriate, and an implementation programme. Boundary treatments, identification type, positions, design, and materials of any new boundary treatments to be erected, If within a period of 5 years from the date of planting or replacement planting, any tree or plant is removed, uprooted or destroyed or dies, another tree or plant of the same size, species, that has originally planted shall be planted at the same place as soon as is reasonably practical, unless the planning authority gives its written consent to any variation. Traffic management plan, so no demolition or construction work shall commence on site until a traffic management plan has been submitted to and agreed in writing by the local planning authority. The principal areas of concern that shall be addressed are movement and control of muckaway vehicles. All loading and unloading shall be undertaken where possible off the adopted highway. Contractor parking, with all such parking to be within the curtilage of the site where possible. Movement and control of all deliveries. All loading and unloading shall be undertaken off the adopted public highway where possible. Control of dust, mud and debris, and the means to prevent mud or debris being deposited onto the public highway. And the development should be carried out in accordance with the brief details. And then, as detailed on the plans, there is one first floor side window. So the development hereby permitted shall be not occupied until the proposed first floor study window in the southwest elevation the development has, apart from any top hung vent, been fitted with obscure glazing, meeting Pilkington Standard Level 3, and obscurity, equivalent in obscurity, and should be fixed, shut, and have restrictions to ensure that the windows cannot be opened more than 45 degrees beyond the plane of the adjacent wall. The glazing shall thereafter be retained in accordance with approved details. That's all the conditions.
Thank you.
I think that was great. Thank you very much. Just as a matter of clarity, the temporary condition is for 1 year. So after 1 year, that what is covered under condition 7 ceases, and a new application will have to come forward if that is to proceed further. That's my understanding. That's what happened in the other example I was talking about.
Yes, for the early morning element only in terms of prayer, as discussed, it would either be a fresh application, it would be what's called a Section 73 application.
Katie.
I am so sorry. Condition 7 is post-extension. So this means this year they can't open for Ramadan between 2:50 and 7 because it's not. But so my understanding is condition 8 is a different condition. That's talking about the morning bit between midnight and 2:50. If we agree it as it is, with 7 being post-extension, that means for this next year or two when it's not built, they'll need to apply for temporary permission again to open between 2:50 and 7. So my suggestion is condition 8. Do you see what I mean? We've agreed to early 3 hours, but we're missing because condition 7 won't kick in until it's built. So what we're saying, that might be what you want to say, is that for the next year or two, we aren't giving permission for Ramadan between 2:50 and 7 at the moment. So I think we need to just add that in somewhere.
So if the extension's not built and the permission's not implemented, then they would still have the ability to agree through the current operative consent to agree informally with the council with regard to hours of use around Ramadan. I don't think that your suggestion is necessary, and I can assure you that we've been through these potential conditions very, very carefully.
So, with a full understanding of what we've been saying and what the officers have said, all those in favour, please show.
Unanimous in favour, Chair.
Thank you for everybody for coming and attending this meeting. Thank you for the officers, thank you for the visitors, thank you for the contributors, and thank you most of all to the members. Thank you. This meeting is now closed.